that bullshit. It's okay not to believe that somebody took a tooth and built a fucking animal out of that tooth. Okay? It's okay to not believe that, Danny.
Yeah, that's an outrage. That's an absolute outrage, that thing you just said. But I mean,
right? Like,
sometimes there is
more. You're gonna build a whole animal out of a fucking tooth. No, you're not.
I know.
Where was that done at?
Oh God, loads of times.
Just like once though, like.
Just look at any time that they found a bone and built a whole skeleton off the one bone. Then you'll have.
Yeah, I'm just like looking for like how they figured out like
answer to that question. Go to the Smithsonian. They got your deal.
They do tend to fill in the pieces. I don't know if it's ever been as extreme as one tooth or something.
This is a crazy thought. I know, but maybe they're making it up.
Or maybe you're making it up.
They do fill in the pieces. I don't know if there's ever been one.
I mean, if we're
they do fit.
No, can I just address this guy real quick? If we're making it up and we're a bunch of liars sat in his VC, then you shouldn't even be here. You should just be spending your time on other shit and not even voicing any concerns. You should just be like, wow, a brood of liars. Let me stop wasting my time and leave. So if you just come here and just like you'd say like, oh, maybe you guys are liars. That's not really a response. It's not like a rational response to a conversation.
Is that what I should be doing with my time?
Yeah, listen. It's mainstream science that's in the hot seat here. So, yeah, mainstream science is in the hot seat. We're not asking for confirmation of that. Now that it is that.
Well, I'm just saying you're making claims, so you're not backing it up.
Science is in the hot seat. We're going to ask questions about it. No, I'm not making claims. I'm saying it's fishy and sus. If that's a claim, I don't understand that because my subjective stance is it's suspect and fishy. I don't have any evidence to back up one way or another if they know how to go back 65 million years and rebuild a motherfucker. I don't know if they can do that or not. I'm saying I'm not going to just up and believe it because it's popular.
Guess who was responsible?
Is there an example?
Well,
is guess who was example?
Yes.
Who's responsible? I can't wait. Tell us.
Do you know who? Guess who was involved with Piltdown Man, one of the biggest frauds ever? Guess. One of the most famous fucking anthropologists, Mr. Charles Darwin.
I fucking knew it. I was about to say that, but I didn't want to guess. I was scared.
But do we have an instance of them like taking a tooth or a pinky bone or something and then recreating a whole thing out of it? I don't think that was too outlandish to ask for if I was that guy.
Agreed.
Yeah, but no one.
Well, I mean, you were that guy.
Yeah, no one wants to go and grab
dragons
it,
are still
even
alive,
when you
right?
go and grab, even when you go and grab it, it's not gonna actually move the fucking conversation forward. Even if I went and did a Google search off my phone when I'm walking and wasted my fucking time to go show this guy evidence, nobody wants to do that because it would be a waste of time. He still wouldn't care what we have to say. That's the problem.
Sometimes, I mean, I don't want to start divining other people's thoughts. Sometimes that is the case. Other times people do concede and then we move forward. That happened earlier with Shike. He didn't believe that the 9.8 meters per second changed in one location. We showed him it did. He conceded and moved on. It was beautiful. I'm saying if anyone feels like getting it, I mean, this would definitely be the time.
I said,
sure. Tell me what to search for. Tell me what to Google search for. I'll search it right
now. Best preserved fossils.
No, we need one that was made out of like a pinky bone or some shit.
And if we can like go dig up fossils as laypersons today, like how are they faking it back then? Did they like go like did they like bury a bunch of stuff between then and now for us to find now, or I don't.
Nobody's disagreeing that animals die and leave their skeletons in the dirt. I already made that extremely clear. I made that very clear when Jeremy addressed me earlier. We already agreed. Animals die, their skeletons remain. That's where we agree. The part that we disagree on is the explanation and the story behind the skeletons themselves. Thank you.
The claim is that when
what is that logical fallacy where you say, since we find fossils, therefore all fossil remains found and the stories that go with them are somehow relevant and real because
Is
we
that
find
all or
real fossils?
nothing? All or nothing.
I think it's a
fallacy?
genetic fallacy. I can't
I
remember.
think it's
But anyway,
genetic is the person saying it. You instead of attacking the information, you attack the person saying it. I think it's all or nothing
maybe you're right.
fallacy. Whereas if this one thing is true, all these other things have to be true.
Right.
Therefore,
So
blah, blah, blah. That's
this
all or
gentleman's
nothing
premise,
fallacy.
this gentleman's premise is starting from a fallacy. It's fallacious from the start.
Can you explain that? Can you break that down? How it's fallacious?
but hold on real quick.
That's
The
like
idea is the claim.
saying, I'll just use your example, right? You say we find fossils, meaning people can go out and find a fossil regardless of what it is, right? It could be a nautilus shell, it could be whatever. But since people find fossilized remains, therefore a fossilized tooth that is found and a whole entire body that's built strictly based off of somebody's idea of what this animal may or may not have been. Therefore, we need to believe this story about this fossilized tooth because we're able to find a nautilus shell.
That's your guys' argument. You guys made this straw man and then attacked your own straw man. I'm
Fine.
trying to say that your straw man. I don't believe you.
So
What?
hold on.
Yeah, do we have an
Hold on,
actual?
hold
Do
on.
we actually
Can you
have
hear
an
me?
example? Hold on. This
trying
is
to
the part. This is the part
Hold
that
on,
he
hold
didn't
on.
believe. Hold on, one second, real quick.
Sorry, Dolia, that was the funniest
This was the part that he didn't believe. Hold on, guys. Yo, this was the part that he didn't believe. We'll right back to it now. Does anyone have that example of the pinky bone being used to replicate a whole fossil?
I have an example, right? And
There we
to
go.
fulfill his request, right? The example is the megalodon. Megalodons are made out of pure cartilage. So when you find a modern megalodon tooth, even though megalodons have apparently allegedly gone extinct, they can somehow predict what that animal would have looked like. But that's just speculation. I agree, right? But that's not really genuine, because there are also fossils that are really like good, like T-Rex fossils that have been found. Does that make a T-Rex a false animal? Not necessarily, but just to give him, give us the benefit of the doubt, is that there are also fossils that were formed, or models that were formed by the Smithsonian Museum before genetic testing was even a thing. Before they discovered genetic testing, they kind of slapped these bones together. They would find like a death pit where, some predict that it wasn't just mammoths that were found. There were all kinds of prehistoric creatures, and there's areas of excavation and archaeology where they'll find like a bunch of animal remains, dude. It's like they all died in a whirlpool. Randall Carlson talks about these death pits, and they slap these bones together and they come up with a model that's not realistic and never existed. Right, that is true, but it's also true that there are extremely preserved specimens too. So there's a spectrum, and you can't just pretend like all dinosaurs are fake. But yeah,
bro. Even that, bro. What you said, Lion, I know you're not trying to say that for purpose, but even just using the word prehistoric, that already assumes that these whatever fucking creatures were not living beside human beings that wrote it down, aka history. Like the whole way that we're fucking programmed to think of it. Yeah, there's animals that just died and humans weren't even around when it was happening. As if human beings aren't important. We're just some random accident. And we come from just think about that, bro. Yeah, and that's all I have to say.
I only say that because I do believe that dragons were real. I believe in ancient giant lizards. Some of them had the capability to fly, apparently. So there is some truth to the idea of dinosaurs, not all made up bullshit.
Right, but that's not that wouldn't be million. That's what I'm saying though. That would be co-current with human beings, with man. Man would be there, and then there would be that fucking creature. It would not be
Yeah,
prehistoric. It would be historic because man
agreed.
would actually literally be writing it down. Like, holy shit, look at that thing with fucking wings and scales. Like, let me write that down real quick. That's historic. That's, see, you know what I mean? Like, they program you to make you think. Go ahead.
Just real quick, mankind has already done that. There's so many cave drawings and pottery of the main associated types of dinosaurs, regardless of the narrative that people have added onto that. When you have that in history, in archaeological history, it's really not that far-fetched to go, well, the story about billions of years is BS, but the story about these creatures having roamed is relevant and interesting. So I'd look into it. Open your eyes,
you have
open your ears.
Bell and the Dragon for those who are believers. Bell and the Dragon, beautiful story with Daniel. He literally slays a dragon. There's historic testimonies regarding Alexander the Great also slaying dragons, but I don't know how credible that is.
Bro, there's recent stories from Eastern Europe about dragons in the medieval ages. That's not even antiquity. That's not even 1,000 years ago. Like, I don't know, dude. Like recent stories. So like, yeah, that's definitely not prehistoric. It's not even antiquity. So it's like, I mean, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. The whole idea of these timelines and shit. Like, yeah, you found a bone in the ground. Yeah, the bone came from an animal, obviously, because that's how bones are produced. But that doesn't mean that there was millions of billions of years going on and evolution. That's the part where we disagree. So to say, oh, we find bones, like, yeah, we agree on that. Like, go ahead and say that. It's still not attacking our point.
I think it'd be probably difficult for someone to agree with evolution.
The timeline, you can just dismiss it out of hand because there's no way for them to prove it. I didn't mean to rumpus you. Go ahead.
Sorry, no, I cut you off.
Well, they themselves even admit that their timeline is most likely incorrect, and at some future date they're just going to change it. So,
well, they have to.
Yeah, they admit themselves that they're wrong.
Yeah, like openly. But that's what you have to do if you're going to take that approach. You're going to look at the evidence and you're going to say, well, maybe this is right, and then you're going to adjust it. And then you're like, whoa, shit, we found all this over here. And then you're like, and then you continuously do that over and over and over and over and over again based on the new evidence that you find. You're never going to say, and I has decreed it is exactly 3 points. No. You're going to adjust it based on new evidence. You're basing everything you do on evidence.
Yeah, so you see how, like, a claim that admits it's not the truth then can have no claim to the actual truth?
It's not saying that this is exactly it. They're saying this is our best guess. Anyone who represents it, like, this is absolutely the absolute perfect date we're giving you right here, doesn't know what they're talking about. They misrepresent it. What science is saying is it's our best guess. We never know. It's our best guess based on the evidence. We couldn't be intellectually honest if we tried to tell you.
Make guesses. That's retarded.
Yeah. So
hold on, real quick. Let me just say something real quick. All right.
I'll go first, and then you go. Okay. So I'm just gonna say one fucking sentence. Here we go. If I went to a court and they asked me what happened, and I said, I don't know, but let me just guess, what I said beyond that point would just be automatically dismissed. If you say that your claim isn't related to the truth and then try to claim its truthfulness later, you're automatically contradicting yourself. Thank you.
So yeah, Richard Dawkins allegedly, because there was geological evidence. They found footprints preserved in stone that at one point must have either been, mud or who knows what it was, dude. I'm not an expert, but they found both dinosaur and human footprints preserved side by side, right? And these tracks, they have pictures of before and after their destruction. They were vandalized. And the person who vandalized these tracks, people witness apparently, was Richard Dawkins himself, right? An anti-theist, anti-creationist guy he's heavily invested debating creationists. And he was witnessed walking out of this place with a pipe, right? And the next day they looked at it and the footprints were destroyed because he's a hater, right? And
he got triggered by real life.
But luckily we have other examples of dinosaur and human footprints being preserved side by side. But they call themselves scientists, but at the end of the day, they have a philosophical bias, and science is supposed to be neutral, right? And then when new evidence arises, like you were saying, that they take it into consideration. But these new scientists, these modern day scientism, they don't do that. Instead, they uphold a paradigm against anything that goes against it.
You got to also understand that we're all humans too, right? So we have human like desires. Like we want our theory to be right. We don't want the other dude's theory to be right. We want to get the recognition and glory. If we got a grudge against so and so, we're gonna try and spear them. That's just human shit. We're just doing human things, right? So we have to best protect ourselves from that. Which is why we have peer review. Like if you have, just because you made a study doesn't mean we're going to believe you. If that study is repeatable, then we might start to believe you. But
so you're saying that humans
Bro,
are
how
not trust. Wait,
on earth are you gonna
wait,
repeat
Elijah,
thousands
really
and
quick,
billions and trillions of
wait.
years? Stupid.
Bro, can you hear me? Is my mic working?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So your whole point, I believe that was pareidolia. I wasn't looking at the screen. Is that human beings are not trustworthy and they're biased, and they'll literally do like criminal acts just to support their own beliefs.
Yeah.
And you said that your solution to like the condition of man is that you'll have a bunch of other men look at it together. That's illogical. That's
Well,
like saying the problem is a wolf, so I'm gonna let a pack of wolves deal with it. That makes no sense.
well, you reduce your bias, right? So it's all about reducing your bias.
You don't think there could be commonly held biases between men?
I do, but with the greater amount, like let's say you live in Sydney and you're a Christian, and I live in Africa and I'm a Muslim. We're gonna have lesser of the same, biases. We're gonna share lesser similar biases. Let's say you were born 100 years after me and you reproduce the same experiment. We have even less biases. So it's all about reducing like our same motivations to get the same results.
And how do you know not one of the
Right, but
biases?
how do you reproduce billions of years?
I mean, I'm not sure. I think they're updating it like frequently.
There's no way to reproduce billions of years. It's obvious. So there's no reason to even consider it.
I mean, without
Because it's retarded.
without the evidence, like
non-scientific.
without the evidence to how they reach their conclusions, I would say it's preposterous to say that we could,
Okay, let's
to
talk
figure it
about
out.
Well, we know that Elijah has an echo.
Wait, that guy just said evidence. Tell me about the evidence.
I don't have it,
Tough luck.
but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's kind of hard to convince ourselves that there is billions of years of history without knowledge of the evidence. Also, right? I can't like.
So, are you convinced though, even though you don't have the evidence?
I'm leaning towards it. The more I find out, the more I lean towards it. I used to be super Christian anti-evolution.
So I want to point out that you said earlier that they make these theories based only off the evidence, as if their worldview doesn't get involved.
Yeah, and money. Don't forget money. I mean, there's a shit ton of money in this shit as well. Like that supposed T-Rex they found, I think it was like early 2000s or whatever. It sold for like $8 million, I think, in auction. I think that there was another one that went for a bit more in 2020 or something.
Well, I think it's interesting that he actually believes that they're only using the evidence when didn't two people find like cells in a T-Rex bone that were soft tissue, and one of those people was like a college professor, right? So no slouch, right? And this guy, he gets terminated, and they settle out of court for like, what was it, like $4 million over this thing? It's really interesting, because soft tissue on a T-Rex from 65 million years ago. I mean, that's talking about hard to kill. Like, this thing must have been really hard to kill because the soft tissue won't even die after 65 million years. But I think it was because this professor proposed that maybe it's not 65 million years old. And that's a no-no, right? But we're only looking at the evidence, right? That's the only thing.
He was fired for that. But you know, it's not too far-fetched to believe that dinosaurs were also warm-blooded. I heard somebody in here a couple days ago, they were debating whether dinosaurs are cold-blooded or warm-blooded. I have no problem with them being warm-blooded because they weren't necessarily reptiles. The more we study these fossils, we realize that they actually did have feathers, in line with the Native American mythos that you had these feathered serpents, and they weren't actually cold-blooded, from what I understand.
Bro, line of y'all here.
Nah,
Yeah,
it's
yo,
just
that was
his
me just
voice
talking.
speaking independently.
Bro, I didn't need the fucking sarcasm. I was just trying to see if I was listening. But do you kind of agree with the I know you're, I guess, a spiritual guy. Do you kind of agree with the sentiment, I guess, along the lines of Plato's form, or that like everything has its own, essentially, a spirit that is its form, I guess, and that its form is existent eternally, but the actual thing itself has to become manifest into the seen reality or whatever. So essentially, each animal would have its own spirit, i.g., like an angel of dogs, or like an angel of cats, or some shit like that, or even like a bad spirit, I guess, for some sort of like abomination would have its own spirit. I don't know. What do you think about that?
I don't know much about Plato besides the Iliad and the Odyssey, but no, that's Homer's Iliad. Yeah, dude, like Platonic or anything that has to do with Stoicism, anything that comes from the Greek heritage or Roman heritage, I typically stay away from. I really don't study them. I have no. Some of the Greek mythos I'm interested in, but beyond that, that's not my area of specialty. I stay away from that stuff because, in my understanding, Stoicism and those philosophers of that time frame, any philosopher that's not from above, right? If it's not a prophet or a patriarch, I could care less about their wisdom. You understand, right?
You do know that Jesus was like a classical representation of a Stoic.
Can I ask a question in a way that you would understand then? Essentially, you understand that, I guess, in the book of Revelations, they have these angels over certain churches. And so basically each church has like its own angel or whatever, and there were 7 of them. Do you think that there's like an angel or even a spirit? It doesn't have to be just an angel. It could be like a demonic spirit or whatever. That essentially presides over every kind of animal and plant on this earth, I guess. Do you agree with that sentiment?
I mean, I guess I can't. I don't really have an opinion, to be honest. I don't. Why? What do you think? Is that what you think?
Well, there's 7 angels, right? For 7 churches. So like even inanimate objects, or I guess, well, a church would be a group of people. So even just groups of people can have like an angel over them. That's what it says, right? In Revelation. So I don't know. I'm just thinking.
There is there's scripture precedence for what you're saying. I can't pull it up at this very moment, but the idea that we have guardian angels, That's the thing. That, you know, you have a familiar angel that guards not only you but your family. There's so many of them, dude.
But that's what I'm saying, bro. So if there's an angel that guards a family, could there not be an angel that like guards an animal? Like, you know what I mean? Like something that guards.
Possibly.
Like I'm just gonna say dogs because that's like the most familiar animal I can think of off the bat. But like, yeah, I don't know. I was just wondering your opinion on that.
Yeah, listen, hang on real quick. If I may, just a sentence. I think nature has a certain respect for itself. So I think that we could call it, oh, there's a angel or whatever. There's a deliberation. There's an intention out there for nature to protect itself. I think not only in the physical and tangible and all that, but in every way of existence, maybe.
When it comes to a spiritual hierarchy of principalities, right? And you have these territories and territorial boundaries or jurisdiction for entities that are beyond the veil. There is scriptural precedence for that. You understand that we don't fight against flesh and blood, but against principalities in high places. I've talked about this a little bit before, but the occult, they understand this principle. They understand that if they give sacrifice and child sacrifice, if they give these things up to these entities, that they gain power and glory and fame and money and all of that. That's part of the deal, right? That's what the Hasatan offered the Messiah, the Mashiach. He offered him the world from an area where the whole world was perceivable. You know, that's a flat earth scripture. He went to the highest mountain and he could see the whole world. But there's no mountain high enough that would allow you to see the whole world. So whatever mountain he was on must have been an ethereal mountain that is above the known world, that, you know, it's above us.
I mean, can you imagine being the guy that had to go and ask Yeshua that? Like, if I was the devil, I'd be like, go on, you do it. I mean, he's never going to say, okay, I give up. You should give me the world. It'd be like a fruitless endeavor, right? This guy's never going to fucking say yes. Is he?
What's it worth if a man gains the world but loses his soul, right? And that's what Messiah taught. And
what does it profit you? Yeah.
Yeah.
But he must have been like, okay, I have to say this because it is right in the book. People need to learn about it. I don't know.
So there were at least 70 principalities, 70 leaders, 70 entities that have power over the earth. And these are also known as gods, you know, and they were deified. That's why we have so many different gods in the world. People wonder, oh, how come so many religions, so many gods? Because every single one of these entities wanted to be deified and worshipped, just like the one true El. And they basically branched off and created their own schisms, their own little religions. And there's no honor amongst thieves, and there's no honor amongst the kingdom of evil. So even these entities are in competition against each other and envious and jealous against each other. Just like gang warfare, there's always, you know, one dude might be your boy 1 second, and the next second he's backstabbing you, he's betraying you.
He's just pawns in a game, man. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. I mean, I believe it. Angels. Yes, I do think that there's been a lot of instances and things that have occurred in a lot of people's lives, and perhaps my own, that things have occurred that you can't explain. And I believe in that. But yeah, it's an unseen world. And my point was, give me 2 months. I'll think about it. But yeah, there's something else going on here. All these different deities that create different things, blah blah. Nah, man, just concentrate on yourself. Forget about all this fucking religious bullshit.
Ignorance is bliss, bro. There's some truth to that.
Well,
you know, sometimes you're better off sticking your hand in the dirt and just forgetting about it.
No,
You might
better
have a more
yourself.
peaceful life.
Yeah, but no, I know you're right. But don't just better yourself. Don't fucking sit around wondering which religion is true and this religion, that religion. They don't look like a pile of shit to me. There might be one fucking true religion. There probably is a god, possibly. I'd lean that way, but I don't know, man. It's just, I don't know why why you would feel the need to. I would sort of tell people this is the way I feel, and that's it. And it's up to them to decide. I'm not going to spend my days proselyting about the way I feel and that there is one this and one that.
But what I'm talking about, the ancients were very aware of. It was common knowledge amongst the people. It wasn't even debated. In Mesopotamia, in Assyria, in Egypt, in Israel, right? The Credo serpent, the Credo civilization, the Fertile Crescent. They were, some refer to them as a divine council. Others, it's a pantheon. The Olympian gods. Every culture had a model of this paradigm. It's very fascinating because when you talk about, Noah was asking me about like guardian angels, and each one of these called out assemblies, or AKA churches, has its own angel over it, protecting it.
Yep. Like there's like a Church of Philadelphia. You know what I mean? Like literally, like I don't know. I just find that very interesting. Like it's just something that it's like, I guess, written in passing, right? You just read it in the Revelation, but if you really like think about it, that's very like, I don't know, bro. It seems kind of deep, bro, that a church has a specific angel like assigned to it, and this guy literally had a vision of it where they were like a star and then like a lampstand. I don't even like fully remember it, but like, yeah, I don't know. I think like a certain, like just last night, dude, I was reading Isaiah or something, and then it literally mentions like a lamb is offered up, and I was, wait, is that talking about Jesus or whatever? I don't know, bro. It's very interesting, and like the smallest part can have like the biggest implications, I guess.
Yeah, but this is all belief.
It's like close and local. You always do stuff close and local, but far away, supposedly stuff happens. But close and local, you'll never notice it or see it.
A lot of the disclosure that's happening, people think it's like some sort of psyop or reverse psychology by the government to fool us into believing in some Project Blue Beam shit, or like some holographic shit that they're gonna project into the atmosphere or the sky and fool like a whole religious crowd into believing in Jesus coming down, or Buddha, whoever. I've heard these claims, but what if, right? What's being revealed today amongst the Pentagon and the media, that there's some truth to this, and that maybe there are other beings. They don't necessarily have to be from another world or some planet out there, but they are extraterrestrial, as in extra land, and like that's not too far fetched. I mean, every religion has talked about these beings. Even the Native Americans, the different tribes in North America, have talked about these beings. And now the media is coming out, like pushing this out there, and people are saying, "Oh, it's blue beam." I'm not so sure.
Well, what about for pay? What about to increase the pay that they get to facilitate more money and say, okay, well, we need more funding to do this and more funding and more funding, because they do always have a trouble with funding on certain occasions, right? So if you scare the people into needing funding, you got it.
That makes more sense than other people being out there.
Well, they were always scared of each other too, like afraid of Russia or afraid of China, like getting a secret or flying over. We don't fly over them, they don't fly over us. You know what I mean? Like fear of your own people, not even an alien at all. Just another group of humans.
Demog, what happened, dude? You incognito or what?
Watch your mouth.
you seen these whales? Holy shit! This looks good. Hologram whales swimming around a building. That looks messed up. Well, if it's real, I don't know. It looks good.
Yeah, Tupac was a good looking hologram on stage too.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
You know, when they show us one thing, they probably have something 10 times better. So if you think that looks good, you should wait till another year or so.
Wait for the aliens.
Is that video even supposed to be real? It looks just to me. Super fake. Like the whole thing looks. Yeah, it looks like what is this?
I thought that the first time I looked at it, I was like, the thing with the people, they make it look fake too, don't they? You know?
Yeah. The whole thing looks like graphics. That's fun though. I mean, it's fun to.
The one. Have you seen the one with the train?
This looks like GTA 5. You know.
Yeah. The one with the train, I think, is real. Going around the building. I don't know if. Try and find that.
I've yet to see one of those presentations in person, but since I went there. I'm not sure that they're really doing it. I think that's like CGI completely. I don't think that those people are witnessing that. Nah, but Tupac on stage running around, that I don't understand how that's not controversial and they just allow that. That's nuts. Thuggism on the corner.
I saw this one hologram in Japan in a building, and people were freaking out. It looked like something was reaching out, like out of the building. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, I can't find that train one. Shame.
Remember that one that was going around a while back where it was like a huge whale coming out of like the floor and like a gymnasium? That
was really good.
Was that? I never got to the bottom of that. Like, was that supposed to be real or what? What was that? What was that? Like the story on that one.
I don't know. I think it was what they said it was, just a hologram. I mean, obviously, but I'm not saying it was CGI in any way. I think it was. Well, the crowd's reaction seemed genuine to me, anyway.
Okay, but let's get serious. You can get footage of a crowd, or stitch it together. I don't know. You could. I think you could fake that video, but it's unlikely someone would go to that effort. But maybe.
Yeah, it's wild what they do with that green screen these days. When you see that, when they sort of unpack it all, you just see like an ambulance with two people, and that's the only thing that's in the shot. Everything else in the shot's fake, and you're like, "What the fuck?" It's just like a city scene in Brooklyn or something like that. And everything in the shot's fake. The train in the background, the people walking down the street, everything's fake except the ambulance and like two paramedics wheeling someone into it or something. It's bonkers. Yeah, I can't find that train one.
Here, check this out. I found one. Things have advanced.
Yeah, that's probably where I'm going wrong. I think it's more like the 3D situation. You know, the billboards. I think it was one of them.
And it's an LED though, but it looks like it's like a hologram. I don't know how the heck they do that.
It still looks pretty cartoony though. It's kind of hokey still, man. Maybe that's on purpose to make it look like, you know, the consumer version. The best that we're gonna see is still just kind of video game. I don't know.
Yeah, it is cartoonish, but I'm sure that they can put like a. I'm not saying I'm sure. I'm sure. Well, let's just say maybe they can put a picture like a person, like a video, behave like that. I don't see why not.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. Some of the deep fakes look pretty good, and if they can translate that kind of deal, I don't know. But even still, man, the 3D hologram stuff, I don't know. They really have to be good at what they're doing to pull it off. If it's going to be more than just a fucking whale in a gym, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. Who knows where they're at right now? Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, listen, you can fake a year's worth of space footage in an afternoon in a fucking big warehouse, right? We have GIFs of it. Okay. So that's possible. They can kind of do whatever they want, man. There's so much that might come down the pipe here, and it might not. You know, shit. It might be, it might be just us spinning our wheels about it, and 20 years go by and fucking nothing happens. Who knows?
How many gifts do you have of it?
I would have to look it up. There's this one. It says "Welcome to your baller studio," and it's this huge curved screen that they pull up real nice big shots of quote unquote shots from space, and they put it on this big screen and make it look all nice, and they add in a bunch of shit, and it's just a big Hollywood production. I don't know. Somebody can find the GIF. It's out there, but it's like a time lapse. They build real fast.
Like a mini IMAX, right?
What's that?
It's like a mini IMAX.
Yeah, it's like a mini. Yeah, they get it. They go into. It just looks like they're in some empty warehouse, and they fill it up with, the camera equipment, a huge bendy, like almost half circle, like field of view of like 120, 130 or something, right? And then they just put whatever they want on the screen, make it look nice, and you can, high altitude flights. You can take a nice high altitude flight and take a bunch of footage, bunch of pictures, bend them up, make it look like a globe, and then put it on a screen. Like, how fucking hard is it? Okay, that's the problem here. It's not that like we catch them with bloopers all the time. That's still just stuff that should make people go but it's not direct evidence. I'm saying, for me, like if I want to, I can fake space. So then the question becomes, why wouldn't I do that? Because it's way better to stay on Earth and not risk all these lives going out in a place, like it's safer, it's cheap, more economic to stay on Earth and not try to get out. Like, I don't know. So when I boil it down to what I would do, I would certainly not send people and stuff out into fucking outer space. I'd stay here.
That's my. I use that same argument for 9/11. There being no planes. It makes, you know what I mean. It makes perfect
Yeah.
sense to
How
me.
much harder? How much harder would it be to get those 2 fucking planes into
It's
those
way
buildings?
harder. It's fucking way harder.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
so you're saying
I don't know.
we should stay here because it's safer?
Well, okay. No, I'm saying, like, listen, I'm not going to risk lives for something that I know that I can't do, for instance. So I'm running off the premise of I know that I can't leave Earth. I know but I know that I can make people think that we can. I can make a lot of money doing it and have a lot of power doing it, have a lot of fun doing it. Um, that if I could get away with that and I were a bad person, I would, right? And there's a lot of bad people out there, a lot of people with influence and power who just want to fuck around. You got Virgin Airlines.
Well, hold on.
That's
Before
not
we
anything.
go to somewhere else, you said
Yes.
because it's dangerous,
It is
you would want to
dangerous.
stay here. Okay.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
and then you said, I wouldn't risk lives, to go somewhere like that. But didn't they not risk lives initially? Like their initial first test flight wasn't to put some guy on something they never tried before, right?
I suppose, but they ended up getting to where they're at now, claiming that they put people out there and hardly ever fucked it up, by the way.
I mean, that was they had a lot of tests before that, though, right? Like a
They
lot of
did
blown up
tests on Earth. Yeah. They blew up a ton of rockets. Yeah. They blew up a ton of fucking rockets trying to get the shit out there. Yep. So what?
They're still even blowing up rockets.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know, man. To me, I would do it the way that they're doing it, Most people want to believe the fantastic story, and if you get them early as kids, then there's no hope. The truth can be the truth, but people love a good story. So, yeah.
I know that South African Dave, his channel on YouTube is called Trinities or something like that. One of his arguments when he's doing his outdoor activism is spacesuits. They never put them in a vacuum on Earth. They never test them on Earth. Is this true?
I looked into that a little bit. What I found, this is just from my experience, what I found was the best they ever got was like a chamber that they built that wasn't to spec what they said space was, but it was close, and they were just going to kind of test it out, see how good their suits hold up in even that amount of pressure and such, right? And apparently the guy passed out, almost died in there, and there's footage of it. It's real grainy shit from the 60s. So
his tongue started boiling.
Sure. So there's stories about it. There's a little bit of footage, supposedly about that. And then so that's kind of, and then the path dries up. I can't find any testing after that. But then again, I'm just relying on internet stuff at that point, and then I have to stop.
I don't know. There's a lot of things like that, though, isn't there, where we sort of scratch your heads a little bit, like, why is there not a camera facing the Earth on the moon right now? They're fucking obsessed with these cameras. They're on every street corner. They're fucking everywhere.
Yeah, it's sus, man. So many things that make you go,
Yeah, why can't they just zoom into the Earth from one of these satellites? When I was a kid, I remember they used to say shit like they had satellites. They could zoom into someone sat on a park bench reading a newspaper, and they could read the headline.
Yeah. I heard the same story. It was what was it? Oh, they could see the year of a dime sitting on your kitchen table through the window. Like they were trying, and I think it was all just like, oh my god, they can see everything. Like just making us, for whatever reason, even think about shit like that. For what reason, I really don't know. Maybe just to fuck with us, but yeah, don't misbehave. The satellites can see. I don't know, whatever.
Well, I mean, all I'm saying is just zoom one of these satellites in to a soccer game, a live soccer game.
Yes. Yeah. Zoom in from just like a live soccer game. And unfortunately, they try to make fun of us on this one, but it's just the fact of the matter is, if you had a satellite turned, you didn't even have to turn it. You take a satellite and you go backwards from the Earth, and then you see the whole Earth from afar. And then you fucking zoom in to some upside down or sideways shit. It would just have to be that way. It would just look that way because that's how the ball would be constructed. That's how that shit works. So, and they come after us, they try to make fun of us for it because it's such a damning piece of evidence, right? It's like you can't zoom fully in to some upside down or sideways world. And that's fucking huge. Huge.
With a Y. Huge.
That's how you know it's good.
I would make fun of them years ago on this one. And they would tell me, there's no satellite that can do it. And I would tell them, dude, I remember the CIA used to brag in the 80s that they had satellites up there that can zoom into a dime and tell you what year it is. So don't tell me they can't do it. Yeah. This is huge.
Before we get from it, Pareidolia, you were saying that they did all this testing beforehand before they put people's lives at risk, and they did a bunch of testing to ensure that they could get the processes down before putting people's lives at risk. And somebody brought up the spacesuits. So do you have any actual evidence that these spacesuits that they have can actually function in an environment even close to what they're claiming that they're functioning in? Meaning we have the ability to get vacuums pulled, maybe not quite as strong as they would be experiencing on a spacewalk in the ISS. But other than floating around in pools, which is not the same as a vacuum, do you have any actual evidence that you could provide for human beings being able to survive in these suits, even in the weaker vacuums that we can pull here on Earth?
I don't.
Why don't we have? I mean, I would see it as a major attraction that could generate quite a bit of money at like Kennedy Space Center, where you can have the experience of going into a very strong vacuum in a spacesuit. I mean, people do it all the time on the ISS. No issues, no problems. Nobody's ever really died on the spacewalk. So why wouldn't we have the ability to just have an average person go in a spacesuit and go into a vacuum chamber? It's easy peasy, man. We do it all the time, don't we?
I don't know why they don't have this ride available to the public.
But why is there no evidence of people even surviving in those suits at any type of decent vacuum?
Why is there no evidence? I mean, I'm sure there is evidence, but you know how it usually goes with people that disagree with it. They'll say, well, there's some stuff, but it doesn't really indicate. Usually how it goes, right?
Well, can you find any?
I'm sure
Maybe
I
that'll
could
be your homework.
if I put in the effort, but then there's the second question is, why would I?
Right, because you can just blindly believe it, right? Why would you put forth an effort to actually understand what may be really taking place when you can just believe whatever an authority figure tells you, and you can be a good little boy?
Is that the reason why I do it?
Probably. You probably like the little pat on the head because you're a good boy.
So another question is the reason why I'd go find this evidence. Interesting.
What was that?
So I asked why would I do it? Like what would be my motivation to go do this? And you answered with another question.
I can't tell you what your motivations are. Why would you ask me a question as to what would motivate you to do something?
You told me it was my homework, and I have no motivation to do this homework that you've assigned me.
I said maybe that could be your homework. But instead, you don't want to actually put forth any effort to really understand what's going on. You just want to claim some sort of
Narrative?
intellectual higher ground, because you can just appeal to authority and consensus. Which
Secret
are
shadowy
powerful.
narrative?
What's the argument?
We were talking about the space program putting people's lives at risk, and Paradolia brought up, well, didn't they ensure through testing without human beings that we could do this space travel and blah blah blah, and therefore they perfected it before human beings were put at risk. And somebody brought up the spacesuit and trying to see if we have any evidence of somebody actually being in a spacesuit in a vacuum. Doesn't seem to be that there really is any. The only evidence we seem to find is that somebody almost killed themselves trying it. But I was just asking Paradolia what he thought about the fact that we don't have any evidence that human beings could actually even survive in these spacesuits in a vacuum. Why can't we do that? Why shouldn't it be something that could be done very easily, since
you don't
we
have
have
evidence?
You don't need it.
Do you have any evidence of this?
Like, we as like a collective species don't have evidence, or like us personally in this room haven't like decided to collect the evidence, or what do you
Just
mean?
answer the fucking question.
Is there any evidence for this claim? Because the claim is, do you believe that human beings can survive in these spacesuits in the vacuum that is claimed to be around the ISS with that altitude?
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you have any evidence for that claim?
I don't.
So it's just a belief.
Based on observation of people being in outer space.
But you don't have any direct evidence that there's people in outer space. You don't even have evidence that people could survive in those suits on Earth in the alleged pressure situations that are claimed around the ISS.
Except for all the video evidence of them in
Yeah,
outer
but
space in the suit.
no, in order to observe someone in outer space, you would have to be in outer space, technically.
There couldn't be any sort of like way to record them in an environment that I'm not in.
Well, did you believe the Tesla car in space, Paradolia? Did you believe that? I mean, because then we'll know what we're dealing with. You believe the Tesla car went to space?
Yeah, I meant to bring that up the other day when I think it was Napalm was talking about like the fact that you can't have condensation in space, and that just like instantly like rang bells for me, because there's like all sorts of condensation and water droplets on that car, like on the windshield and whatnot in the video. So like, how would that even be possible in those conditions if we can already conclude it's not?
But wait, the Paradolia,
we're moving on to a different subject somewhat, because I mean one of the things we were saying is the having evidence of the suit being tested inside. Then he said, wait, you don't have the evidence, like suggesting he does.
He already said he does.
The other thing was the attraction part, man. I like, if you try, you know the attraction for free fall, like that, like the flight, the skydiving, dude, that generates it's like $89 for like a ticket, or by like 2 flights. Can you imagine the attraction for the suits? I mean, like, they would take that would have been something that NASA will freaking, or anybody will actually just be making money on. So I mean, do you see how that's like an issue?
No. Like, how much does the spacesuits cost? How much do the spacesuits cost? Do the people just put on the spacesuits? Like, do they have to go into a dangerous situation? They have to test the spacesuits for what, like $89? It's not monetarily feasible.
Not monetary? Are you serious?
Yeah, it's just better risking someone's life instead.
All right, let's do some math. How much does a spacesuit cost?
How much does it cost for a human being's life?
How many people have died in supposed spacewalks?
Let's divert. Okay, we're diverting now.
No question, because you're saying it's a risk of death. So how many people has died in using a spacesuit on a spacewalk?
Even the first spacewalk, those Gemini suits were able to be functioning. People survived. So my question to you is: you think it's some sort of budgetary issue that we can't have an extra spacesuit or two? You think NASA can't muster up the money to do that? That's your claim?
Yeah, that's my exact claim. Definitely not misrepresenting whatsoever.
Well, you said let's work out the numbers monetarily. So if NASA's budget doesn't have to, they don't have to worry about turning a profit, right? Their budget is not reliant upon their revenues that they're generating. They get money sent to them. They don't generate revenue from the public. They certainly can. They do it like a small portion of money that they bring in is from the public, paying them to go to the space center and all that kind of shit. But really, that's just kind of paying the salaries of the people that work there. But you're saying that somehow within NASA's immense budget, a spacesuit or two, an extra one, maybe a leftover one from the neutral buoyancy lab, like these things, NASA couldn't muster up the money to be able to have a couple of these on hand for people to.
Nah, man. Clearly, they're cheapskates. Hundreds of millions a year.
Well,
Cheapskates, dude.
it would
Fuck 'em.
depend. It depend on what you want to do with these spacesuits. Like, do you just want to put them on and be like, man, I put on the spacesuit and then I took it off and they charged me $100. Is that what you're saying?
Wow, he forgot the beginning of the conversation already.
Or are you trying to say like, now we're gonna put you in a vacuum chamber with the spacesuits on and see if you survive, and that's a ride? What's the?
Yeah, feel feel how the astronauts feel. But let's say you don't take it down.
Hold on.
You don't take it. Hold on, I'm not done.
I know
And you
but
don't take it
interjected.
down. You don't take it down to like, like the Power Force One. You take it down to like half an atmosphere.
Okay, so you have to maintain these spacesuits now so that they maintain a pressure. So that's more money than just putting it on, right? So how much does the spacesuits cost? How much does it pay people to maintain them? How many people are going to put them on? What kind of wear and tear are they expecting? And then how much money can you charge per head? Like, are you going to charge $1,000 per head? Or
what is this maintenance regiment that you're talking about? And how is it done on the ISS?
Well, we're talking about the spacesuit, right? So the spacesuit ride here on Earth, you'd have to maintain the spacesuit so that nobody died in the vacuum on your spacesuit ride, right? So that's the maintenance regiment.
What does that entail?
Well, it would be periodic maintenance of some kind to make sure that the spacesuit didn't fail after X quantity of usage.
So what do they do? What do they do on the ISS to ensure that this is being done?
I don't know.
Please speaking out of the ass.
And you're assuming that it passed the first test to begin with.
Well, you're saying like how we could make so much money on this spacesuit ride here on Earth.
I never said that we could make so
why don't
much
they just
money
do
off
it?
Yeah, why don't they do
They
it?
could charge $80 for someone to go in a vacuum in a multi-million-dollar spacesuit.
They could charge $250. They could charge $400. People would fucking do it.
I should hire you guys as my accountants.
Hey, Paradolia, check out some of those videos that just dropped in there. There's one with James May. They're only mimicking going to 70,000 feet. Look how much effort it takes to mimic flying a plane to 70,000 feet.
Do you know what my billing rate is for accounting? Do you know what I charge clients? Do you know what my billing rate is, Paradolia? Do you think you could afford me? Yeah. I don't know if you could afford me, man.
Are you like some super accountant that nobody can afford, or?
No, I just don't think you might understand how expensive it is to hire an accountant.
Probably the market rate for accountants, I'm guessing.
Market rate, sure. Yeah, I know what I charge my clients per hour.
$1 million.
It ain't cheap. No, it's
probably the general range of what other accountants charge.
Maybe. Are you trying to Google that and figure it out?
No, I'm not.
Find your authority. All I'm saying is you wouldn't be able to afford me. That's all I'm saying.
Because accountants are ridiculously expensive.
So, guys, I posted 2 pictures of suits. Which one do you think would actually protect you from any environment?
I would say the bottom one looks a little more robust.
An exosuit.
Just a little bit, huh?
Exosuit.
Yeah. It's a deep sea suit. Yeah, a real suit. What a real suit would look like if you didn't want to die. It wouldn't be made of fabric with zippers. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, it's kind of obvious.
You should have posted the Luke the Skywalker suit.
Yeah. Just look at all these different things they made for actual pressure control. Not
Did I find-
fantasy La La Land. Yeah.
Sorry, it wasn't. It was the Star. Was it the Troopers? Right? Is that what they call them?
Yeah,
I don't know, bro.
Stormtroopers. I find it funny that, that like the comment in the text where it's like, even if we had the evidence of them in a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber, flurfers would think it's fake. So you don't have the evidence. You just take it on blind belief. And you would say, even if we had evidence, you'd think it's fake. It's kind of funny.
Now that's a freaking spacesuit. Have a look at that. I want one of those, man.
That makes more sense.
or would you like one from Dicelo? Which one would you go in?
I like the Stormtrooper. I don't know personally. That's
I don't know. A Stormtrooper looks like it might actually be better equipped for space than the alleged ones that we use.
How about these ones they use now?
Pretty funny as the technology got better to go deeper underwater, then our spacesuits just look very similar for some reason.
Look at the SpaceX ones. Like, it's freaking comedy, man. Look at the boots.
You guys just don't have enough
The
faith.
boots I use when I clean my garage with pressure washer.
It's not the vacuums in space are not that big of a deal, dude.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
This should be easy to maintain. I mean, it isn't as complicated as the other ones, man.
Text chat tells you that, man. It's not that big of a deal. We're just getting a little bit of low pressure.
Or
Shouldn't be a problem.
Or the 275 degrees in the sun, negative 275 degrees in the shade thing. No big deal.
Yeah, nothing there.
Oh God, we forgot about the temperatures too. Yeah.
And nothing to do with the radiation either.
I wonder why they call it an echo chamber. I don't hear any echoes.
Because none of you guys talk when we bring up stuff like that.
It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
You guys don't have an argument. I wonder why all of you guys are programmed to say the term echo chamber.
What's going on? I mean, why do you think that is, Napalm?
That's a good question because there's so many of you that come in here on a daily basis, but then somehow it's an echo chamber.
But why
That's
do they
weird.
say that? Like, if you call a horse, maybe it's a horse. Like, why do you feel like they say it's an echo chamber if you had to steel man it?
Why do I think they say it's an echo chamber? Because that is their defense mechanism. It's called cognitive dissonance, right?
That's your intellectually honest steel man.
Yeah, it's a defense mechanism because when they get destroyed with debates, they can't handle the debate. They just say, well, you just want an echo chamber. You guys just want an echo chamber. When we tell them that you're useless to us, you're actually just here to better improve our arguments. Because just like what you have done yourself today, just better sharpens our arguments, right? Because there's people that are listening that hear you get completely destroyed when it comes to your idea of evidence, right? That these things are taking place and that, oh, well, we just tested everything without humans before we put it up there. But you have
That's
no
interesting
actual evidence for this claim at all whatsoever. And then after being silent for a while we shit on your spacesuits, then you come in with the term echo chamber and try to divert the conversation to something other than what you just got completely destroyed on.
Interesting
So I think
how
it's
we
just a tactic. It's just a tactic that you guys use to cope with the fact that you don't have any evidence for your claim, and it's just a belief.
Interesting how we take away two different things from the conversation. Isn't that
Yeah.
odd? Isn't that how
Yeah.
that can take place?
Yeah, it is odd, isn't it? It's really obvious to me. Probably, I don't know. Actually, the really good arguments in the text chat, but they're like, even if we had it, you thought it would be fake. That's a good argument for evidence. Here, let me provide the evidence. Actually, I don't have any, but if I did, you just think it's fake. My dad drives a Lamborghini, but even if I drove his Lamborghini to school, you just think it was fake, dude. So yeah, whatever.
You know what gives me dopamine? You saying that these are really good arguments.
No, we're destroying your arguments. That's what you don't understand. I don't know if Mick West told you that, or if you read that in his book.
I don't know who Nick West is.
Because when I first started listening, you literally started your argument with a logical fallacy of it, as if that was some way to argue with people or debate. To start off right off the rip with a logical fallacy.
That's his best quality, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, like, why would we care to entertain 90% of what you're saying when all you do is lead with logical fallacies? Like, it's a fallacious argument from the jump.
Which
one? The argument started too. One of your arguments was we asked, how do you test space suits before they go to space? And then you say we can we do maintenance on them and stuff to make sure before they go to space. And then we asked for the evidence, and you presented none. So it's kind of strange, don't you think?
Which of the arguments was fallacious? Can you demonstrate
your all or nothing fallacy? Your all or nothing fallacy. Where you said,
can you break that down for me?
I can find fossils, therefore, in mainstream claims about fossils, that story is true. That's what you were alluding to with your opening argument regarding the fossils.
That's a misrepresentation.
No.
No. I say so. Not a misrepresentation. Logical fallacy.
So lay out that original thought that you had again for us.
He said that fossils are fake. Essentially.
No, he didn't. Misrepresentation.
He had a all or nothing fallacy when he said that there were fake fossils of dinosaurs. Therefore, all dinosaur fossils were fake.
He never made the claim that all dinosaur fossils were fake.
He alluded to that.
No, he did not.
I disagree.
So why, when he says we find this one fossil and then we build a whole bunch of, a whole fictitious animal around this one fossil, would you think that he's saying that the fossil itself is fake? Would you say that you think it's fake just because he's saying that there's no actual evidence for the whole entire animal existing to begin with? So you're saying that even though he never said that the actual fossil was actually fake, he's saying he doesn't have to believe the story that's built around one specific fossil that has no other fossils that go along with it?
Well, the idea that they would build an entire animal off of a tooth is preposterous.
So
yeah, no shit.
Where's the evidence for the megalodon other than the teeth?
Let me Google it.
Yep, go to your scriptures and let us know.
Yeah, because I don't know anything about megalodons, so I have to Google it. Like, I'm not a megalodonologist.
So are you just going to repeat what it says there and take it as like facts? Is that your way of research? Like, you just Google it and whatever pops up there, therefore it's factual information?
Well, kind of
'Cause it
similar to like
comes
if someone
from
tells
what
me
you perceive as
they
an authoritative source.
build an entire fossil off of one tooth, right? If they're going to make that claim, they probably should back that up also, right?
Sure, yeah. So let's start with the
So
megalodon. So your claim is that there's not just the remains of teeth for this animal. And what other portions of this animal have ever been found fossilized?
I think it's preposterous to build an entire animal just off of a tooth.
That doesn't answer my question.
Yeah, no, you're making a claim that I didn't make, which I'm correcting you, which is what you do every conversation you're in.
We were talking about an animal that's been constructed solely based off of a tooth. Is the megalodon one of those? Let's go out back. Let's go out back.
No.
Come on. Come on. No, it's not. Okay, so what other portions of a megalodon have been found? Do you know?
Parts of the spine, teeth, cartilage.
How many parts of the spine did they find?
I don't know. I have to do more investigating.
Sure. Yeah, I don't even know if that's one of the creatures, right?
They found a mega.
Okay, so teeth and bite marks.
Bite marks and what?
A bone.
Yo, Tora.
Yo.
Frickin' gopher tortoise decided to dig a great. Check this out.
He dug a home by yourself.
Dude, like on my fence, like on my gate post. Hold on.
Dude, that pineapple is the best thing I've ever eaten. It's amazing. I think I'm just gonna change my whole yard into pineapples. Jeez, that stinks.
Yeah, so I looked at yesterday and I was like, why is there all this dirt? And I was like, oh shit. Yeah. So now I gotta go for tortoise resident. That's my gate. No, you cannot come back here. No.
Hopefully you don't need a permit for any building anytime soon.
Yeah, no shit. I won't. Not.
Do you guys have armadillos over there too?
Yeah.
That's what we battle with. That's so bad.
You battling with armadillo problems?
Bro, and I'm losing. It's bad, dude.
Can't you like tame those things and domesticate them and shit?
What?
I don't know.
Armadillos? No.
You need more than a BB gun, though. I know that.
I'm pretty sure there's people that have like armadillos as pets and shit.
Maybe. I mean, I know people have raccoons as pets, and this may come as no surprise to anybody here, but Right the Hand has a raccoon as a pet.
Are you
Why?
fucking kidding me?
I don't trust it. No, I'm done.
he totally has a raccoon as a pet. He's sent pictures and posted pictures before, yeah.
You know, they found like that fucking that disease associated with cats and shit. Like, there's probably something going on with raccoons, dude. I'm just saying. Is that what it's called again?
Toxoplasmosis.
Rabies.
There you go. Toxoplasma rabies.
Right the Hand has rabies. Now we're starting rumors. Right the Hand has rabies. Yeah, but the reason that sucks that I have this gopher tortoise now is because they're like a protected species in Florida. Like you can't I can't do anything. I can't mess with his burrow at all. So I have to just let it sit there. Even if my gate starts to fall over because he dug between the two posts between the fence and the gate, even if that starts to fall over, like I can't really fuck with it.
Yeah, they won't relocate them either for you. I've asked.
There's students at a local university that come out because these gopher tortoises live mainly in like our detention ponds, right? Because the ponds don't really like hold water; they just detain it for a short period of time. So yeah, they like run those things, man. There's a ton of gopher tortoises all in through there. Maybe I can convince them to. I don't know. The problem is those things are so close to my house. Even if there's no way that you can just remove the tortoise once he's dug this burrow here, he just knows where it's at.
Well, the cool
I
part
don't know,
about
man.
the gopher tortoise is they come built with their own bowl to eat turtle soup out of.
I just look at them like pets, dude. Take them in, dude.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm going to do, regardless. But I know eventually, after so many rains, that's going to affect my. Because that post for the gate is no joke. It's like it's bigger than like a 4x4 post. It's like a 8x4 or something.
Oh, you're saying they're gonna bulldoze that thing or what? The tortoise, that is. It's gonna like dig it up or something and ruin the integrity of its structural function or something.
Well, if you look at the burrow, it's dug right in between the posts for the gate and one of the fence posts.
Gotcha. Yeah, I have heard that. Like, try to keep tortoises as pets. It's like a challenge to maintain them staying in the yard because they like to fucking just dig shit up and destroy things. Pretty destructive.
Yeah, a good rain, and that could totally collapse and everything. It's ridiculous. But they also, like, I have one in my yard too. So there's a lot more, I think, because of all the building going on, that they're tearing down these woods all over the place. But he just munches all my sweet potato leaves. He just munches them, dude. They're like no leaves on my sweet potato plant.
But my point to that was like, just kind of figure out like an estimate on average of what it's going to consume within that season and just plant a little extra so that way, like, you're killing two birds with one stone. You're feeding the pet and you're fucking getting your crop, yield that you anticipated.
For sure. Plenty of sweet potato leaves to go around.
Yeah, right. It's all dependent on fucking square footage at that point, but nonetheless, fucking, you got the tortoise to begin with. I'm sure you've already kind of figured that out, but. Yeah, it's kind of like my dream one day. We'll see. I want to like terraform a fucking environment into a pearl producing jungle, if you will. That's like sustainable for the refugees, if you will, that inhabit it. Like all the wildlife and shit. Like if I was rich enough, that would be right. Like create this like this preserve type deal. That's once wasn't. Like take some some barren area that might not be like desirable and recreate it into like a lush refuge. It's definitely doable. been done before. So
I think it takes a little while too to get that, to get all the ecosystems going properly. Like, I can't remember, I watched a documentary a long time ago about these people that wanted to just naturally farm, and it took like 7 years.
nah,
And
dude,
then
you just use Miracle Grow, bro. Nah, I'm joking.
Miracle
But yeah.
Grow, dude. The Biggest Little Farm, that's the name of that documentary. Have you ever seen that?
No, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Is it good or what?
Yeah, it's a good one. It's cool because like when they had at one point like too many gophers, so then they bring on like goats and wolves onto the property, and they like did it all natural. And then after 7 years, it was just like a self maintaining, farm.
Just balanced and shit. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool, man. I think there's some people that have done it in China. There's a couple people who have done it in India. So it's definitely something to do for sure, dude. There's that guy out in the Amazon right now who's like trying to get X amount of acres fenced off to protect all the wildlife and indigenous peoples and stuff. I think they call them contactless people. They haven't
Nice.
necessarily made formal
Yeah, I haven't
contact
heard of
yet.
that.
Yeah, you can check it out on Rogan's podcast. There's a dude that's he's been down there for a while now, just like documenting all this shit. Pretty gnarly. I think they say there's like 4 acres a second wiped out, never to be seen again currently. Fires in general. And when you think about what a predominant part that plays like within our local ecosystem, it's like, it's kind of sketchy, dude. The fact that nothing's being done. Yeah, they want to talk about, this carbon footprint. That's like one of the main 5 points within this next political fucking debacle taking place here with the presidency fucking race. But yeah, bro, like a lot of this is being a lot of this weird weather and shit could be manipulated not only through technology they've created on the back end, but also these fires that have been happening, putting up enough fucking carbon into the atmosphere. Something's gonna give.
For sure, dude. I look at that all the time. The amount of damage they do is just crazy.
Still going on though, yeah. Like damage that's happened the last few years with fires in general, and then worldwide, and then current shit that's going on that's not even publicized, like the Amazon. Like, dude, that's like the heart of the next fucking medicine to like revolutionize things, and yet they're just letting it go to shit, bro. Like
Yeah,
oil, most of our
we
oil comes from the Amazon. Most of our gas that comes from the oil comes from the, like, we're just fucking raping and pillaging this place. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, I hear like out of all of the herbs and everything in the Amazon, like we only use like 2%.
You heard that we only use 2% of what's coming from there?
No, yeah, for like treatment, like for medicines, natural medicines and stuff. Like there's probably tons of different good stuff in the Amazon too, just on that aspect.
Well, a lot of it's like genericized or whatever term that is. Like they'll just mimic what's going on within that discovery.
Very true. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, synthetically, like rightfully so, because there's probably not enough to sustain, the populace's demand. But still, at the end of the day, like, I mean, fuck, we're discovering so much on a daily basis that has never been fucking seen by human eyes within that one area. Yeah, you got these fucking fires and all sorts of going on, and nothing's being done. Like, meanwhile, we're not like us per se, just global arena on the media. The media is publicizing. Yeah, fuck crazy shit.
Dude, this customer I was at today had these huge deliciosos on the side of his house by the air conditioner. It's so funny. I was thinking of you.
Nah, that's fucking rad. They were just regular ones. They weren't like variegated or nothing fancy.
No, they weren't variegated. There was one that had like half yellow leaf, but I don't think it was variegated. I think it was just, stressing.
Sun cooked and shit.
Yeah, but dude, the leaves were gigantic on these things because they're just outside. They're beautiful.
Oh yeah, they get gnarly. I think the biggest one I got right now, like 2.5 to 3 feet tall by probably about the same width. It's fucking gigantic. It's getting beaten to shit right now, but it's there. It's not potted, it's in the ground, so I'm checking and then try to like shade it. But I'm not doing that. It's not variegated, man. Just watch this one documentary on this plant sanctuary / I don't know, I guess they're calling it like the Plants Noah Ark or something rather, out in Taiwan, where they harbor over like 40,000 different species of plants, and variegation is like nothing to them because they don't want that. It's like, a frowned upon mutation. Needless to say, dude, they've got a lot of fucking money in this fucking one area, dude. Plants is pretty, dude. To see the mature versions of the plant where they're actually like flowers or fruits that you didn't think they were able to produce. So it's pretty neat. Post it if anyone's interested.
Yeah, that's sick. I'll take a look.
Cool. Let me see.
Yeah, see, that's a real freaking spacesuit. Come on.
Too funny, huh? No matter what you show them, they will still remain convinced that a suit sewn together with fabrics can hold pressure. It's unbelievable. No matter what I show them, tests and vacuum, talk to them about O-rings that they have to be metal, goes in one ear, out the other. It's fun to watch.
I love how you said they don't have the spacesuits for Artemis yet, and Blue goes, "Well, have they gone on the moon yet with Artemis? And didn't they send like something like some dummy up there with a suit on or something?"
Yeah. They sent a dummy, but I don't think it had a suit on. I can't recall.
Yeah, no need to test the suit, the year before when no lives are at stake.
Yeah. And Ollie has diving suit, space suit, all the same thing. Yeah, we know they're not the same thing. But we know one can hold pressure and the other one absolutely cannot.
The Earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness. That's the truth.
Yeah. Check this one out. This is an old one.
And we had Freemasonic astronauts, whatever. Freemasonic not actors, maybe, heading to the moon and back, making a perfectly looking penis route, or whatever you want to call it. Or it just looks like a phallus. Somehow also corresponding to the Masonic structures and construction sites they have built upon the plane that uses a lot of phallus symbols. Kind of weird, isn't it? Only coincidence, though.
You mean the obelisk?
Yeah, the obelisk. But yeah. Men were definitely on the moon, 100%. No question. We didn't go there because we did go there. Well, it didn't happen because it happened. But I would go to the moon in a nanosecond. But we destroyed that technology. And it's a painful process to build it back again. Famous Masonic words. And by the way, if you achieve to go to the moon and come back, make sure to look as sad as possible. Because that just proves that you're very exhausted from all the moon mission stuff. And,
Like your dog just died.
No. That's your misinterpretation of their facial features. They're actually very, very happy. They did something no other human ever in the history of evolution, Masonic evolution, has done. So that's why, it's just, like everything in space and the logic behind it, just you need to think the opposite is makes it true, kind of, right? So like not smiling is happiness, and like smiling is unhappiness, kind of this logic. Then it's true. Does that make sense?
Oh, perfect.
It needs to make sense, right? If it wouldn't make sense, we would have artificial sense that wouldn't make sense.
Just remember to stare at the desktop, look down, and be very, very careful with what you say.
Yeah.
Don't you dare celebrate.
And if you're very much Masonic, you're just gonna in the future open up multiple private space agencies, or so-called private space agencies, and you will just show them the same CGI pictures all over again. or you don't even give them live pictures. That's even better. It's definitely not a Ponzi scheme of endless, we're gonna need more money from your wallet to explore something that doesn't exist scheme. No. Who would ever come up with that? No, we gotta go to the moon and build a new Earth and the Mars and beyond. Yeah, definitely real, 100%.
I like the sarcastic play on the seal. He's pretty funny.
The Messiah will definitely not come back, and it will definitely not make it look like an alien invasion. And still then people will not repent, because they think the aliens are just joking when they say, repent because the day is close. You're gonna get burned up and so forth. It's just the aliens talking nonsense. Or the chariots, which look like UFOs, but people have been indoctrinated to believe it's an alien invasion. But the deception is very big. It's a very demonic deception. Some people will never realize that they have a creator until they stand before him. Why that is the case, that's up on the creator. I don't know. But funny enough, the man who went to the moon, right? They definitely believe that there's a god. Which god is up to debate, but otherwise it couldn't be part of a Masonic lodge. So, the funny thing about this is that people use things like this to disprove that something like God exists. Simultaneously, while they cheer the people up who actually are all part of a group that only believes that there is a creator. But yeah, who cares, right? I mean, they believe Lucifer is their creator, but at least that's what the high-ranked people know.
I hate to ruin the film for you, but newsflash.
The Earth is a ball?
God wins.
Oh yeah, right. He has already won, right? Since he established all of it. No, there's nothing to lose or win for him.
Well, some people's minds just work differently. I don't understand it, but they seem to think that being on the losing side is a win.
Well, every sleep gotta end at some point, right? No matter what you do. At some point, every little sleep you have in life, or long sleep, will have an end and you're gonna wake up. Sometimes it's a rude awakening, sometimes it's a nice awakening. But we literally can't run away from the truth. We know this as childs, okay? If you look at childhood, it's a perfect example. If you did something that your parents said you shouldn't do, and it was even if it was just a small thing, and you keep on lying about it, trust me, we all have experienced that at some point, for some reason, even though we try to cover up the very thing we have done, and try to cover up, and the funny thing is, at some point, it will just come out. How many times did that happen in somebody's childhood? For me, it happened a lot. Because you can't suppress the truth. The truth will always win. Will always come to the surface. No matter how long you're gonna suppress it.
Yeah, look at us now.
Yeah. It says in Luke 8:17, no one lights a lamp and covers it with a jar or puts it under a bed. Instead, he sets it on a stand so those who enter can see the light. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be made known and brought to light. Nothing concealed that will not be made known and brought to the light.
Anyway, moving on.
Yes.
Thanks, Gray. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you too, man. Much love, man. Life is amazing. Such a precious gift.
Hey, what does German mean in German?
Deutsch.
What does Deutsch mean?
Doesn't it mean Germanic?
It means German.
No, I mean what?
So we go around in circles.
What?
Can I get up? What?
No, I mean like, what do the words mean when you break them down?
Deutsch?
Sauerkraut.
Well, Deutsch. There's another word in Deutsch which is called deutlich. So in the word that describes us Deutsche, yeah, Germans, Deutsche, The word deutlich means precise. Deutlich. Deutsch. So the German language is a precise language because
Where'd the word
Hmm?
where'd the word douche come from? Is that like related to Deutsch? Like
No.
Deutsch, douche?
No. But
Okay.
But yeah, German is a very precise language. That's why we have a word in German which for precise means deutlich, and you have the same when you say Deutsch, because Deutsch ist deutlich. German ist precise.
So by the way, the douche, right? That in German is like wash or shower or something. And
Or
a
Dusche.
slang term for
Yeah.
homosexuals in German can be Warmdusche.
I know Warmdusche it's more like
Warmduschen die Boot.
Warmdusche is more like you're like sensible, you know.
Sensible? I thought it was like, yeah, slang term for a male homosexual, but maybe not.
So wash is douche.
Dusche. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Like the thing you go in, the shower is a Dusche.
So clean. So Deutsche. Huh?
Deutliches Deutsch Dusche. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You got me looking up the term German or whatever, and the English they say like the English noun German, as in like well, forgive me, the etymology means genuine and of the same parents. So, the idea that the English called those people German kind of indicates from the same lineage, is what I'm getting out of it. Because it's from the English context, in the sense that's where the word comes from, is the idea that there are brothers or from the same. It's interesting.
Yeah. Germany is a very interesting country. If you think about all the Western technologies, so-called blessings, for us to have very
Well,
civilized.
you know what, too? If you think of the idea of how the Germans were not conquered, let's say, by the Italians. And England has always kind of been a representative, somewhat anyway. They were always kind of adversarial to the Pope, to the Latin, which is kind of interesting that maybe they it's just interesting that they would have been together in that sense against.
What is interesting is how many of the royal bloodlines lead back to Germany. You know, many of the so-called, I don't believe that they're royal bloodlines. I'm just, using it as a description or to describe it. Well, what we know is that there are certain families in power, right? But they have lots of them go back to German ancestry.
Isn't it like the Habsburgs and stuff like that? Like there's a bunch of German.
Also the British family, you know.
Yeah. Yep. The Windsors, right? They changed their name or something.
I mean, the Rockefeller, the Rothschilds, it just all goes back to Germany. You know, many of the US president bloodlines, like Donald Trump also has German family. Actually, not far from where I live is where he comes from originally. So it's kind of weird how, many important things about history and technology and so it just all points to Germany, and it's just weird if you compare it to the size of what Germany is.
The first time that what's crazy to me is Germany, like the IBM, like the first use of computers to do statistics was done in Germany. You know that?
Well, the computer was invented in Germany.
Well, what's fucked up is that the statistics they were using were actually, that's why it was the Holocaust. IBM was the companies who created, like Warburg and the people who eventually created IBM. The first fucking statistics computers were doing the concentration camps, and that's what those tattoos were for. The tattoo was for this tabulator.
Crazy! I didn't know that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the Germans. Like the Germans.
Like, you think that like people would put it together? Maybe like the first thing we really used computers for, like effectively, was like statistics, and that's like the first thing they used was like in the Holocaust. And now everybody wants to go jump on the digital currency, which is the new version of statistics. Like, you know what I mean?
I get it, yeah.
It's like the digital version of, the statistical quantum computers or some shit. You ever heard of a dude on YouTube used to be called Visigoth?
No.
Oh man, he had some great because the Visigoths were like the Goths, right? That was the Germans, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure. I'm not 100% smart about history.
That's all good. Yeah, there's a dude. I used to have a YouTube channel. He used to talk about law, talk about all kinds of shit. But his channel name was Visigoth.
Okay.
You guys see Eddie Bravo? I guess was on the Fight Companion for Rogan. And they were like, "Come on, give us the conspiracy theories," and he's like, "No, fuck off," basically. Any of you guys watch those fights? You guys got to get out more, man.
I went to a nice Brazilian restaurant the other day. They had 14 different kind of meats that they were bringing in the table, one by
Dude,
one.
I've been to those, bro. Is that not the
Oh
greatest shit in
man!
the world, bro? I love those fucking meals.
Oh
dude.
man!
Oh my god, with like pineapples and shit. You're like, oh my god, who thought to do that?
Bro, I made a mistake from getting too much meat in the beginning. You got to take it easy. You got to take one or two
yeah,
pieces.
bro. Fucking right, you do.
Yeah, talk about going out. You made me remember that.
Yeah, all that Portuguese. It's all that Portuguese stuff, right? Because that's their deal over there in Brazil.
Yeah.
Fucking
What
sweet.
they do is they have all their meats in a skewer, in a shish kebab, right? Like Greek shish, like souvlaki, right? But picture a big one, and all the meats are there, and they bring the whole meat to the table, and they cut it right there on the table. Oh man, was that good!
Dude, and like people just walking around with shit, handing you food. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, literally every 2-3 minutes, a waiter comes by with a shish kebab, saying, "You want some? You want some?" Yeah, dude, we couldn't have dessert. That's how full we were. None of us had dessert. First time ever.
Yeah, dude, that's some fucking king shit. I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there should be restaurants like that where everyone's at. Brazilian, what do they call it? I guess Brazilian meat restaurant.
I've heard like
The best way to describe it.
Yeah, get the name. There's a name that's like it's in Brazilian barbecue. I don't even know. I forget what the fuck it was.
Come in the VC, Terry Tibbs, like I've told you 100 times today, and we'll discuss what Sigma means and everything. Don't be a text troll, bro.
Oh yeah, North. You up in here? Yeah, North fucking Jake Paul won decision. Actually dropped Diaz too in like the 5th round or something. Or I forget what round. But then Diaz was kinda coming back, man. Like if he had another 5 rounds, he might have gotten him, but that's 10 rounds is pretty rock and roll.
I just started watching a bit of it, man. I'm so disappointed. I mean,
Nah, man. No, you can't be, dude. Because it's like it's boxing. Boxing is a completely different thing. And like Jake Paul is like fucking. The thing is, over the last couple of years, I even said it before the fight. I was like, dude, the kid's done nothing but surround himself with great trainers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You do that fucking shit, you're gonna be good. And dude, he hits hard. Hits
it doesn't.
hard.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Nate was, putting all his effort into it. I mean, to me, that's just what it seems like. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if he was lacking or what was going on there. To me, it kind of looked like high school.
Oh yeah, no, it's a total shit show. But I mean, yeah, I just think it was a fun little fight. I thought anyway. I heard they might fight MMA, which would be pretty cool too. It's nice, and the only positive thing I really think that comes out of all the shit show is that like I remember when Jake Paul first started boxing, my cousin hit me up and was like, "I want to learn how to box," and blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? And it was like he got into boxing, and now he runs, and he fucking, you know what I mean? Like he's healthy as fuck because of it. It's good in that way. It's like any martial art's going to teach you discipline, which is going to be good. You see the Corey Sandhagen fight? I don't know if you watch UFC.
Oh hell yeah, my boy Corey did fucking great. I know all the crowd was booing, but dude, he did that man a great service by not breaking his fucking skull and just holding him down to the mat for 5 rounds.
Well, I heard he fucking tore like a bicep or a tricep in the 2nd round or the 1st round. So he was like operating on a fucking broke. You know what I mean? Like, and I mean, I'm a huge fan, and I'm a fan of Rob Font too, man. But what do you call it? But yeah, that was good. I mean, it was a good fight. He did his job, fucking held it down. And Rob Font was tricky on the ground, but yo, do you listen to the Weasel?
Rob Font's problem was that he had a
the Weasel podcast. Forgive me for interrupting. I was just curious if you listened to the Weasel. I don't know if you ever heard of him. He broke down the fight so perfectly. Rob Font was just getting taken down, and he had no defense for it. But yeah, it was a great fight.
Yeah, my buddies in college trained with Corey, and so
no shit, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, his fights are a big deal when I go to my buddy's house. So we were all over there last night rooting for him.
Fuck yeah, dude! Oh, that's really cool. I got a couple of dudes that used to fight in Bellator, and it was like that. That's awesome.
Does anyone know if Nate Diaz won against Logan Paul? I haven't looked it up this morning.
No, we were just talking about it. Diaz got beat. Jake Paul
no way.
Well, not like I mean, dude, I'll tell you, watch the fight. It's a fun fight, but Diaz got outboxed.
Okay, well, hey man.
Yeah.
Hey, look.
Hey, dude. Hey, check it. Hold up, real quick, Ali. Paul dropped him too, with a fucking check left hook, dude. Fucking slick.
I mean, I don't know. That doesn't even sound real to me.
Well, I'm telling you, man. The kid. This is what I was telling him. I don't know. The kid surrounded himself with really good boxing trainers, dude. He's an athletic kid. He fucking hits hard. So I don't know.
Yeah, Nate can hit too, but I mean, it was like he was holding back, man. Even more so than he does in UFC. I mean, you know how he sets it up.
an exhibition. He got paid to fucking lose.
Yeah, that's the way I feel about it. And there might be
I'm
a
not gonna
rematch.
get all conspiracy about it. I'm just saying, like, I think, dude, Jake Paul's just fucking. He surrounded himself with good boxers, and he's a boxer. You know what I mean? Like, boxing is boxing. You know, I just
But
think.
look at
We're going.
yeah. But bro, look at Nate. I mean, he can throw harder punches than he was throwing. He's throwing harder punches in MMA than he did in that fight with Jake.
Right,
And I
but
would say, I mean, he does, throw that slap out, throw the jab out, and try to set it up for the next thing in MMA. But he wasn't even putting any power behind a lot of these things, man. Was he thinking he was
no,
going to
but
win
dude,
by points or
that is
something?
their style, though. That is their style. If you look up Nick and Nate's style, their style has always been pitter patter shots and and then when they start to wilt from how busy they keep them, that's when they start muscling it. They do it every time, and like he started to do it around about the end of the fight, and actually started getting good in the later rounds but then he started like turning his back to Logan Paul or Nate, whatever the fuck his name is, and then you know what I mean. It was just got a little bit showy. But he did that in a fucking match with Leon Edwards when he could have put him out and possibly fought for the belt. He just does that. I don't fucking know. But you could say it's gimmicky and you could say it's like Caesar Gracie circus. I don't know. But, I don't know.
He is a bit of a badass.
Oh, I love those two. I was a fan of fucking Nate Diaz back in Strikeforce when he was like, fuck you, George.
Yeah, I used to train with Crone Gracie, so I kind of know
way. No
a lot of these. Not like know them personally, but like I've been in the same room with some of them. And
Oh shit, bro. I'm a huge fan of Crone.
oh, you like Crone? He's a good guy. He was just a couple of years older than me in school.
Fucking no shit, bro. I fucking oh yeah, I'm a huge fan. Fucking fan of his dad, obviously. But
Dude, he's got the craziest like fucking Valley Tudo stories from his dad, Hickson.
I can only imagine, dude. Those dudes
I just got chills thinking about it. Is dude, like imagine your dad is fucking Hickson Gracie. You're at the bar with your dad. You're like 19. You're trying to pick up bitches, and your dad is like pulling all your women like fucking right out from under you because he's fucking Hickson Gracie. Can you imagine growing up like that? Not to mention your older brother, rest in peace. You're like living in this shadow of like this beautiful young man who was fucking murdered. Like dude, the dynamics in that family are so intense. Oh man, I love the Gracies. Big shout out.
Yeah, I never did like too hardcore like great. Never did like Gracie jiu-jitsu. The only time I ever went into a fucking Gracie school, they beat the shit out of me, dude. And I was like, what the fuck? And
who was the teacher?
I don't know. It's down in Jersey. But this was early on, and plus I went in there with some fucking dudes that were scrappers. I was just, I don't know what it was I walked into, man, really, but it was fucking pretty ruthless. And fucking, but later, like I got into like sambo and like because I wrestled and shit. So, but yeah, I never rolled with like a Gracie school,
Speak
like a
at
picture of
about shoutouts. What up, Platypus? Good to see you, man. And Issa, you freaking legend. Globers go home, baby.
What's up, nigga? How you doing, brother?
Who's that? Who that? I didn't recognize your voice.
The more, man. The more.
Oh, Thor, what's good, my boy? You still over there, just a little south of me, or what?
Nah. I mean, Carlsbad.
Oh, okay. Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
Dude, we got to catch up pretty soon. I might be moving.
Where are you heading to? Are you still in Mexico? Last I heard, you were heading.
No, I'm still in SoCal right now, but I might be going to just like little west of Bakersfield.
Now, what the hell is going to take you anywhere near Bakersfield?
Well, I'm being a little vague on purpose. We'll catch up.
Opportunity knocking. That's the only way, right? Because Bakersfield, you just don't point to Bakersfield and say, "Yeah, I want to go there."
Man, you know me. I always got a plan.
There you go. Keep working. So, Issa, what you geeking out on these days?
Too much, man. Just fucking been chilling. Just watching the fucking political show?
Oh no, you're not caught up in that clown show.
Well, I mean, like, what am I geeking on? That I'm into a little bit, because I'm love watching the dynamics of it all. But other than that,
I've been geeking on Anatoly Fomenko and fabricated history. And this guy David Ewing Jr. You see these guys?
I haven't. But it's weird. I feel like I got tired of all that. You know what I mean, if that makes sense. Just learning about. But I haven't checked it. Maybe that'll fucking respark it. Who's the dude?
Anatoly Fomenko is the Russian math professor that wrote books on the fabrication of history, and then David Ewing Jr. is a guy that just popped up recently, and he's sort of going into that work.
I feel like I've heard of the first cat, but I haven't delved into it enough to be like totally all about it.
Yeah, history is one of those tricky ones, right? Because we know they're lying about everything, but how are you going to prove what's true? It's really fucking hard. You weren't there. You're taking paperwork, or anybody could write a book at any point, and you'll never know when it was made, or where it was made, or how it was made.
Yeah, that's why
I think it's very.
Oh, go on.
Go ahead. No. You go, please.
Oh no, I was just gonna kind of reiterate. It's like it's weird because like my quest in history was so relevant to like my understanding of trying to understand like law, etc. And then once like I got like the pertinent parts of the historic matters that I was really interested in, it's kind of like like the whole idea that there was like lost cities of whatever and all the whatever. Like it's almost like I'm like of course there was. You know what I mean? Like of course we're older than fucking 26,000 years because we had to fucking check for the cycle, make sure it worked. I don't know. Like, I just think there's like, but there's no telling. You know what I mean? I think anyone, you might as well write a romance novel if you're going to write about history. You know what I mean, bro?
Yeah.
You might as well fucking like, just make the yarn fucking glorious. Whereas like the kind of intricate history that I got to, get into with like law and shit, like the way I feel about like the fucking revolution and shit like that. And like that kind of shit fascinated me because I thought it was practical. But when you get into like, the mud floods and the fucking Tartarian fucking civilizations that used electricity from spires, like, I don't know.
Yeah, like I knew that Tartarian narrative and mud flood was, that's a bit stretch for me. You guys are
right.
But the same title heading, has a little something in it, and I was like, okay, these guys are talking about something different other than this Tartaria stuff. Ancient Greece, ancient Rome, ancient Egypt, all fabricated. Okay, let's see. These kinds of things.
Yeah. I dig like hey man, I'm of like the theory they put Egypt together in the 1800s as far as I know, man. Like Barnum and Bailey. You know what I mean? Barnum and Bailey, fucking, the circus, the World Fair, like,
A giant tourist trap, right?
You know what I'm saying? Right.
Mound of dirt and get the tourists here.
Yeah, dinosaurs, the fucking, all the quote unquote like philanthropic institutions that preserve dinosaur bones. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, I just don't fucking buy any of it practically anymore. But at the same time, with that being said, and when you know that you can't necessarily identify what's going on, you have to not. I think that's where the whole moral compass, that's where the whole subject of law is so important to me, because when you have that moral intellectual compass, you understand what to, the position of no position. So therefore, you're in, you're almost like, beyond reproach because you don't have a position outwardly. Do you know what I mean? And I don't know what that is or what the fuck relevance it is, but to me, it's really highly important and or intricately involved in all this. And therefore, when it comes to something like law, or I mean, like for instance, history, it's like, that's nice. Again, like I feel like it's more of a romance novel. You know what I mean? It's like you're, some Zachariah Sitchin-esque with like a new flavor of the day, flat Earth theory. Even like I don't know. I'm like, oh man, It doesn't intrigue. That's why I said like the political shit intrigues me because what I think we're watching is the normies. Like for all of us who've like explored the like perimeters of all these intricate knowledge and like we're not blown away by the idea that even the fucking pyramids might be fake. Like when that doesn't blow you away anymore, you know what I mean? Like for me, the real interesting thing is watching normies adapt to the influx of this information. And that's what we have to.
The UFO agenda. You keep it.
That's it. And I love. And dude, think about it. Everybody's like, "Yeah, that's nice. We want to see the Epstein list." Like nobody gives a shit about the fucking. Like we're winning completely. Like the logic and truth is there, in my estimates. It's just about how it plays out in the grander scheme of things. It's like if you're at a party or if you're at like a. You're somewhere where you're like in the right setting to sit. Like that you're in the right position, and you watch other people who don't know try to figure it out. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that's how I feel in a certain sense. And I'm sure all of us kind of feel like that, or anyone from any certain position or vantage point of their own experience thinks they're right and they got a beat on everything. But that's just like, it doesn't intrigue me. Like I'm more interested in the political thing for that reason.
You're like, what's next? We just had.
Well, what's next with society?
Aliens coming. Let's go.
Right. I mean, like it's like, it was cool. I heard Eddie Bravo on Rogan Fight fucking Companion or whatever, or a little clip of it made it to YouTube, and I saw it, and it was just cool because he was all like, yeah, sure, they saw what they saw, but it was probably holograms and fucking government fucking drones, and you know what I mean? It's like and people are onto that, and people know, and I think that's gonna it's like they're coming into the room like, yeah, look at this cool thing, and like there's 3 people that are gonna be like, whoa, and the rest of everybody else is like, yeah, that's some bullshit, and that's what's gonna happen repeatedly and over again, and I'm just gonna continue to try to
ask these guys the other night, what's the best evidence you got for this alien stuff? And they obviously brought up the so-called declassified footage from the Navy or whatever. I'm like, okay, so you got white dots on screen. That's the best you got? Like, you got a couple of white dots, bro. Like, really? So yeah, it's amazing how far these stories can go with such poor amount of so-called evidence or proof, right? That they just run it with it. Well, let's go.
Even it's interesting. Well, I think it's gonna be interesting.
Your mic's back.
I think it's gonna be interesting. Is like the flip of things in the sense that, like, think about it. Like, there's some congressman that just made testimony about how this whole Russia collusion thing, right? And they're gonna bring it right back to that, and they're gonna fucking there's like 51 fucking military people that vouched for it, or intelligence guys that vouched for it, and all those people are gonna have to be brought before the fucking Congress to testify, hopefully. And like this is going to be intriguing because you know what I mean. This is like I just think it's interesting, man. I'm fascinated with this show. That's what
script writers are entertaining you. That's good to hear.
Yeah, that's it, man. It's working. I'm like, yay, this is great.
It's not even script writers anymore, bro. I swear they're just using the AI to like get their script. They're like the AI is like oh yeah, and then Donald Trump should go to jail, and there he'll write a book called The Art of My Struggle. And then he comes out and starts World War III. Watch. That would be a good movie.
Well, I think this is the reason that I'm kind of vested in, clutching my popcorn, is the idea of that I've always talked about how the national debt thing kind of plays out, and that's where I feel like that's why I'm vested in it, because I'm like, wait a minute, this is interesting, like, because I'm of the opinion like. There's these 3 terms of 70-year contracts. I'm not going to belabor the point, but the idea is there has to be this jubilee, this discharge of the national debt. And because people generally do not want to embrace the idea that they are the creditor in the relationship and they have the right to discharge debt, they have to do this big production. And the big production is everyone thinks China owns the national debt. Over the last 2 years, there's been a fucking whatever. They're going to have to blame them. They're going to fucking release all the debt, and they're going to discharge it in that manner, in this play. And I'm fascinated by it because I think that's it has to happen.
Well, we're sort of into fairy tale numbers now, right? I mean, with the national debt number, it's like an incomprehensible number. I would almost
that's the thing to me.
More money that's in in circulation, right? They probably
Well, that's but that's to our benefit. Well, our problem is that we've, I think, mistaken the idea that we owe that debt. The problem is if you identify exclusively as a U.S. citizen, then you will be the person who owes that debt. However, there's like this intellectual distinction between the two, between you and the concept of what is a citizen, even legally, traditionally, biblically, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's like, I know it's funny. I was thinking, because I wanted to bring this up talking to Christians about laws, that like it was like, and actually it was Pillbox who was talking about it. It was Isaiah 9. You know what I mean? Like, and he was born, like God gave his son, and the government would rest on his shoulders. And like, I think the government rests on his shoulders, and you have to trust in him, i.e., be the priority security interest holder, of a citizen versus being the citizen. But I'm about to get busy for a second. Hold on.
No worries. That's another thing that Flamenco and Ewing Jr. brought up that I thought was pretty interesting was putting the Abrahamic religion's context into the Middle Ages. They said, "Oh no, it's 1,000 years earlier. It's only 600 years ago or whatever." Wow, like that changes quite a bit as far as the context goes. They put the location in Europe. I thought that was interesting too.
I'm reading that Isaiah 9, it's like Isaiah 9:6. For unto us a child is born, yada yada, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace.
So what government are they talking about at that stage, right? Like, if you're talking 2,000 years ago or 1,500 years ago, what's the difference? It doesn't matter. What government was there? Wasn't there only monarchy?
So the word that's used is Misra, which means empire. It comes from the root Hebrew word Sarah, which is to prevail or to have power. So Sarah is to prevail or to have power. Misra is empire. So he's talking about, it's basically saying that this child is born unto us, a son given, and the empire shall be upon his shoulder. So if you think about it, I mean, Jesus was executed by the government. It was a government-sanctioned murder.
For freedom of
Maybe
speech.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't help
So there was an
myself.
old world order.
I had to comment on this. So I do believe that all institutions in heaven and on earth are appointed by the Most High Yah. He is sovereign over all things. And every ruler, according to multiple scriptures, there's at least half a dozen scriptures corroborating the idea that all judges, all rulers are appointed by Yah. So every governor of every principality, municipality, the whole faculty from the ground up, whether you realize it or not, even Biden himself, as much as he is a buffoon and the election was rigged, at the end of the day, these are all mechanisms of his divine will and sovereignty over all things.
But this isn't the context of this when you're reading in Isaiah 9, 6, and 7. It goes into detail about what government it's speaking of. Verse 7 tells you of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end. Now he comes to put an end to all kingdoms and governments upon the earth and establish his own. Upon the throne of David and upon his kingdom, to order it and to establish it with judgment and with justice from henceforth forever. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this. Doesn't mean it's already happening. This increase of his government shall happen, and the government that he has will be upon his shoulders, and he will destroy all other governments. So the context is not the existing government shall be upon his shoulders.
Well, I'll tell you what, how about
Is his government that he will establish and sit upon his throne and put down all other thrones, which is what the text says.
Well, you can take it however you like, man. However, from what I've gathered and understanding of some of the stuff here in law, it's like this idea of like, we're not coming to the courts, let's say, in Christ's name. We're not coming to the courts, let's say, in a certain way that would be godly, in a certain way. You know what I mean? We're coming to the courts as like the citizen. And I think it's interesting at the bottom of the glass of law when you recognize that even law understands that you're a spirit that lives in a body. That's why it's like, in essence, the lessons of the Christ are what will get you through, even in matters as practical as law, which is fascinating to me.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree in a sense that what you're saying is true. And the word here is to increase, and it shall be done. As if it's not already done in completion, but it shall be done and it shall be established. And those words are used in that context. And it's for his throne and his government, not for all governments, but for his. And I understand, I agree a lot with you, Isa or Issa, however you want me to say it, that, there's certain ways to answer when you're in the court system. And I understand, like Paul, when he was brought up before these people, and he said, hey, he pointed out, some of you believe this, but the others believe this. So he turned them against each other. I know all of these things. I get that kind of application that you're speaking of. I fully understand that. But when you're looking at things like this, we have to look at the context of what's being said. Is it one government? Is it his government that he's going to establish and put down all others? Or is he speaking about all governments in general? And when we go into the text, we see that it's his government and it's his throne that he's going to sit upon, and he's going to establish it, and it's going to be forevermore, and all other kingdoms will be, thrown down or done away with.
I think that means I look at it almost like in a case by case basis. Like, you know what I mean? Like the idea that when you come under the name and the fucking grace and all the rest of it, correct, then yeah, no government can stand before you because you've discharged the financial encumbrance, you've handled the moral responsibilities, the paperwork is done, there's a motion and an order already in the fucking docket, everything is correct. And in that sense, done right with the proper process of service, like you can walk through. And that's what I think right. That, like, it's like by case basis, no matter what government, if you can have them show cause that the matter hasn't already been set off.
I mean, on a philosophical level, though, it can always also become tyrannical, and your rights as a human won't necessarily be applied.
Well, like,
your
let's
protections
hold
that
on.
are given by Yah.
Let me break down some of your language, man.
Sure.
When you say human, what do you mean? Because remember in law, remember when you speak in front of a stenographer, it's like carving it into rock. So, when you use these terms, like, let's say, like, when you say human, what do you mean? All right, let me ask you a question. Are you a human
being?
So would you identify as a human being?
I understand. I mean, there's a legalese that is involved in the court scene, but we don't have to go on that route. I'm just saying that.
Right, but why not use the finest of language? Why not use the finest of language always?
All right, so in that case, it would be Adamim. So in the Hebrew, it would be, mankind.
Well, I mean, let's say in English then.
Mankind. I'm part of mankind.
Right. Yeah. Well, how would you? Are you an individual? How would you identify? I just mean it in the sense of let us be wise about our words, because when we say you're being a good human being, that's a wild statement in a lot of ways. Do you know what I mean?
I'm not mankind. I'm not one of them, no doubt.
Well, no, mankind is cool because mankind implies that you're a man, and a man in law.
You're
A man in law.
the criminals and all the other bad people on earth. So
Regardless, it's the idea of but then don't paint the words and the connotations of the wicked. You know what I mean? These words it's like music has notes and shit, and people abuse them. You know what I mean? But the music and the notes are still righteous and holy at times. So these things, we can't let them have. What they try to do is poo-poo our victory. You know what I mean? They try to dispel the notion that you've got a victory. And I think when you're sure, when you're when your claims are correct, you know what I mean, everything is in proper order. Again, the government rests upon his shoulders. Even the judges have to bow down. All knees shall bow down. All they have the Bible in there, in America anyway.
So
the United States.
It's funny that you bring that up. So let's say you get summoned to court, right? Or let's say that the government was extremely tyrannical and they were just taking people, persecuting people for their beliefs, beheading people for their beliefs. And don't act like this is too far-fetched, because this has happened many times in history. So the scriptures are clear that when this happens, there's a time and a place for you to submit yourself to the authorities. And the scriptures are clear on this. That we are to submit ourselves to the authorities.
But here's the right. I mean, granted, there's a time and a place, man. But like, you know, and I understand what you mean, and I agree with you in a sense like this. But it's like, you know, but there's also this concept that there is this rule of law, and I think as even like AI comes into play, and I've said this before, AI is going to be your best friend if you know the law. You know what I mean? Because the AI is going to be like, oh wait, nope, can't do that. Got to dismiss that. Can't do that. That's a technicality. Boom, boom, boom. They're going to know better than whatever. The problem is that we don't know how to set ourselves up through their ignorance, i.e., request the genuine accusatory charging instrument. And if none was given to you, then wouldn't that be a deprivation of rights under the color of law? And if there's a deprivation of rights under the color of law, how can they move forward on a case against you?
Let me ask you something, right? If the government came against us for being flat earthers and we were held at the stand and we were asked, do you really believe that the earth is flat? And if you said yes, you would be put to death. Would you still concede that the earth is flat in front of a public stand?
You want to know what I would say? I'd say, Your Honor, I'd love to answer your question so long as you could provide me with a genuine accusatory charging instrument for my inspection. Upon proof of claim, the failure to provide that instrument wouldn't be a denial of equal protection due process of law, and you might be hung for barratry.
Damn.
Okay, because like I'm not talking about like it's like this, dude. It's like, you know, I've said before. It's like, you know, let's say you have a child and you're teaching them about flat Earth at home, and the fucking principal calls you into the school, and fucking let's say I'm gonna ask you this question, and just keep it brief, man. Fucking like, if a principal comes in, you know, talking about, hey, man, your fucking student or your child was talking about flat Earth today in class, and I want to know, like, are you a flat earther, and are you teaching your child flat Earth? And I just want to let you know this is being recorded. What would be your answer?
Dude, you're gonna have to.
It's none of your business.
Well, again, you don't want to go negative, just as a principle on, like, you know, on the idea of teaching the nuance of this, right? You don't want to ever say no. So you don't want to say none of your business, this kind of that. But you might say, excuse me, are you trying to tell me what I can or can't teach my child at my house? That's my question. And I'm glad it's being recorded, because wouldn't you be overstepping your fucking, you know, your rights as the principal of the school to try to tell me what I can do in my own house, sir? How about you owe me 10 grand for making that arching step you've just made? How about how about you accept to a $10,000 penalty and I won't sue the school for hiring you?
Issa, I know you're intelligent, man. I can tell you're intelligent, and I can tell you can comprehend when you're reading something, right? So I just want to. I'm kind of questioning you in a way here, and I'm trying to address something that I think you're wrong about. So please just bear with me. So if you're taking a text that is an existing text and you're trying to support your ideology and your knowledge of what you know about law, and you're going to the text, but you don't consider what the context is, you just take certain words out. For instance, for unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder. Doesn't tell you exactly when. Now let's go a little further. And his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government, one government, there shall be no end. Upon the throne of David, not any other throne, not anywhere else, the throne of David, and upon his kingdom, again we have his kingdom, one kingdom, to order it being one kingdom, and to establish it being one kingdom, his kingdom, with judgment and with justice from henceforth even forevermore. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this. When will he perform this? When will this happen? And then we go to the text and we see that the text, the same text we're reading, says that that will happen when he comes back to sit on his throne of glory. When every eye sees him, and those who pierced him behold him, and he comes back with all his holy angels, then he will sit upon his throne of glory and rule from his government or his kingdom, and it'll increase and it'll never be done away with. That's the context. So I want you not to I want you to consider the text more so when you're trying to relate it to your knowledge of the law and how it, how it relates.
I mean, like, let's say, like, as far as like the King James version goes, and like, let's say, like, or like, take like the Pope, right? The Pope is considered to be historically like what people call the vicar of Christ, right? Right? Am I wrong? Am I still there?
That's Latin for Christ
Historically, by
replacement.
some people, historically maybe, but we're talking about. It doesn't matter if you're reading the King James.
Well,
If we go back
hold on
to
a second.
if we go back
Let's say
to the
like,
Hebrew, if we go back to the Hebrew and we look at the original text, it's going to tell you the same thing. This is His kingdom, and it shall be done. And there is a time period when it's done, and this is supported by the Hebrew and the Greek. So I mean,
right.
yeah.
So, but in like, in nowadays times, like, let's say like the Pope and them have kind of like owned the Bible for the last, let's say, 1,000 years. Everyone kind of considers them like for instance, like, let's consider the Inquisition, the historical fact, or like the idea that, like, this yeah, I don't know, this group of people have claimed this book and claimed that they are the vicars of Christ, and the idea that this lineage goes all the way back to very ancient times, right, and even into the Roman time, pre whatever, like that this one government potentially has existed over time for a very long time, and that it's at its roots the Christ still has it at its shoulder. If one knows how to draw upon the knowledge of the Christ, one can decipher and walk through their little codes and understand what they're trying to do, and show them that they have no jurisdiction by your actions, not by arguing jurisdiction.
Well, this is Hebrew, right? And you're speaking of a Roman. So I'm talking about there. We're reading the prophet Isaiah, right? This is an Israelite, and there's a child born unto who? Unto the Romans,
Yeah,
or
I'm just saying, like, the
unto
Romans
the
have
nation of
adopted.
Israel? Yeah.
Well, just say like the theoretics and the philosophy have been adopted by by these institutions who actually have a big influence on our legal system. Do you know what I
Do you
mean?
know why? Do you know why they say they
Again,
are
like,
the
God
victors?
made it that way. Like, again, God made it that way. Not that they're the righteous, not that they're the whatever, but the essence of what I'm getting at is the idea that the Creator made it so that even as despiteful as these people may be, I mean, there's a way through for God's kid, God's children. There's a way
In
through is the idea that we've been given through Christ a way through the problem.
Yeah, I got you. Now, in your point to them being the vicar of Christ and this being historical, do you know why they consider themselves or the Pope is like the vicar of Christ? Do you know why? Do you know what excuse they use for that?
I mean, I don't. Tell me why.
Okay, so this was the problem. This is one of the problems Martin Luther had, right? When he nailed the 95 Thesis to the door. So one of the problems was one of the texts, one of the verses in the text. And it's when the Messiah or Jesus asked Peter, "Who do men say I am?" And he said, "Well, some say you're Elijah, some say you're Jonah, some say you're some other prophet." And he says, "Well, who do you say I am?" And he says, "Well, I say you're the Son of the living God." And he says, "Well, You've said right you are, Peter, and no man has revealed to you, but this has been revealed from above, from my Father. Now, and upon this, Peter, I will build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail against it. Now, someone who thinks that the Pope is the vicar of Christ is going to tell you that upon Peter he built his church, not upon what Peter said, but it was upon what Peter answered. Peter answered, "Thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God." And Messiah said, "You said right. And you weren't revealed this by men, but from my Father above. So I'm going to build my church on this, Peter, not on you." And so they looked at Peter being the first pope, and then, succession happened, pope after pope after pope. But that's the excuse they use. And it's just taking a verse out of context. Because he wasn't building his church on Peter. He was building his church on the answer Peter gave about who Messiah actually was. And that's what he built it on. And when did he start building it? You got to think about that. And is it still being built today?
I just look at it as though, like, the people are the church, right? Like, so we, coming, like you mentioned a verse earlier where it's like, made me think of like the concept that the Christ is already on the throne. It's about when you see him there, when you understand why he's on the throne and how it's a mercy and a blessing that you can ask for a genuine accusatory charging instrument, not have to argue jurisdiction. That
Well, he
you
doesn't.
too, hold on, that you too could walk on the sea of commerce and discharge these obligations against your person. That's the mercy in the practical sense. That's how I see it. And that's what I'm more kind of intrigued, because I always thought, you study these like religious values, religious tenets, etc., and you develop a certain kind of an ethic for yourself. But it never really has a place in this world. What I found and what I feel is to be the case is that the court system, not that anyone wants to be in it or be involved in it, but that's where the rubber meets the road on those spiritual aspirations.
I get you. And one thing I want to point out is he's not sitting on his throne. This is the problem a lot of people have, and it gets very technical. So we just read that it shall be he will sit on his throne. Now, when he ascended, he's sitting on the right hand of the Father on his throne. But when he returns, this is very specific in the scripture. When the Son of Man comes with all his holy angels at the judgment, when he comes then, he will sit on his throne. And we spoke about David's throne, right? And where is David's throne? Is David's throne in heaven? It's not in heaven, right? So let me just, right after I finish, let me just finish. So it's his throne and his government that he's going to be sitting on. It's not his Father's throne that he's going to be sitting. He's sitting on that now at the right hand of his Father. But when he comes back to this earth, then it says, then he will sit upon his throne of glory. And that's when his reign begins. He's not reigning right now. If he was reigning right now and there was justice and all these things for everyone, and it was forever already, these things wouldn't be going on, because the text says he throws down all of the kingdoms and he rules the whole entire earth.
Well, I would dare say that's a bold assumption on your part.
That's okay.
To say that, like, God is not in control right now.
I'm not saying he's not in control.
Blasphemous. I'm saying that he sits. I'm saying that it's already there.
That's a straw man. I didn't say he's not in control. The creator.
Hold on. You said this world. This. You said like something to the effect that this system as it is not God's system. Is that right?
You're saying Jesus is God and he's equal to the Father and he's in control. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm not trying to parse into the Christian.
Okay.
That debate.
So
My point is this. Hold on 1
say,
second. The idea is that you're saying that this system is not from God. Is that right?
Yes. His kingdom is no part of this world. These systems you see, all of these systems will be thrown down. Every kingdom will be taken. Every one of them will be taken and thrown down. and his will be established forever. His
And that,
one,
and that's why that's why
one
earlier,
kingdom, right? One kingdom, one
that's why
king. But here's the
earlier
thing. Here's the thing. Let
I
me
said
finish.
by
Isa,
case basis.
Isa, please. You got to let me finish, man. You do this all the time. So let me just say that when you say I said he's not in control, that is not what I said. That's a straw man. Okay, he lets what's going on. It's going to happen. Now, at any moment, if he wants to intervene, he can intervene, and he's intervened in many people's lives many times. But we're talking about a specific instance where he comes to rule on David's throne, on his own throne. And when that happens, there's a lot of very detailed very specific information. Things have to happen. And if they don't happen, he's not the Messiah. That's the whole point. So is he in control? Yes, he's in control. If the Father has given him authority, he's in control to do whatever he wishes to do. But is it beneficial for him to do things out of order as prescribed? No, it's not.
So, Colin, so do you think Jesus is going to come down like from the sky with like a bunch of angels?
Yes, the text says over and over, it's clear.
Yes.
That
Right, man. I
when
guess
he
my
comes
thing, man,
down,
is like I'm not into the whole literalism 100% of the time.
well, it's just like Witsit told you the other day, man. You're looking into these things as if it's all allegory and as if none of it can be real. And if you want to look at life like that, if you want to look at life like none of these things are real, him getting a piece of money out of a fish's mouth, that could never happen. Are you kidding me? It's happened many times. Fish love to grab shiny things, little rings and stuff. I mean, you'd be cleaning a fish, you might find someone's wedding ring from, a long time ago. But I would just say this: a lot of these things actually happen, and the most accurate historical document that you can have in front of you is that text. Now, yes, I just read through 4 or 5 translations. Listen, just a minute. I just read through 4 or 5 translations today, and they all had their problems, right? But it's still the most accurate historical account we
Hey,
have.
yo, let me ask you a question. Are you like sure that Jesus is coming down with angels from the sky?
Yeah, I'm sure. I got a
Okay,
relationship
have
with
you
him.
hold
I
on
don't
one
just
second.
believe.
Hold on one
I
second, one
don't
second.
just believe the
So
book.
the
I have a
Bible says,
relationship
hold on.
with him.
All right, man, now can I finish? So like so the Bible says, he who loveth suretyship shall smart for it. And he who hateth suretyship is sure. Therefore, the Bible says that if you accept these, like, or I don't know, like, if you're sure of things, you're so sure of it.
That's not what it's
You
saying.
know,
You
all right, what
need
does
to
it
look up
mean when
what
it
the word.
says that he
You,
who
you need to
loveth
look up
sure?
what
Hold
the
on,
word means.
let me say it one more time, and then I'd like you to explain it to all of us, please. Oh,
What's the wait?
preacher.
What's the verse? What's the verse?
I don't know this. I'm not citing
All
it. I
right,
don't know the
all right.
fucking
It's all
whatever, but
good.
it's he who loveth suretyship shall smart for it, and he who hateth suretyship shall be sure. And that's the Bible. So when everyone's so fucking sure about everything, it's like check the Bible and it says, "Hey, man, that's not biblical." That's why I'm reluctant to just fucking accept like angels in the sky and everything because the Bible tells me so, right?
Every time I've heard you quote a scripture, you have either left things out or you've misquoted it. And if you're quoting this,
Oh my God.
Proverbs 11:15, he that is surety for a stranger shall smart for it, and he that hateth sureship is sure. Okay, if you want to go over that verse and go over the language and what it means, not just what you
Are you gonna
think it
talk about
means,
like
or
Peter gave
according,
Paul a penny and now fucking he's the surety
uh,
in the agreement
um,
and fucking I don't know,
I
dude. I just can't
mean,
right now.
maybe we can just have a moderated discussion one day, because I don't think it's going to go
Just
anywhere.
relax, bro. Stop with the whole like the fucking occupying Wall Street fucking thing.
Just continue on, man. Just continue on misquoting, and you just add
Well,
to it.
you're
Just
adding things too.
continue.
You said when he returns to his throne, and then you added returns to Earth. It doesn't say that he left Earth. You're adding.
Matthew 25:31 through 33, Matthew 19:28 through 29. Do I need to go further? Revelation 11:15, 1
I'll say
Corinthians 15,
anywhere he
51 through
returns to
58.
Earth, or does he
First,
return?
I'm just quoting them to you. I mean, you can read them anytime you want. We just quoted one about him sitting on David's throne. I'll give you this one. Okay, are you ready? Tell me you're ready. Matthew 25, 31 through 32. Give that a read to me. What does that say? Can you read it or do you know it? Do you know it or you just know hearsay? Would you like me to read it to you? Perhaps I'll read it to you or I'll just do it from memory. Which one would you like me to do? So Matthew 25, 31. When the Son of Man shall come, you said he's not coming back to earth, right? So when the Son of Man shall come in his glory and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory, and before him all shall be gathered, all the nations, and he shall separate them one from another as someone separates the sheep from the goats. And he'll set the sheep on his right, and he'll set the goats on his left. Now, where are these people at? Are they
Where
in
does it
heaven
say
or
Earth, bro?
Yeah,
Where does it say he's coming back to Earth?
Okay, Revelation 11:15. Revelation 11:15. He's speaking about taking all the kingdoms of the earth. Is he talking about taking all the kingdoms?
You don't need to bring them back.
of
How about he's taking? Where's he taking them? Where's he taking them to? Hold on. Where's he taking them to?
They're thrown, bro. He doesn't take them somewhere else to space. He takes them in the sense they're thrown
How do you
down,
know? How the
or
fuck do
they.
you know, bro?
Because I'm trying to share the
I mean,
rest
like,
of
what
the.
the fuck?
I'm trying to share the context with you, but it seems like you're just, bro. You must
No,
hate
dude,
this.
I'm a dick. I'm
You
like
hate
not
it,
with the
man.
whole fucking.
You
Just
speak
accept
against it
everything.
every day, but you use it and you try to trigger people. But it's very evident that you don't know anything about it. All you have is hearsay and things that you think it says.
Well, all you
And it's
got is things
obvious
you
that you're
memorized, dude.
hateful, man. You're just a hateful individual when it comes to this, bro. And you can't
Not
handle
dude,
a
fucking
decent
hateful. Dude, you're
conversation.
trying to tell me you disagree with my.
Because you're saying, how do you know? How do you know? And I'm trying to answer you and tell you, and you keep interrupting me.
It's a
That's
rhetorical
what you keep
question, bro.
doing. And it's
It's a
just a
rhetorical
triggering
question. It's
thing,
the
man. It's
nuance that
just a
you're missing.
triggering thing.
All right,
It's-
Northern Nysa. I mean, yeah, speak one at a time, man.
Yeah, please, man.
I'm
So,
just saying, dude. When I ask a rhetorical question, this is like it's like.
okay.
Any of these
That's
things that are
rhetorical.
ethereal and cosmic, mysterious. It's like to say, and all I was doing by bringing it up, he who he who loveth suretyship or whatever. Like I think that context, just in the sense of hey, we should be weary of the words of strangers, weary of people who've put these ideas in our head. That's what I read from that. I don't need to go much further into the context to understand that for me. Do you know what I mean?
Weary of the books we read.
So, do you want some verses about the earth or no? It's cool if you don't.
Hey man, I specifically
I'm sure
asked
you
for
don't.
Jesus returning to Earth or returning to Earth to claim his throne. You put that in there. Where does it say that?
I didn't put it in there. I just read it to you. Okay, Matthew 9. Okay, listen. These two scriptures go together. If this is not okay, we have an entire text in front of our face, right? And this entire text leads us to what? What does it lead us to? Does it lead us to different understandings? Is it like a compilation of books about different things? Or is it all leading to the same thing? So I'll just take a little bit of your time while I'm being interrupted,
That he
while I'm being
returns.
spoken over, and I'll just tell you this. Okay? Are you ready? If you go to Zechariah 14, he talks about the Lord stepping upon the Mount of Olives and splitting it in two and causing a great earthquake. Then he says he'll make the land south of Jerusalem lift up and spread out as a great plain from Geba to Ramon. Okay? And there's a reason he does that, because there's supposed to be a place built there, okay, in the future, which is not built and it's never been built. And it's going to last forever when it is built.
That's not in the scripture.
So that's the earth. That's the earth for you. That's just one of the earth for you, right? There's hundreds, and I could share them all, but I know everyone doesn't want to hear all this stuff. I can show you the ones where he returns to the earth and he sits on his throne and these things are done. I can show you that. That's easy to do, man. But it's not easy to do when you keep interrupting me in the middle of it.
That's all. Just find returns to Earth.
Zechariah 14, verse 1 through 9 through 11. Just read it. What does it say to you, bro? Who puts their foot on the Mount of Olives and splits it in two? Who is it? Did you do it? Can you do it? Is there a man on this earth that can step on the Mount of Olives and split it in two?
Hold up, brother.
Where's the Mount of Olives at, man? Is it on Earth or is it in Saturn? Where's it
I'm
at?
gonna make an offer. Could you point to the scripture where it says that Jesus comes back to earth, okay? And if you can't, then maybe you would agree that you've assumed a little bit. So if you can read the scripture where it says that he's coming back to earth, and
Am I
he
on
said he's
mute,
coming
bro?
back to earth.
Have you not
He said
heard
he's
me
coming back
just
to
say
earth with
he
angels.
steps on the
He
Mount
said
of
he's coming
Olives,
back to earth
bro?
with angels, bro. I just want the
Why do
scripture
you
where it
act
says
as
that.
if I
Guys, we
just
gotta
said
do
he
one at a
said
time.
it?
Hold on.
There's a lot of interruptions. I know
All
it
this
sounds like
Christoid nonsense is silly.
All right, hold up a sec, guys. It sounds like there's tension, and I just kind of came back to listening. So
Don't fuck up the tension, Gio.
Yeah,
well,
he
but
loves it, man.
can
He
we just
loves
have
it.
it be? Can we just have it be listenable so everyone can hear? I mean, we can do mute and unmute back and forth. You know, I mean, it's some way that just the ideas can be clearly heard. I think if there's
Let's
going to
just be
be
responsible. Go on, North. I just want
well,
the
see
coming back to earth.
it's just basically two things. Either you guys can do it without interruptions, which I know can be challenging because people feel like they're misrepresented or they feel like they were, and so that's when it starts. Or we can just do the mute on mute thing. So whatever you guys prefer. But
Okay,
if it's
so
just all the over talking, it's just like no one can hear what's being said, so it makes it like almost impossible to listen. So then no one's being heard. So,
okay, so when he talks about the return or he talks about his coming, where is he now? He's in heaven now, right? We can agree on that. Now when he comes with all his holy angels, then he will sit upon his throne, which shall never be done away with. It'll be forever. That is when he sits on his throne. When he comes with all his holy angels, that's at his return, to restore the earth. Acts 3:21 says, heaven must retain him until means it's not going to retain him anymore. Heaven must retain him until the restoration of all things. Matthew 19:28, in the restoration of all things, the Son of Man will sit on his throne, and the 12 will sit on their 12 thrones. And as far as coming to the earth, whether it be the Father or the Son, Zechariah 14, behold, the day of the Lord cometh, and thy spoil shall be in the midst of thee. I'll gather the nations against thee. And his feet shall stand in that day upon the Mount of Olives, which is before Jerusalem, and it'll split in two. It'll cause an earthquake. And then the Lord shall lift up the earth south of Jerusalem and spread it out as a great plain, so that Ezekiel 40-48's temple can be built as it's never been built before. And the Lord shall be king over all the earth. Now, what does that mean to be king over all the earth? Revelation 11:15. When he comes at the seventh trumpet, when he comes, he's going to take over all nations and all kingdoms. None of them. He's going to war with them. None of them will still be here reigning. He will
By the
reign.
light of Allah.
So there's your verses, man. Coming to earth, sitting on his throne, changing the landscape, building. What else you need, man?
The legend or the key, the like Rosetta Stone to the Bible.
Well, I'll add this because not to piss you off, but just to be honest, is like the idea of like the Mount Olives, like, or the Mount of Olive. Like, I know you're gonna be like, this is a mountain right here, but like, I just think it's also potentially allegory for something. You know what I mean? Like, and I can't help but to see it that way.
Well, that's not what you asked. You asked
The
me
Mount
for a
of
verse
Olives
of
is the
him
Mount
coming
of
to
Olives.
You asked me for a verse of him coming to the earth, and I provided you with many. And I can
I
provide
have
you with many more. Just a minute. I can provide you with many more. And that's what you asked for. So I
No,
really
yeah,
don't care if you think it's
you're right. Hey, dude, you're right. We were talking.
just mute him, man, if he's going to
Hold
continue,
on,
bro.
Isa, bro. Come on, man. I do not want to meet you, bro.
I have one question.
So,
Just one. When is all this gonna happen?
We just read, at his return. That's when he sits on his
When?
throne.
That's
He
no
doesn't
time.
know. I don't know, and he doesn't know. The one coming doesn't know. I surely don't know.
Didn't you
He doesn't know
can
the
I get
day.
a second? Didn't you say that can we agree that he came from somewhere? I disagree that he came from anywhere. You have to read the part where he came from exactly for me to say he's coming
No,
from somewhere to Earth
that's
for him to
I
leave
didn't
Earth
ask.
and go back.
No, I didn't ask you if you agreed he came from somewhere. I was speaking specifically with Isa, and he was of the opinion of you have to show me of a verse that says he's coming to earth. And so, logically thinking, he's not on earth right now. He has to come here. And where else would he be other than heaven? Heaven is above you, right? Are you a flat
No,
earther or are you
no,
a
it's
globalist?
not. No, I
Heaven below
disagree.
you?
I
Heaven's
disagree.
below
No.
you. Okay, okay. So I'm not asking you to agree with anything I'm saying. I'm speaking with Isa and we're having a discussion. And he says, show me a verse where he comes from heaven to the earth, or comes to the earth. Right? He comes to the
When
earth.
you start,
Where else would he be in Isa's mind? Not your mind. I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to
well,
Isa. And
yeah, but
Isa, in his argument, I'm trying to have a conversation with Isa, and I have 4 or 5 different people throwing different ideologies at me and assuming that they agree with Isa and he agrees with them. And
All
that's
right.
just
Well,
ridiculous, man. It's childish, bro.
all right. Well, he already left
all
the
right.
VC, so it sounded like he either dropped out or didn't want to continue. Something. He's not in the VC anymore. So
Well, what I heard was that you said, can we agree that God came from somewhere? And that's not him coming to earth from anywhere. That's you saying we have to agree with you, or Isa has to agree with you on where you think God came from, to go from, to go to go from. Now, it doesn't make any sense when he just said, show me the sentence that said he comes from somewhere to earth. And you said, well, he comes from somewhere. We have to agree that's heaven, right? No, I disagree. So your whole premise is based on you agreeing with something you made up. Get it?
I'm not having a conversation with you, bro. I'm having the conversation logically with Isa. And scriptures say he comes on the clouds and every eye will see him, and he's coming to the earth to establish his kingdom and throw down all other kingdoms to sit on his throne. Now, I've showed that, and there's no doubt about it. I've showed it in here multiple times. And people are asking me to show them something, and I show them that, and then they'll turn around and say, well, he showed me and I didn't think he could show me, but now I'm going to say, well, think about this. It could be an allegory, or, it doesn't even mean what it says. I'm showing you what it
Well, North,
says. You had no idea what it says. Now you're having this presumption of, well, maybe it really doesn't mean what it says. Let me make something up of what I think makes sense. And the
well,
text that goes against that. Now, I'm not having a conversation with you, and I'm not saying we all have to agree. I was not speaking to you. I'm speaking to Isa. And Isa, logically, is saying, show me one where he comes to the earth. So I'm logically having a conversation with Isa, and I think he means, well, he's not on the earth, so show me one that says he comes to the earth. So I show him, and then I show him he's in heaven and where he is, and then you jump in, and you think I'm arguing with you, and you try to
North,
build another straw man, and it's just...
North,
Okay.
North. No, hold on. No perspective. I was trying to get in before that. North, and we don't even have to go somewhere else. We could show where he says he's gonna, where he went ascended. Also tells that he's gonna come down as he did. I mean, in Acts 1:9-12, and where it says when he said, spoken these things while they watch, he was taken up on a cloud, received him out of their sight. And while they looked fast towards heaven as he went up, behold, 2 men stood by them in white apparel, who said, "Man of Galilee, why do you stand gazing up into heaven? This same Jesus who was taken up from you into heaven will come in the like manner as you saw him go into heaven."
Exactly, man. And there's so many verses that I mean give you much and great detail about the things that are going to happen and the order they're going to happen in. And I can't even get to those that are very simple. I want to kind of show people for who they are and hear them out for a little bit and try to reason with them and eventually get to the very concise point. It's a very precise point that what you just stated. And but it's obvious, man. I don't think a lot of people want to even entertain this as the text is itself. They want to add things to it or take away from it or just say, well, I don't think that's real. That's allegory. If it doesn't agree with what their presumption is, they're just going to make it an allegory, and that's just ridiculous. That's not honest
Can I
at all.
get half a second in here? Can I get one half second in here?
Well, just real quick, I
New
was going to say,
perspective was trying to say something. Go ahead, new perspective.
yeah, I was just going to say, North, it's pronounced Isa, not Isa, for future reference. But he's not here anymore. I don't know if you heard someone say he left the VC, so you could continue on with somebody else. Also, I was going to ask if you think, a lot of people do think this is going to happen, and I just put something in the chat there about this Project Fireside, kind of like the Project Bluebeam, which you guys have heard about. What do you think about them, like, trying to use this idea of the return of Christ and then like doing some kind of blue beam technology to make people think that's the case.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, that's no doubt about it, man. We got counterfeits everywhere. There's a counterfeit in every field and everything, man. There's someone claiming there's something they're not. Even down to the money you hold in your pocket. Some of it's counterfeit, some of it's not. But
Yeah,
it's like how would you know? It's spectacular. How would you even know?
I'll
I
tell
mean,
you.
especially if
Yeah,
people are like expecting
I'll tell
it,
you.
you know, and it's miraculous. How are we supposed to know?
I'll tell you. So if you have, and this is the honest truth, if you have a relationship with the Creator, and you have meditated on His Word, and you have a great knowledge of the Word, then it's just like I told somebody one time. There was a man, he didn't study counterfeit, but he busted people with counterfeit money. And this woman asked him one time, she was like, "How did you get so good at it? Did you study a lot of counterfeit bills?" And he said, "I never study the counterfeit. I always study the original true note." And so when I see a counterfeit, immediately, no, it doesn't take any time to look it over. Immediately, I recognize it's a counterfeit because I have spent all my time studying the true note. So it's the same thing with these believers. A lot of people are not going to be deceived because they have the relationship. They know the things. They know the order in which they have to happen. They know the prophets. They know the gospels. They know the epistles. They know the order in which things have to happen. If those things happen out of order or a day off or 2 days off, then it's not right, and you
A
shouldn't
day
follow
off.
it. And he
I can't
warns
even
you,
get a second
and
in.
he
Can I
warns
get?
you, and listen, he warns you about those who will imitate him and say, "Here's the Christ, and there is the Christ." He warns his people who are believers, and they are aware that that's going to happen. So the text itself addresses it, and it tells you what it's going to look like, and it tells you who's going to do it and where it's going to be done. So all of those things are addressed in the text. So us believers, we're going to know what is the
Well,
counterfeit and what is the real.
don't you think
All
they'd
right,
have some like
hold on.
biblical
Let's let
scholars?
Man,
Just a follow up on that.
No,
Do you think they'll
Democ
have
was
some
next. All right, I'm muting you. Democ was next, bro. Sorry. Please go ahead, Democ. He was next.
yeah, I mean, he said like an hour worth of things. The book, the text, literal, this and that, logic. I think it's everything but that. I think the book is illogical. I think it has nothing to do with reality. I think it has everything to do with whatever you imagine, just like a science book or a non-science book or a science fiction book. You can place anything you want into that book, right? So I mean,
No,
it's logic and all. Listen, there's 80 million people saying the same thing as you, but saying different as you, telling you no. So I don't
no.
understand your point.
When you say you think, that means you don't know. You think something, but you're not aware of it. So I want you to get knowledgeable about what the book says, and then you can start, comparing me to other people and what they say. You don't
Who
know
wrote
fully
it?
what I've said because I haven't fully said anything that I really want to say. I've said bits and pieces, nippets and snips is what you've gotten. You haven't got a full testimony. You haven't got a detailed answer that you've actually listened to. What you've did is you've heard me, you've heard the words coming out of my mouth, and you heard certain words, and you say, I think this, and I think that, and I think you. No, bro, you got to actually listen, bro.
All
You
right,
got to
let's let. All right, all right.
have a conversation with somebody and learn the text yourself before you start talking about it or about anybody else and what they believe.
Okay. Then keep yourself. Thank you. Let's let New Perspective go ahead. New Perspective.
Well, yeah, I was just going to follow up with what I asked because I'm sorry I didn't mean to cut off Dem, but that could go anywhere with what Dem said. I think that's going to be a bit back and forth. I think if we go that direction because it was kind of a general judgment about the text. But as far as like them faking it, don't you think they'd have like some biblical scholars that would like make sure everything goes in order? And then it would be such a kerfuffle, like think about it. If they follow exactly the order it's supposed to happen, and they've got it down to a T, and like you want to believe it, but then you're looking for like the signs that it's not in order, but it's all in order, and maybe it is them faking it. How are we supposed to really know?
It could be
Well,
all
I've
three. It could be just a second. It could be artificial intelligence. It could be used for religion, or it can be used for alien. All three can fall under the same category, depending on what religion or what group of people you are.
He was asking me, and I want to answer
Let
him.
me hold on.
So
All
of
right, let
course,
me get in next.
and I'll be real quick in line. You can go. So to answer your question, a lot of these people look in the text already. They study the text before they go to war. A lot of these men that you're speaking of who are going to try to, control the narrative and control what's going on, they have seen the archaeological evidence. They have experienced things that you have not experienced. And so they know this is reality. And so they look at the text themselves before they go to war and they say, well, are we supposed to win this war? Is this going to happen? Is this going to? And they plan ahead for those situations. That happens, and it's been happening for many, 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 many years. So yeah, they will try to do it to a T in some instances and try to make you think that. That's going on currently right now. However, they do not have the Spirit of God. They can try, but they're never going to make the mark, bro. And that's in the text.
Oh, I understand that. I just wondered, like, if you had to describe it since you're kind of literally interpreting it as this is going to literally happen, what will it literally look like as far as the return goes? Like, if everyone's supposed to witness it, would it be like just a big figure in the sky? Like, is he supposed to be huge? Because a lot of people, talk about the allegory of like the sun being the sun, like the real, like the sun that we have in the sky already. And that's that would make sense. Everyone could kind of witness it at the same time. But if it's going to be that kind of like projection, it would have to be huge. Do you see like the actual Christ figure that we kind of all imagine Christ to be in the sky, or what do you see it as, like literally?
They'll try to put it on, maybe on YouTube or something. There'll be a lot of people watching the news, but I got news for you. That's not going to be the way it's going to happen in the end when it actually happens. Every eye is going to actually see them. They're not going to be watching a TV screen, okay, or some kind of screen on their phone or monitor. But when you see all these things when you see all these things happening from above and around you, people are going to be looking up more so, because there's a lot of things that are supposed to happen coming out of the sky. You got a certain star supposed to fall into the fountains and waters and pollute them. You got fire comes down from heaven during this time. You have all kind of natural disasters and things coming from above. So people are going to be looking up, right? And if I said it years ago when we had movies like Independence Day and all these things. I said they're just training people and getting them ready for the war, because all the kings of the earth sit at one table. They all sit at one table and take counsel together. From whom, I don't know, but they take counsel together to war against the Lord. That's what they do. And so that's what they're going to do and try to fool the people. But yeah.
What do you think it'll look like, literally? What do you think?
I couldn't say in the sense that maybe a projection is what they'll send up, or maybe they're going to implement all kind of things, man. There's going to be projections. They might be
no, I mean the
things that
real
are
thing.
actually.
What's the real
Man,
thing gonna look like?
it says the heavens are gonna open up, bro. like they're gonna roll up like a curtain.
Well, there's a lot of. I would like to get into that one day, because some people talk about in the New Testament, all the stars are going to fall to earth, bro, and they'll tell you that all the time. But when you look in that prophecy and you match it to the prophet who said it in the Old Testament, the word doesn't mean that the stars will literally fall to the earth and hit the earth. What it means is that the light will be diminished. They'll lose their light. And that is very interesting, and that's that's a little bit longer of a conversation, and we can talk about it sometime, because if you have all the stars fall, and then you have another star called wormwood fall after all the stars have fallen, then all the stars couldn't have fallen, because wormwood falls after the verse that says all the stars fall from heaven.
Does it say all the stars, or is this a third of the stars?
No.
Sorry, what if the stars are a frequency and then a falling frequency? What would that mean?
Hey, look, man. When it comes to stars, bro, none of us can say for sure what's going on. I have my thoughts about it and what I think's going on, but none of us can say for sure. Now, when I'm reading the text and I'm just analyzing the text, what the text is saying in the language is that the light will diminish. They'll no longer give their light. That's
right.
what it
That's
means.
what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to point out. Just a second. That's what I'm trying to say. If it's not like a physical thing up there that we're seeing, okay, that would be like the sun. Hold on, that would be like the sun going out from shining on them or something like that. Whatever causes the light, or their self would diminish, or if they're a frequency being shined from earth above, what would cause that frequency to stop? That's why I was asking. That's why I actually put it in there
Oh,
because,
okay.
yeah, if they're not a physical, yeah.
Well, there is some kind of physical aspect to it, and I'll tell you why.
Well, yeah,
Because
yeah,
in
no,
the
100%, 100%.
yeah, 100%. There's a physical aspect to the star, and to the sun, and to the moon. And you can even look in Revelation. The sun is struck or pummeled or thumped many times, and the what's going to happen from that is that it's going to lose a third of its light, and the moon and the stars also will lose a third of their light. Now that's one verse, but that's different from all the stars falling. That verse is before the verse that I just quoted.
Well, think
So
about
there's many things to think about, bro. There's so much to get into with the language that people are just misquoting scripture and thinking it means this, thinking it means that, and that is nothing close to what it's saying, bro. Like I said, I took 4 translations earlier, and I read 4 of them. 2 of them agreed that Messiah is equal to the Father, and the other 2 said he's not equal to the Father. And then you have these words that are added or taken out and another word placed. You have to study, man. You got to go to the language, bro, and know what it meant in the time it was written.
Yeah, but what about now? So you say all now and all everything and all everything before, like some guy in the dirt wrote a book. Everything else, don't worry about it.
Who said that? Everything else,
Well, I
what?
mean, what is it?
What everything
Well,
else?
well, my point is, who's writing today's Bible? I'd like you to pick up a pen and write a couple Bibles for me today, if you wouldn't mind.
You can't write a book like that book. You can't even write a book.
No, I can't write a book with a stick in dirt. That's weird.
You cannot
Little
write
kids
a book.
did it.
I'll tell you. You can't write a book like that. That even Witsis brought this up in the live stream. So there's layers to this. Even what the other guy was talking, Isa, almost Isa, however he wants me to say it. He talks about the allegories, right? So there's allegorical language. We have this literal things going on. There's a lot of ways and a lot of angles to look at it, and some of these things can be shown in nature. Now the text itself says that the nature shows you the truth. You have a book, you got nature, you got your body, you got all of these things around you, and they all point to one thing. They all line up to one thing. The language,
Farmer's Almanac.
when you have the language looking like what it's spelling out, the pictographs, all these different things, man, it permeates everything, and you don't see it, and that's what's sad.
Is it like a Farmer's Almanac? So you go out in nature and you plow the fields and you plant the seeds. No, just sounds like a Farmer's Almanac.
Well,
You know what I mean? Live like this, do
that's why
this.
it's not called a Farmer's Almanac, is it? If it was like a Farmer's Almanac, it would be called a book like a Farmer's Almanac, or it would be called the Farmer's Book. But that's not what it's called.
It sounds like the ether.
It's called
too.
a
You said it
cannon
permeates
or a
everything.
weapon.
Sounds like you're just trying to make things up and say a bunch of words, but you're really not saying anything. Trying to
No.
offend me, and it's weird, bro.
No, a Farmer's Almanac is nothing weird. It's not odd. It's
you
not an
are weird.
opinion. It's a real thing. A
In
Farmer's
fact, it's
Almanac, when you
weird.
look in nature, that's what you're going to come up with. Hold on a minute. You talk for hours. Can I get 3 seconds? So a Farmer's Almanac is exactly what you described to me. A way to look out in nature and write it down in a book and keep track of stuff. So you know
That's not
tomorrow
what I
what maybe
said.
to expect if you can.
That's
If you
not what I
can.
said. That's not what I said. That's not at all what I said. So I think it's evident you're not listening. So I think you're hearing what you want to hear, so it'll fit your narrative, and then you say I said it. And I run into that a lot, man. But it's not
You
beneficial
said
for
pay
you.
attention to nature, did you
or
not?
anyone else. Say that again.
You said pay attention to nature, did you not?
Tell me everything I said about nature. Tell me.
Pay attention to nature is what I heard.
And why did I tell you to do that?
To make a Farmer's Almanac.
No, I did not say that. See, you wanted to add those words, and that's not what I said. And that's very evident
What
to
would
the
you
whole
do?
room. You just lost, bro. It's okay.
All right. Hey, let's not.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
try again, bro. It's okay.
Hey guys, we got a lot of people in the room. Does anybody else want to bring up a topic? We appreciate all the information though, by the way.
Free fall. How is free fall gravity and free fall 0G? So you can
All right,
go on a
well,
plane and you can drop in a plane. It's called just a second, parabolic flight. You free fall, you drop, and they're saying that's gravity. But then when you drop in a plane up in the air, no more gravity, zero gravity. Weird, right?
Okay, well, let's just try to have maybe a little bit of a smoother transition. All right, so we could shift to that, but do you guys want to shift away from the kind of religious Bible discussion, or did anyone want to say some last thoughts on it instead of just abruptly shifting? Just if anyone wanted to close out on that or have any final thoughts in that sense, if we're going to shift topics.
Yeah, I just want to transition.
All right, hold on. Let's let Lion of Yah go ahead, bro.
So this is actually a good segue to anything else you guys want to talk about after this. But you guys at first were arguing about the earth and whether Yeshua was returning to earth. Well, just to be fair, a more of a neutral standpoint, scriptures are a little ambiguous about the expanse of the earth. And for all we know, and according to my understanding, because Eden, the Garden of Eden, was on earth. And according to two different verses in Jubilees, it says that the navel of the earth was the location of the Garden of Eden. And also that paradise seems to be where the Garden of Eden is. And that seems to be on earth, according to the book of Jubilees. So paradise in Eden, ironically, is on earth, but it also seems to be high in elevation. King David refers to this place in the Psalms as the city of the great king to the north, who's lofty and beautiful in its elevation. So there seems to be a place that's also ethereal. It may be it's too far for us to get to at the navel of the earth, but it still seems to be part of the earth. So you can still have it both ways where, yeah, he did leave and ascend, and he did ascend to an area that it's inaccessible to us, but scripturally it's still considered part of the earth.
I'd like to address some of those things later in the future that you just said,
Sure.
but I'll just announce this that tomorrow, I think it's Wednesday night, 8:00 p.m. I think it's Eastern. I'll be covering the resurrection, and if I can't do it in the live stream one, I'll do it in the live stream two. And hopefully I'll see a lot of you there, and I'll go over a lot of these things that we're currently discussing also.
Hey, Lion, were you just saying that Jesus is an outer pounder, maybe?
Why not do it in live stream one? I'm sure everybody wants to hear it.
I mean, that was my finishing thoughts.
He wasn't saying he's an outer pounder.
But I'm not saying that he's an outer. Would you say an outer ponder?
He's not saying he's outer pounder, but he's an outer pounder.
See, I believe that the location of the mountain of Zion is located at the navel of the earth, and that's exactly where he is right now. And that mountain, according to scripture, is on earth. That's why I'm saying don't limit yourself to the idea of how big the earth is. The earth is extremely expansive, and that wherever he is still considered, according to the Hebraic understanding, part of the earth.
All right, outer ponder.
So is there an inner ponder? Is that the North Pole? Is that the inner pond?
Maybe.
Inner ponders?
Yeah. Ponders.
We can talk about the earth, the shape of the earth, how expansive the earth is. Where is
It's
the
the
edge?
inner pole.
What's beyond the edge? Is it a black void of space, or is it fluid like water? I seem to think that it is water. The ether is water. It's a fluid-like substance.
Gio, that's funny you said that. The inner pole. Right? You said which is the north? Yeah, the inner pole, like the inner pole, like for MI6 or whatever, inner pole,
Yeah. Huh. That's interesting. That connection to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The center pole. Yeah.
Yeah, the French would be like the interpole, or what, you know what I mean? So, some group of people would call it the interpole.
There's a song called Interpol together.
Well, the outer pole or the inner pole, right? Or just the inner pole. But yeah, I was just saying exactly like he said. Interpretation, it's a mofo. That's all. That's really all.
Well, there's lots of things that it sounds like as far as like just the ending of that, maybe that I don't know if we're transitioning into something more science related or whatever, but yeah, there's a lot of signs that have to happen, like the dimming of the moon and like the dimming of the stars, like and then the scrolling back of the stars. People have thought about maybe the Starlink could kind of mimic the scrolling of the stars, and if they're going to try to like reenact this type thing. Who knows how much control they have over some of these effects they could do with like the dimming of the moon, even like not literally, but making it seem as such. It'd be interesting if they try to like follow the Bible completely to the point where people just don't know what to think, or they could just let people interpret it as outer ponders or aliens or return of Christ or all these different things. I think they're definitely thinking about doing that. They have the tech now to do that, which is interesting.
People would rather be told what to believe than to actually do the research and study themselves, or to actually try to get a relationship with the Creator. It's kind of like those who they didn't want to hear the voice of the Creator. They said, Moses, you go talk to him. We're scared. We don't want to hear him. You go talk to him privately, please, and then come tell us what he said.
Are you
Most people
serious?
are like that. Yeah. Most people are like that, man, and that's how it is today. Most people aren't
That's
genuine.
crazy.
They're not actually going to study and then come to you and have a conversation that's going to be fruitful. It's going to be all hearsay. And yeah, just talk to Issa about hearsay, man.
Well, that's what I was talking about. So I don't think we're really at a disagreement on anything. I'm just saying I can't be 1,000,000% because of so much hearsay. It's like 99, almost 99% of everything, really, if you think about it. Because like we can't even go with physics, right? If I go outside and do something, you would say, "Man, I agree with that." Not so physics, but then someone else would say, "I disagree with your physics that just happened right in front of everybody, and that's all we can do." And someone would literally just disagree with us and then tell us how we're wrong and something else is supposed to happen. And this is, it's where we're at with like information and the barrier and the difference and like not being able to establish like a set marker point or a reference. Like to keep everything up like a legend, like what time? 3 o'clock? No, I don't know. Well, then you don't know what to do. The time is whenever.
Yeah, you got to have a standard, and it's just like everyone in here knows if you're going to go study a document, right? And the document has been translated into another language. Most people in here can read and comprehend what they're reading. And so if they want to go back and look at language and see what's really said, and they have every opportunity to do those things. And they have every opportunity also to, if there's someone who is a spirit that wrote this book, then maybe they can try to have a conversation with them. They could all try those things, but most people will not do it. Most people are comfortable where they are, and they would rather choose comfort over truth just because, they're just comfortable where they are.
Well,
That's
there's a lot of
100%.
people. A lot of people are hung up on the idea, or just that the fact that it's been translated so many different times, and maybe not. Maybe there is no one original text that we could know for sure was the original text, and there's so many translations, and we know some of it's been garbled, and it's hard to know exactly what it was written to begin with, and whether certain things are written to scare us or not scare us, and a lot of people think they have the interpretation, and you'll have two people that think they have the interpretation, and how are you supposed to know, right?
Yeah, I get it. I get that point of it. And my response would be this. There are those who know the text so well, and not only like the King James, but the NIV and this and that, the Greek and the Hebrew, and they've gone and they've studied the language, so they could tell you all of the definitions of all the words that were used and wasn't used, or were copied and were not copied, and they can show you, for instance, like I said earlier, I can take 4 translations, lay them out before you, and I know where the differences are. I know where the things are the same, the exact same, and I know where the differences are. Now, if I'm aware of that, it's not like I'm something special. You can do the same thing. But if I show you, don't lash out, and I'm not speaking to you, but a lot of people lash out. Oh, you got to listen to North because he knows it all. Nobody else knows it all. Nah, bro. if I can literally show you where two translations
Is it quiet
disagree and
or?
conflict with each other, right? If they conflict with each other, then I'm showing you the truth. I'm showing you something's not right here. But if someone comes in and says, reads a verse like Isa did earlier, and takes it out of context and says all the kingdoms instead of just one kingdom as it specifies one kingdom, those things are very evident, man. It's very, everyone can see it who can comprehend and read. So it's not like you're getting over on anyone. People who do that, you're showing yourself for what you are. And you're not being genuine. And you're not genuinely analyzing the text. And that's not a good thing, man.
I don't know if you're interested, but I've recommended this thing that I've built right here in the live stream. It's Michael Brenner in Wisconsin. He's somewhat of a scholar on a lot of things, and he said he's gone through 30 different translations of the Bible. And he's got an interpretation a lot of people that I talk to in here don't seem to agree with. So I don't know if he goes through 30 translations. He's kind of doing what you're asking for, at least being specific, and he goes through each and every interpretation and why he thinks it means one thing rather than another. We saw that it wasn't an Adam and Eve. It was like we were the Adams and the Eves, the Adamic race. And there was the first race that was supposed to be the gold diggers. And then, and then the Adam wasn't created from dirt. It was because they were created to work in the for agriculture they were supposed to be of the dirt. I mean, not of the dirt, but in the like a man to work in the dirt, right? So that's the reason that it got mistranslated, in his opinion, to be like made from the dirt rather than to work in the dirt. And then it was all like, there were only men, there was no women, and then they created the eaves from the not the rib, but the actual bone that they to this day still refer to as where they get the stem cells from. And he thinks that basically we were cloned, and then they had that technology, even the Elohim, and they created us to be like slaves basically, and then they gave us wives, and then we were able to procreate, and they lost control because we were self-sufficient, and at that point, and that he named when he says naming the animals was actually what they were sodomites, because there was no woman to have sex with, so they were actually sodomiting. To name the animals was to have sex with the animals. His interpretation of it. Not saying I think that necessarily. Yeah, but he goes through each and every word like you're saying someone should do. So
But he's not. He's not. He's adding
maybe
words.
he's not. I'm just saying that's what it looks like.
He's presuming and adding a lot to the text and taking away from it and telling you this is what just like everyone else does. Well, that's not really what it means. This is what it means. No, the language in which something is written, if you're going to write someone a letter, it means what it meant when you wrote it to them, the time period when you wrote it to them, and what you meant and how those words are defined. That's what it means. It doesn't mean whatever Billy or Joey wants it to mean.
Well, that's what he's saying. He's saying, look at the actual words. He breaks it down.
I know he's saying that, bro. I hear you. I know he's saying that, and he's using truth, but he's also using a lie, because those words that you're saying there that he said, this is how it is, and this is what's really being said. Those things he had to add them, because I've studied the text myself, okay, for many, many years, and none of those words are in there, bro. The words you're saying, there's no Hebrew that even would lend to such a thing happening. So, and yeah, I could go on and on, but people are counterfeits, man. People are going to say, I'm doing the same thing you're doing, but they're really not. When you sit down with them and you expose them for 5 minutes, you can show they're really not doing what you're doing.
You might be interested in leave a comment, because he responds to people that comment. It'd be interesting to see what he responds to if you have a critique specifically.
FYI, your mic sounds like shit. But,
yeah, you're kind of breaking up.
But when this guy said something along the lines of there were no women, so they had sex with animals or some shit, whatever the fuck you just said, didn't you just say, "Are you a retard?" Stop talking to people like that. Jesus, what the fuck are you talking about?
That's what the guy said in the thing, that they were actually sodomites, and they naming the animals as having sex with them. And he breaks down the words as if that's the actual translation. I'm not saying I think he's right necessarily, but he's saying, like, he's putting the letters in there, and he's saying this is specifically what it says. And if you don't have like the goggles of wanting to believe something different, then this is what, the actual interpretation over the 30 translations that I've gone through. And this is what the best I can come up with is exactly what this book says. So I don't know. I mean, he seems to specify exactly what he's saying in there, which is why I thought he might be interested in going in and making a comment about why he's mistranslated it. If he
When
has.
people use the words like think, I think, or it seems, that lets me know automatically they haven't entertained the thought very much. And I'm not picking on you. I'm just saying everyone. Well, I don't think the Bible means this when it says this, but they don't even know the rest of the words. So it's like, one part of the recipe, but I don't think that'll be a cake. All I see is like a cup of sugar. How can that be a cake? That can't be a cake. But,
No, he's not even saying that. He's saying this is what it says. He's saying this is literally what it says. Look at the letters. Here's what it says. He's like, this is not a mistranslation. But just, read it if you're interested. I'm not trying to make an argument about it.
yeah, if he literally goes through every word and defines the word, that would be quite interesting to see how he came to the conclusion that you're speaking of telling me what he said, which is just hearsay. But when you say words like it seems that he was doing the same thing you're doing and taking it, no, you have to be sure if you're gonna tell me that. You can't just say seems.
The sure thing, that's a very dangerous thing to say. I know for a fact. That's like the literal problem of claim making of stuff that like that's a tough thing to say. For a fact certain things. I wouldn't be able to do that.
Well, the text itself tells you that these things are written so you may know. So there are things that you can know, and there are things you can know by having the relationship along with the written word, never just the written word alone. You're never, anyone who's a true believer in the text or in the one who wrote the text, the author of it, no true believer believes that they just believe because of words in a book. You have to understand that. Everyone that comes in here,
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Let me just finish, man. Everyone that comes in here every day and says, "Oh, you people just believe in a book some other man wrote," no true believer believes just because of words in a book. True believers have a relationship with the author of the book, okay, and they understand those things. But there's always counterfeits, and that's what muddles up everything.
How many authors are of the book, and when did you meet the authors?
There's one author. There is one author of the inspired written word, which you or anyone else in this live stream could never produce any kind of document similar into the way that it is written and compared to reality and everything around us. There's no way you could do it. So I know the author of the book because the words are inspired. They're not from certain men. Like, this man wrote this book. This man wrote this book. It's very evident in the writing where the man was adding his own thoughts and what he was thinking, and it's very evident when the author of the book or the books was speaking. So it's just like you read any other piece of literature. If Joey is speaking, you'll know if Joey is speaking. But if the judge is speaking in the book, you'll know the judge is speaking. So you're going to know who's talking, but you have to have knowledge about the book and be able to retain what you read.
Well, you said specific things, and that's the thing about the Bible, just like certain things in science, even the ball, like a belief or an idea that you said people aren't supposed to think, they're not supposed to believe, they're supposed to know. Well, there's a lot of things you don't know, and you have to believe them because you don't know them.
Well, one thing you have to know. This is one thing you have to know. This is the stipulation.
Well, hold on. I didn't even get to finish my sentence, buddy. So, like, yeah, because you say like you say a lot of things. So religion and what you said about whoever wrote it, there were men's hands that wrote it. Now, you said you had a relationship with the authors. Clearly, that doesn't make any sense.
I didn't say that. I said I had a relationship with the author, singular, not plural, singular, because the
Well, who
words that
is
are
he?
written. I don't think you listened, bro. So just listen one more
Can you?
time. I'll
Yeah,
give you an answer
I was just
because.
going to get to one thing, one question. I want you to
All
draw
right,
the author for me.
all minute, bro. Go ahead. Okay, so
No, draw the
this is
author.
the answer. This is the answer. You want me to draw the author? First of all, I'm not a good artist, but anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, to be specific
Here's
on
the thing.
anything, be specific on anything. Just be specific on the date, the time, who, when, where. What is an angel? Just be specific. Don't be
If I gave
unspecific about everything.
every one of your questions that you just asked just now has flaws, and I'm gonna tell you why. Okay? You asked me for the date, the time, the angel, and all these different things. If I tell you what the date is, it's kind of like an officer asking me for my ID to kind of see what my intent is. Okay, you're asking me for a time and a date. Is that going to convince you that I have a relationship? No. You're going to
Yes.
ask me for what the angel looks like. Is that going to give you, or if there was an angel, is that going to give you any proof or any evidence that what I'm saying is true?
Trying to find out proof or evidence of what that angel is. They says it's got
You
70
just built
faces or
like
10 days. Hold on, bro. Hold on.
none of
Let
your
me
questions
finish
are
out.
going to give
Listen,
me
listen.
an answer.
Stop. Hold on. When my thing mutes, I'll be done. You understand? When my thing mutes, I'll be done.
No, I
So
don't. I
there's
don't know.
7 different faces on 7 different things, on 14 different things, in 14 different ways. And they say that's an angel going to come. And it's going to have 50 faces of different animals and stuff. What does that even mean? Tell us.
I'm sorry, were you quoting a verse or something? You're asking me what something means that, where were you what were you reading? Were you reading something or just making something up? Because I didn't hear everything you said. 50 faces, 50 different things. What are you talking about, bro? First of all,
Angels that come down. They have
I'll
7
let you know
heads.
when I'm finished. I'll let you know when I'm finished. I'm gonna ask some questions, but I'm still
Oh, I thought you
speaking.
were done. I'm
And
sorry, because you asked
I
the
hope you can
question.
retain. I hope you can actually, focus and listen to me. So,
We'll ask
'cause
one
I really
question,
didn't
not 12.
understand. Okay, listen, bro. I'm gonna answer your question. Go ahead and repeat your question about the 50 things. Go ahead. What was that?
What is an
Be specific.
angel?
Okay, I heard you say 50 different faces, 50 different things. Then you just said angel. What is
What
your
is an
question, bro?
angel? What
What is
is
an
an
angel?
angel is the question, buddy.
Oh, okay. What is an angel? An angel is a messenger of the Creator. Anything
What's
else?
it look like?
They look different. They don't all look the same. Anything else?
So what do they look like?
If I tell you what they look like, right? How is that fruitful? Tell me. Because
Because I don't know
if
what
you're
you're
not
talking
meeting them,
about.
if you're not seeing them, right? You haven't seen them.
No.
Right? Okay, you
Are
haven't
you
seen
done,
them.
Evan? Listen, you said you showed people stuff by
Look, bro,
talking
I
to
know
them.
you're scattergunning. Are you asking me
So
if I'm going to heaven now? Do you want me to answer some of your questions and
I want you to
respond to
make
some
a
of
little
them? I'm not
sense.
going to be able to answer every one of your flawed
I didn't say
questions, but I will. I will respond to them if you give me an
I can't
opportunity.
even respond to yours, dude. You won't stop talking because you're
I
afraid.
haven't answered the
Stop.
question.
What is an angel? What do they
A
look like,
messenger
buddy?
of the Creator. A messenger of the Creator. Do you get it, bro? That's answer.
No,
That's question
that's
number
very
one.
vague. Can you be more specific, like I asked, please? What do they look like?
They look different, man.
I don't know what
And
the
it
word
depends.
different
And I'll
means.
tell you.
Does
I'll
that
tell you
mean
another
are
thing.
you different? If I say, hey, you're different, bro, what's that mean?
I don't really think you're trying to have a fruitful conversation. I think you're trying to you're trying to lead me into some kind of trap you think you've made. If you just hold on for a minute. I think you're trying to lead me into some kind of trap you think works very well, but it's not working very well because it's very evident that the questions you're asking are not going to give you a conclusion or let you know what I know. That it's not going to give you my experience. You hear me speak all the time about experience and relationship. And if you don't have it, if I tell you what it looks like, right? And you're railing against it as I'm telling you what it looks like, do you think you're going to understand it at all or come to a more accurate knowledge of what it actually is? Do you really believe that?
Yo,
Do
D-Mock,
you,
angels can look like human beings.
Yeah,
They
and
can
they
look
can
like
also look like different things. Different animals have multiple heads. I mean,
Yeah,
there's
hold on. That's
multiple wings. I mean, what kind of angels you want them to describe? Seraphim,
Oh, that's where he was going with
cherubim.
the 50. That's where he was going with the 50 faces. It's not 50, it's 4.
I'm gonna answer
Okay?
D-Mob's question real quick.
It's 4 faces, bro. It's not 50. So that proves my point. Look, just a minute. It proves my point. When he said earlier about the 50 faces and then he asked me about an angel, there's nothing in here about an angel with 50 faces, right? So there is, bro, just close your mouth. There's nothing in here with anything. Your mouth, bro, just close it as I'm speaking, please. There's nothing in the.
Went back to
Yeah,
talking.
can we not
Can
interrupt?
somebody mute this
Who's even doing
comment?
that? We can't even hear you.
Please.
Just don't interrupt. Let Noah finish. Whoever that is, you can go next.
What, did he mute me or something? That's childish.
Oh my
No one's muted. Just let him go, and you can go next, Noah. I didn't even know that was you.
Bro, a bunch of other. He finished. I started. A bunch of other people started talking. Then he started talking again. I didn't even get to make my point to D-Mock.
Just go, Noah.
He's running
Just
out of
go, man.
interruptions here.
Just go, man. Please just go.
Yeah, bro, D-Mock. Apparently there's a chance that you in your lifetime have talked to a person like a stranger, and apparently they're supposed to have been like an angel, and you don't even know because they look so similar to human beings. So like, yeah, that's what it says. So you could do whatever you want with that.
I've heard that. I actually have heard that. But then I've also heard different translations, like the cherubim, the seraphim, the whatever, Gabriel, Lucifer, archangels, Michael. I mean, I could go on. And there's more. And then there's 7 faces for each different one. He said 4, but I heard 7 at a different time. Sometimes 13. But go ahead.
No, there's no 13 or 7. There's 4. And those are on the cherubim, right? And what are the faces? Do you know what they are? It's not 50, and it's not 13, and it's not 7. And so I don't know if you were just, being fantastical with the number here and being sarcastic with the 50 faces earlier. And I think that goes back to my point. I don't think you really want to know what it says. I think you want to rail against it and what I'm saying because it's striking a chord with you. I think that's the reason.
Yeah,
Because if
but
you really want to know, there's nothing in here that says anything about 50 faces, 13, 17, 7, or 10. It's 4. Okay? And if you want to know what they are, and you want to know for the right reason, you don't want to just ask a man a question, especially someone who says that, that they're trying to teach you the word of the Creator. You would never be so disrespectful to just ask that kind of man a question just to see what he would say, just to see if you could trap him. Because if you do things like that, bro, you're a curse, man. And your whole life.
Now I'm curious. What is the one with the?
Hold on
a second.
Your whole
Let me
life
ask-
is going to be cursed, bro.
But Jeremy and North, let me ask you the question. What if he is literally putting your feet to the fire, asking you questions, and seeing how you're going to react simply if you don't know, just by simply stating, I don't know. Right? Because there are times where man can't, because there's nobody in this chat that can say exactly what an angel looks like. I can assure you of that.
Exactly. Sorry, I'm done.
Right? And to say, when a man
that's
asks
wrong.
you, what does an angel look like? And you can't just say, you know what? I don't know. Right? But there are
The Bible
certain
describes
things
them.
that I can describe within my purview, which edifies the existence of the Lord God, sending his son, things of that nature.
Just to let you know, I do know. I do know, but I don't know what all of them. Listen, I've not seen all of them. Can I just say?
Hold on, guys.
No, I'll let you
Hold
go
on
right
one
ahead.
second. I'm taking control of this. Please, everyone, stop talking just for 1 second so I can gain control. I'll make a list. If there's a lot of people that want to get in, we can do like a list thing or something. I don't know, because there's a lot of people trying to get in, and it's kind of chaotic.
Not only that, Noah, you're coming in kind of broken.
No, and
So-
I let you go earlier, so I'll be quick. You go right after me, man. I'll be real quick. So he
That's
said,
fair.
and just thank you. So he said, no one can know what an angel looks like. They most certainly can, because not only men from the Old Testament seen them and described them, people from our time have too, and people in the New Testament. Okay, and yes, I can tell you what a or a few angels look like, but I can't tell you what the whole entire army or the hosts of heaven look like individually. I can't do that because I haven't seen every individual angel, right? But I can tell you what they look like. But telling you that is not going to help the conversation at all whatsoever. It's not. Thank you. Noah, go
All
ahead.
right, Noah.
Sure, it will, bro.
Noah.
All you have to do
SE,
is
you're
tell them.
after
You
Noah.
started saying you said it's
Oh, hold on,
four-faced.
SE.
I even know that.
SE, hold on. You're right after Noah, bud.
The other one, and this would end.
SE,
See,
you're
Noah.
breaking up, SE.
Yep. Sorry, see.
Noah. All right. SE, go ahead. I guess.
Okay. Thanks, man. All I'm saying is this. All he had to do was say, look, I don't know what it is. We don't know what angels are, but in the scripture, even I know this, bro. All you had to say was one of the descriptions, it's a four-faced thing. One of them was an eagle, and I forget what the other four are. That's all you had to say, bro. This would have ended 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, but that's not all of them. Because there's different types of angels, man. Not all of them
And
have
then he
four
could have
faces.
said, but
And
there's
there's not
other
only
types
four.
of angels. Like, why be apprehensive about it? You believe something, say it. This
He
is
asked
what
me.
the scriptures say, man. That's it.
That's not what he was arguing at that point. He wanted to know if I seen one, what it looked like. That's really what he wanted to get to. I know
He
the
asked
tact.
you. Bro, he asked you to draw one.
SE, I can listen. I can read people very well, and I know the tact he was using with every question he asked, and I know what he was trying to lead to. I know what he was doing. Please trust that. So, yeah, I did mention that. I mentioned there's not 50, 17, 13, or 7. There's 4. And do you know what they are? I asked him that, SE, because I said the text tells you what they are. So I did address that, SE. But I know what kind of tact he's listening.
Tell us now so we can know.
Just a minute,
Tell us.
SE.
Let's get it out of the way.
But
One of them
yeah,
is an
I
eagle,
mentioned
right?
it. I addressed SE. I addressed it, and then I addressed what his real point was trying to get to. Yes, I could tell you personally, individually, I could tell you what one or a few look like, but I can't tell you what every one look like. There's different rankings, as we've just discussed.
You see,
And
you're being apprehensive again, bro. You're being defensive for no reason, bro. Why?
I'm not being defensive. I'm just stating facts, man. If stating facts sounds like I'm putting up a shield, I don't have any shield in front of me, bro. I'm out in the open. I'm like, yo, this is what I said, and it's a fact according to the text that we're reading from, which should be the standard, right? That's what I'm doing, bro. So I'm
Right.
not.
That's my point was specifics and knowing or not. Knowing for a fact everything, like you know everything about the Bible, and other people might not know everything that you know because you just know it. You said you just know it. There's no thinking. You don't have to worry about it. You just know. I just think that's pretty weird. I don't think that's possible just to know it all. And
No
then
one
the
said that.
specific,
No one said those
hold on a
things,
second,
man.
hold on. And then the specific part about the angels and what they look like and to draw it was to hold you to accountability to specificness, because if you know, then be specific.
First of all, everything you said in the beginning that you said I said, bro, I said none of that. I'm gonna stop talking to you, bro, because I said none of what you said. And it's just you're putting words in my mouth. You're twisting what I'm saying. A lot of people are twisting what the text says. So there's no standard to go by. It's just whatever you want to believe, and that's ridiculous, man. That there is no fruitful conversation from that. I'm done with the conversation with you, man, because you're building a straw man and you're putting words in my mouth, and you've been doing it for quite a few minutes now. So I'm done with you, man.
That's just what Demon Stride does.
Sorry you feel that way. I was just looking for specifics.
To what end? I don't know. I mean, if it's just to expose me and not to get to the heart of the matter and the truth and the conclusion of the matter, which would be beneficial for everyone, you're not really exposing. You're not really exposing me on anything. What you have exposed is yourself being unknowledgeable about the written text that we're going by here, that we're trying to address and analyze. You're just showing yourself for what you are, man. You need to do better, bro.
Nacho, we'll put it like this. What if he did have seen an angel and decided, okay, I could draw it because I've seen one? Would you believe him?
I'd have to, wouldn't I?
Would you?
Well, I mean, I had to believe whatever he says. That doesn't mean I'd have to 100% put money on it or anything or like die for it, but to believe, be like, okay, I believe you. You know what I mean? That doesn't
What
mean he's
believe?
right.
You
You know what I
know
mean?
what believe means, bro? Do you know what believe means? Man, you don't even know what you're
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, but
You're out of your
you
mind.
said, hold on.
You're out
You
of your
didn't
mind.
you didn't use the word belief. You said believing is wrong. You don't
Use
need to
it.
believe.
You
You said
just
we have
used
to
it.
know,
Do you,
right? So
guys?
that's what I
If you're
was
just
wondering
trying to
about.
trigger me, bro, I'm
Hold
about to
on,
Hold on,
please.
lose my
guys.
Hold on.
Hold
mind.
on,
Stop.
I'm
guys.
about to
Please, can
lose
I
my
finish
Guys,
mind,
my
hold, yeah,
man.
sentence?
Mark, hold on a second.
This guy's
Guys, let's
gonna
go
make me
one at
flip
a
out.
time.
I'm about to
We
lose
got
my
to go
mind.
one at a time, please. Though he was talking, just let him finish, and then you can go north.
Yeah.
Nord, you said knowing. You said you don't deal with people with the Bible, all this other stuff. You said people that think this and think that and all this. That's exactly what you said, buddy. Go back and listen. And then you said, you should know. Knowing, the word is knowing, right? And because you have with your creator, right? A connection or whatever you said, you walk with whatever, right? So you know. So now the thing is, believing shouldn't even be a part of your emphasis on your language. You know what I mean? It should just be So I was asking all the things that you know. Could you tell us some of them? That's all. That's it.
Okay, if he's done, I'm just gonna say this, as I was not addressing anything he just said, but in the beginning, he just told the other gentleman, he said, if North said it, I would have to believe it, right? And then he turned right around and said, I wouldn't bet my life on it, but I would believe it. And I come in and I say, do you even know what believe means? And he says, North, you said this, you said this. He changes the subject, right? You said this.
Belief is
Yeah,
useless,
you're
right?
done. You're done triggering me because you are so sad and so weak. I need a better opponent, man. If you're going to try to be an
Oh,
opponent,
let's
you
not do
you
that.
need to be a lot better,
Hold
bro.
on,
A
hold
lot
on.
better.
Let's not do that, North. I'll just call people weak and sad and shit. That's not okay.
He's okay. I still love
His
him.
tactics are very weak, Jeremy. The tactics he uses are very, very,
Okay, that's
very
better.
weak, very wimpy. You
It is
understand?
Demon Stride after all.
Yeah, attack the tactics.
It's not Demon Stride.
Yeah,
It is
let's not
Robot.
make personal attacks. Let's keep it above board, baby, on the level. You know.
Perhaps disengage with Denmark North.
Yeah, let's move
Future.
on. I thought these were closing statements like 20 minutes ago. Wow.
Me too.
Yeah, but
Carry on.
closing time takes some time to close things down, right? Closing time.
Well, I know,
One
listen,
day
I know the Bible's not everyone's cup of tea, but I appreciate you coming here north. So yeah, I love hearing about that kind of stuff. Not too much. It does. It can get a bit too much, even for me. But
one time. Oh, God, Andy.
no, go, Jeremy.
I was just gonna say the story. One time on Jose's, he does. You know how he used to do final thoughts, and then one day I had another thing to say. I was like, "Oh wait, let me get another final thought," and he did it. And then I'm like, "Let me see how many he'll give me." I think he gave me like 4 or 5. I just. Yeah, that's funny. Good time.
Okay, before we change the subject, this is now intriguing because I'm trying to find what the 4 faces are, right? And I can't find it. Maybe I'm bad in Google. My Google is broken. Can somebody please say what the 4 faces were?
An eagle, a lion, and then something, and then something else.
Yeah, I know
Eagle,
one is an eagle. Okay, a lion. What are the other 2?
the
Maybe a
ox,
bear.
and
Who
the
knows?
ox and a man, or
An ox
someone
and a
said,
man? Okay,
yeah.
thank you. There you go. We all learned something.
And they got 2 pairs of wings.
6
A
pairs
lion,
of
an
wings with
ox,
eyes. Yeah.
a lion, an ox, a human, and an eagle. Is that what you guys just said?
Yeah. Well, because they're from stars, because like basically the glass that they had, like any kind of star sighting that they would have been doing with optics, would have looked like a 6-pointed thing. So that they basically figured that they were 6-pointed stars means that it's got 6 wings, and so yeah, the old school angels, they got 6.
The eye in the sky.
You say old school angel.
That's it. Next time somebody asks you, that's the answer. Look how simple that is.
Yeah, that was unnecessarily long, I feel like.
Yeah, man.
But what else we got?
I did like the that I heard that on something. I can't remember what now. But the sort of definition of that of angel was like a message in a dream or something like that. And I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but if it was, then it could take the form of anything, really, couldn't it? So, but
You know, it reminds me of like robots. So like you can have a drone that would be like the Eagle. You can have like the little things that you got hard to kick over. The military takes with them. That'd be like the Bull, right? And then you got men, right? The man drone. That's what they want to do best, like you know. And then yeah, and the Lion, just be something different. Yeah, think about that.
It's like a Voltron.
Yes, exactly.
I hope
That's
you
what
guys seen.
Voltron was. It was like a cat or like a panther or whatever, and then like and then the thing all made a man, all the little things connected. Yeah, it can be like that, a little different. It's all to interpretation, right?
No, everything isn't up to interpretation. You can't take instruction books and just it's all up to interpretation how you feel that day. Um, but I would say, guys, I'm sorry that took so long, man, and I didn't even know who I was speaking to. Maybe give me a heads up of who I'm talking to sometimes. But I hope some of you tune in to the presentation about the resurrection.
When you
Wednesday.
doing it?
It'll
Wednesday?
be Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Yeah.
Nice. We'll whip an event up. Somebody that knows how to do events. Somebody that actually knows how to mod, maybe something like what you want it titled or whatever.
Yeah,
What
check
time you
out
want
live
at 8
stream.
Eastern?
I think Blaze has already took care of. Look in live stream too, and you'll see it there. It's the ups and downs of the resurrection.
Why live stream too?
Well, that's where I was just discussing it with someone, and seeing if we could get it done. But I know a lot of people in live stream one don't want to hear a lot of those things, and I just try to be respectful, man. If it can happen in live stream one, that would be great. But if not, it's cool with me. Would be in live stream two.
North, you said something real interesting. You said no man can recreate the Bible, right? Or rewrite it.
No one
I
can
said
write a book like
no. That's not specifically what I said. I said no man can write a book like it. You can't do the same little codes and the same little things that work out and the patterns that you don't see and you're not aware of right now, even at this moment. No man has been able to write a book like that, and there's not one written like it ever.
So when you said you know things and this and that, and it's not up for interpretation, but no man can rewrite it, then who interpreted it right if you can't rewrite it right? So like if you know what I mean, who's the interpreter or who's the writer that wrote it right? Because you just said no man can write that. So
all these questions you're asking, all these flawed questions you're asking me would be better done in live stream too, because a lot of the questions you're asking are wrong. You need to ask the right questions to get the right answer. It's your question is flawed. Not that it's wrong in the sense that I don't want to answer it. No, it's just not going to draw you to the conclusion that you're looking for. You're looking for something else, and I know what it is. It's very evident, and you've been trying it for a while now. But I told you I'm done with that, bro. Come in a live stream too at a different time when we're having a study or something, and ask your questions.
All right. When there's more people, I'll ask. In live stream too later. Yeah.
I guess I'm getting left out on that one. I'll wait because I'm wondering what you're talking about too.
Yeah, bro, I'll give you a little bit of advice if you'll take it. You gotta build a better defense, bro. Because you sound like you're not, like you're just, you're avoiding the questions, it sounds like.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't at all. And Gio makes it very clear that if someone wants to disengage or don't want a pissing contest, then that's their right. So
if the room's cool with it, hey, if the room's cool with it, I'll answer. SE, I don't want to look like I'm running. I don't want to look like I'm running.
Are we gonna do like an?
So let's go ahead and answer the
AMA
question.
for your? Are we gonna do like an AMA? Go ahead, North.
I don't want to look like I'm running, and if the room's going to allow this, go ahead and ask your question again, and I'll answer it.
What allow, bro? I just said I thought I'd give you some advice.
Yeah,
If
I'm
that
taking it.
offended you, I'll take it
I'm
back.
taking your advice, SE, and I'm coming
Okay.
back. And
All right.
I'm asking to entertain his question so as to not seem, as some may presume, I'm doing something that I'm not doing.
Okay,
When
why
I'm
But I
trying
didn't
to be
mean
when
that
I'm
you're
trying
running
to
not be
away.
be
made
when
again?
I'm trying to be very respectful
Fine,
of the room.
fine. I'll ask the question: why can't the book be made again by anyone else?
And I said earlier, the patterns within the book and the very words, even like I've said this before. This has been a test amongst scholars, right? So you go into, I believe it's the book of Matthew, and where it gives the genealogy, like the whole chapter is the genealogy, right? You have to write me another genealogy that's going to be divisible by 7. All the vowels have to be divisible by 7. All of the names have to be divisible by 7. And the list goes on and on and on. And I'm talking like 30 to 40 things divisible by 7. Then you have to take the names that you write in your book, whether it be a novel or whatever book you're writing, and the names have to mean things. And those names will spell out sentences to paragraphs to entire novels. So that's what you're going to have to do. And that's just
But if it's
small.
been done, well, if it's been done once, then it shows
That's
that it is
just
capable of being done, so it should be able to be done again.
the point is it hasn't been done again. That's the whole point that I'm making, and you can't do it. I would love to see you do it, and I would love to see it all work out, right? I would love to see you, and the only way you're going to be able to do it probably is to choose the same names and copy what's already been written. So that's the only way you're going to get all those vowels divisible by 7, all the names and all. I could put the list in here, but it's going to be like 20 to 25 different things have to be divisible by 7 perfectly, evenly.
Let me just
There can't
throw
be
in on that,
any kind of.
just quickly. So you
See
say
how
the
they don't want
vowels
the
are
evidence,
divisible
man?
by
They don't want the
7. You know,
evidence.
Hold on,
ancient
guys,
Hebrew.
guys. Hold on, I'll
You
make
don't
a
want the
list. A
evidence.
lot of people want to get in.
And that's just a
Let's
small
let North
section.
finish it up, though. Let's let North finish it up. I don't know. I don't think he was done. Pass the mic to me. North, when you're done, pass the mic to me, and then I'll pass it off to someone else. So nobody go till they hear me. Go ahead.
Oh, Jeremy, I've got my hand up. I've got my
Thank you,
hand
man.
up, buddy.
Thank you,
Duly
man.
noted. Hand is
So I can, yeah, thanks, man. And I'll pass it to Jeremy, and I'll be real quick. So that's just the smallest fraction of how the pattern plays out and the layers play out in this written word, right? That's just the smallest layer, and that's not even the entire thing. So there hasn't been a book written like that. You haven't written a book like that. And to write a book that all those things would work out, you'd probably have to copy this text, right? So I want to see you try it, and then you come and tell me, and I'll give you I'll give you all of the rules you have to follow, and see if you can do it. Okay? If you want to try, if you just want to try with the genealogy, we'll do that first.
All right,
Can I go?
sounds good. That sounds good. Go ahead, Evangelist.
Okay. Yeah, buddy, just quickly. So if the vowels are divisible by 7, you realize the ancient Hebrew was a consonantal language. The vowels only exist in the Masoretic text, which was not the original text that was written. So there's kind of a disconnect there. If you're using the vowels being divisible by 7, those
Talking about
vowels were
Greek,
put in by men. They
Greek in the
weren't
New
part of the
Testament. New
original
Testament was
so-called
Greek.
inspired text.
New Testament was Greek, and I'm talking about the genealogy in Matthew, not Isaiah, Matthew, not Genesis, Matthew. New
So you're
Testament's
talking
written in
about the
Greek. Matthew
where are
is
the
written in
sorry.
Matthew is
Yeah.
written in Greek, and I said if he wanted to start with the genealogy that is written in the New Testament, which is in the Greek, then he could start there, but then he could also go to the Hebrew and he could tell me how all the names in his novel make sentences, paragraphs, and complete novels themselves. Then he could do that. I addressed both the Greek and the Hebrew, and what you did was you presumed I was thinking that Matthew is Hebrew when I know it's not Hebrew, it's Greek. And then you're
No,
saying
sorry.
it doesn't even work because it's not in um, um, the vowels are not in Hebrew. That's what your point was. But I'm not even addressing that. I'm addressing Greek, bro. So do better.
The
Please do
vowels.
better.
Oh, just let me clarify my question, bro. the vowels that are divisible by 7, where that's not right through all of. Where is that? Just in the genealogy? Is that what you're saying?
And that's what I specified. It was only in the
Oh, sorry.
genealogy. I said
Okay, it's my bad. I missed that.
there's a few stipulations. There's a few rules you got to go by when you're tested on this to see if you could do it yourself. And if you want, I'll post all those things and every one of those things that have to be divisible by 7 in the Greek, in the New Testament, according to the genealogy. But if you want me to talk about what else I specified, I said if he can write his novel and all the names spell out sentences and they spell out paragraphs and novels throughout his novel, so as to his novel has wrote other novels, I would love to see that. I would love to see how he makes that work out. And that would be amazing. And I'm not saying things are entirely impossible because anything's possible with the creator, but I'm saying you haven't done it and there's no other book like it. And that's what you're not conceding. That's what you're not conceding to.
Where are the vowels divisible by 7 though? In what?
Write the list. Give us the list, North. You got it on hand? Or?
Yeah, the
I'll
vowels that
pull
are
it up.
divisible by 7. What is this? Is just in the genealogy or what?
Yeah, give me just a few minutes. It'll take me to pull it up, and I'll share it with you.
Is this like that Tom Hanks movie with the code or whatever it was called?
No, it's not like the Tom Hanks movie, man. There's all kind of things I would love to bring up. I mean, we could talk about the patriarchs and how if you look at everyone from Adam and you look to Noah, you can see the sentence spelled out, and it's the gospel. I mean, the meaning of their names
Was
spells
that
out.
Tom Hanks movie accurate? Was the Tom Hanks movie accurate though?
Big.
Biblically.
The Tom Hanks movie accurate.
Talking about the Zoltar machine.
Oh boy.
No, the one where it was what was the name? I don't even remember the name of it. What's the name of it? The code or some kind of code in the Bible or something. You guys don't know what I'm talking about?
That's the Da Vinci Code. Yep.
Yeah, Da Vinci Code. Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not
the Da
really
Vinci
like
Code. Is that a real thing or?
Da Vinci Code.
it's not really like the movie, Jeremy. Like I said, if you take the patriarch's name, just Adam, Seth, and you keep going down the line until you get to Noah, right? So you take each of those names, write them out on a piece of paper, and many people have talked about this in the past, way back in the 90s, 2000. Chuck Missler talked. A lot of people have talked about it. So Adam means a man. I think Seth means shall come down from God. So if you take their names, put them on a piece of paper, then write the definition of their names, what they mean underneath, it'll spell out a sentence, and the sentence will go something like this: a man shall come down from heaven, or come down from God, and his death shall be the everlasting comfort, or something of that nature. And I don't have to get the exact wording because I don't want to muddle it up. But Noah's name means comfort. So you start with Adam, amen, and then you end with the word comfort. But yeah, you have those kind of things, man. And in Scripture, you have names with meanings, and we all talk about what we're going to name our children. We hear people name their children all these weird names. That has an effect on everything. We talk about sound and frequencies and vibrations and all these things in here constantly. And if you don't understand that the name you give your child is very important, I mean, that's just that's a very carnal mind, man. So I would just say that, yeah, there's many patterns in this book that you're not going to find in other books. They don't have it because those books are not inspired by the author, by the one who can do those things, and it's nothing. It's like nothing to it, bro.
Is there no other text that's inspired then, North, or it's just this one, or because I like to think of the Bible as a greatest hit, if you will, from many mythologies. I might be wrong on that, but it seems to be, well, some Norse in there and some Zoroastrianism and all sorts of stuff. I don't know. I could be wrong on that, but what I really wanted to ask you is about the Gospel of Thomas. So maybe you could answer that and then I'll ask you the next question.
Yeah, I haven't entertained the Gospel of Thomas. And I've entertained some things, but that's one of the things I haven't entertained yet. Now, if we're speaking of, like the 66, I've entertained those with Enoch. I've entertained that.
Wait. Park the car,
Jubilees,
North. You haven't
Jubilees,
the Gospel of Thomas yet?
no. And
Dude,
so,
that is the one. I'm just going to interject real quick just to say that is the one gospel that they talk about. Again, doubting Thomas, the one who did not believe, that is the one gospel that evokes the most amount of emotion that I've ever read personally. I highly recommend that you read it. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I hold all these texts to a very high standard, and if it even seems like it's going against the text, if it is, it's thrown out, bro. Now I'll analyze the whole thing because some verses have been changed even amongst the texts that I'm reading now, as I pointed out earlier. Some of these verses are very different depending on what translation you're using. But I will analyze the text, right? But I have most of what I need. There's nothing really else that is there something in there about a prophecy that's going to happen that's lining up with the prophetic message in Enoch and in the rest of these scriptures, or is it just an account of what happened? And if it's just an account of what happened and it's similar but it's different, and it's too different in the sense that it conflicts with the existing 4 to 5 that's here in my hand, then I'm going with the 4 or 5. And I'm going based on my relationship and not just what I'm reading, not just my own reasoning out of my own mind. But what was it in Thomas that really stood out to you in the Gospel of Thomas? What
Oh,
did
you're
anything
asking Killian, aren't
convict
you? Not
you?
me.
Yeah, the guy
Yeah,
who
real
read it.
quick.
Like, how were you convicted, and what convicted you the
Real
most? Thomas.
emotion. The emotion. And again, not to say that I'm sitting there crying reading the words. No, it's actually the portrayal of the story. Because again, all of these books that have been written about the man are the books that have been written about the man, right? By those individuals. So their perspective on the man and the things that he did. So it's from their perspective how they relate the story. And now you get Doubting Thomas, the one who wouldn't believe unless he put his hand in his side after he was resurrected, right? Now, when he evokes that kind of a commitment to saying, I don't believe until such, that is your ego speaking for you. So to hear him say, hey, this is now my written record of the man, written after my ego's been humbled, taken down a notch or two, and all of a sudden I'm speaking from my heart strictly because my brain can't comprehend the magnificence of what I just witnessed. That is the
Does
gospel
he
of Thomas.
does he address the coming of the Son of Man to return to the earth and
Dude,
establish
I'm
his
not
kingdom?
getting into any of that. I'm strictly telling you from that standpoint. No, it's not for you to laugh, my friend. It's a
Okay.
recommendation. You're a man of the scripture. It's a recommendation from me to you, right? It's up to you whether you choose to take that on or not. I don't have to say more than that. Thank you, North.
No, I mean I plan on looking at it, but I'm asking you, because I would for sure tell you if I believe that this is one you should look at, I would say it surely does. It surely does speak of it, just like the account Matthew has, Mark has, and Luke and John. uh, You know, and if you're looking out for my welfare, I hope you would tell me if it does mention it, and not just leave me in suspense. But regardless, I'm gonna look at it. But
Isn't that the work of a great storyteller or magician is that they consider their audience, they show them what they like to, right? And they leave it up to the audience as to whether they choose to pursue it or not, right? I don't think it's a good thing that you commit anything to a recommendation. That way, the person that's taking in the story doesn't get committed to anything. They go in with an open heart and open mind, which is the exact reason we're here, to splinter people's minds and change the way that they think.
yeah, I don't want a storyteller. I want somebody to give me some facts and, something I can relate to something else and, based off experience and love and those type of things, man. Someone who's looking out for my best interest, right?
Well,
So
I can tell you my
if
experience on it. On
you're not just going to leave it, you're not just going to leave it up to a person who you think needs to entertain something you've entertained. You're going to
yeah,
do everything in your power to get them to entertain the same thing you think they need to entertain. That's what a friend would do, not a good
See,
storyteller.
and I
How
look at
big? How
that
big?
and I
How
think
big?
of that's me convincing you of something, right? I'm not trying to convince you of anything. And that's something that I've said from the very beginning, getting on this platform and talking about the things that we do is I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. I'm here to show people something, i.e. teach someone how to fish versus give them fish, right? Which is the exact thing that was stated by Jesus. In what
Question.
scripture, I have no idea,
Question.
right?
Question.
But
Question. Is the Gospel of
at the end of
Thomas
the
many
day, it is
chapters?
just something that is taught. I don't know how many chapters it is. I took it in by audiobook and I just listened to it.
Yeah, because I mean, what I just looked it up and it says these are the secret sayings which the living Jesus spoke and which Didymos, who does Thomas wrote down. Is that it?
Yeah, it's like 114 sayings or parables type of. There's a lot of, to me anyway. It's very there's meanings buried in there.
Right. So his account. So his account is just what Jesus said, not anything of what happened during this time or where he was walking through whatever.
No,
Is that right? Okay.
That's all I'm going to say on it is the fact that I listened to it on my little journey. I was very drunk, I'm sure, at the time, as I was all the time back then. And yeah, just I think I understood 2 or 3 of them, maybe, and the rest just went straight over my head, which doesn't mean much. It just probably means I wasn't ready to hear it or something like that. That's all.
Does it agree with the existing, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, those accounts? Does,
Well, like
any of the words? Does any of the words he said line up with those words, or is it
no,
much
well,
different?
like I said, it's very different because it says very odd things that you can tell it's all analogy, in my opinion, and like I said, a few of them I was like, oh yeah, that's what he's pointing to. That's what he's pointing to, and even when I didn't understand it, though, I kind of enjoyed listening to the words. But that's basically why I asked you, because I was hoping somebody listened to it and they could. Well, but then again, it's your own individual thing, so it's a bit silly me asking someone else, I think. But yeah, it just kind of went over my head. This is many years ago. This is like probably 10 years ago or something. Because Eckhart Tolle mentioned one of the lines from there. I think it was something to do with the bridegroom, but I can't really remember it. Something to do with that bride thing. It's in the parrot now anyway. And it was like, it was from the Gospel of Thomas, and I was like, oh, I'll listen to that. I'll just take note and I'll listen to that later. So I did, and I listened to it 2 or 3 times, and yeah, I just basically couldn't make head and tail on it. That's the best way of putting it. But again, that's no reflection on the text. That's I was drunk at the time, and I listened to the entire Quran, and it was totally didn't capture my imagination whatsoever. But like I said, it's quite meaningless because it's clearly very meaningful to billions of people. So
I mean, one of the things I hear here says Jesus said, recognize what is in your sight and that which is hidden from you will become plain to you. For there is nothing hidden which will not become manifest. Sounds somewhat similar.
Yeah,
Of what
that's
he
very
said.
similar. Yeah, that's very similar. Yeah. And as I've said, I mean, there's books I've entertained and there's books I haven't. And do you know how long? I mean, I rely on my relationship with the Father, but of course, the man in me, right? I want to look at this text and I want him to help me retain it. And I could share my experience on how I have retained a lot of the things I have, and it hasn't been by my own study. I promise you that. I can tell you that. For many years I studied and I couldn't memorize any verse or go to any verse or give you the context of it. But and that was not from my own study. But now, after going through and reading the text, if you were going to analyze a text and you didn't believe in the Creator, which the text says, to ask Him anything, you must first believe He is. And so a lot of people, they come at it all wrong in the very beginning. They don't even believe He is. They're just testing it, and they think they can get it on their own. And that's why I was showing you some of the patterns that a lot of people don't see in the text. They just hearsay and read a few words and stop. But to take a long period of time and to actually analyze the text and say, okay, all of these can, coexist and weave in a pattern that I see, and it's there. Now, if I add another book and the pattern's not there, the pattern gets displaced, then there's no harmony. That might not be part of the book. You get what I'm saying? So it takes a long time just to get what we got to understand that, this is reliable, right? In a sense, I'm trying to convey to you what I'm trying to say. So it's, in a sense, it's going to take you a long time just to look through the 66, regardless of what Enoch says. You're going to have to see if all this agrees, and you're going to have to be, a student that can be spoken of in a nice manner, so to say. But show yourself approved, not someone that's not actually striving for the truth or trying to find it. And that takes quite a bit of time, man.
What's your basis of observing the different books? Like, when do you put on an objective viewpoint? When do you put on a subjective viewpoint?
Like I said, I always rely on, his spirit to lead me. And I rely on that relationship. And as I, just said a bit of it earlier, I didn't get this by my own study, looking at it this way or that way, or using this technique or that technique when I do it. That's not the way I did it. That's not the way how I came to my knowledge, right? What I did was,
let me ask you this then: Is Genesis an objective chapter of Scripture or subjective?
I would say it's objectively true.
Cool.
And I mean, we could look at nature and say how, but my point is, I didn't come to these truths or my experience by what I was reading. I came to it by humbling myself and asking him to share the truth with me. Like this is no joke, man. For years and years of my life, I've read the book. I've talked with people about the book, right? I didn't always live how the book says to live. But I prayed for a while, and I mean on the ground, face on the ground, the whole ordeal, which you don't have to do, but that's what I was doing, and I just wanted to know the truth, and if the Creator was there, He would share it with me, and I didn't want to mislead other people. And once I did that, my eyes were open in one night, man. All the verses you hear me say, in one night they were given to me. It's like I couldn't remember any of those things.
Can I ask
So
both you
a lot
guys
of the
a
things.
question?
Go ahead, man.
Would you entertain the possibility that part of your book, well, let me rephrase that. Would you entertain the possibility that your book is incomplete?
Oh yeah, not only incomplete, but tampered with. Words
Exactly.
taken
Now,
out.
my example would be the Apocrypha. Translation, the hidden.
Yeah.
What are your opinions on that?
Well, like I said, SE, I don't depend on a whole lot of writing of the books as I did the relationship with them and what he's shown me in the book that I have existing in front of me. So from my experience, all I can answer you to is my experience. And from my experience, he showed me these things and he gave me the power to retain it and to recall it anytime. And I didn't do that. I didn't do that, SE. I couldn't do it, bro. So what I'm telling you is I could entertain all those other things, right? But I'm going
Yeah,
by
but how
my
do you know?
experience.
You haven't read them. I assume you haven't read them. Am I correct?
There's a lot of the Apocrypha I have not read. Yes, correct. Yeah.
Yeah, most people haven't. I'm not using it against you. I'm just saying What if the story is incomplete? And who chose to make those books hidden? Because the Greek translation is literally the hidden.
But we're in agreement that it's not complete, and we're in agreement in opposition to those who messed with the book.
Yeah.
Right.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I agree. It's incomplete and tampered with. But this is the thing I brought up earlier. Earlier today, I took 4 translations and I put them in front of me. And 2 of them agreed with each other, and 2 of them conflicted with the other 2. And it was very blatant contradiction. It's not something I'm reading into it or like an allegory. One says someone's equal to someone else, and the other says they're not. So this is the problem. And one says, Acts 12 verse 4 tells you it's Easter. It's not Easter, it's Passover. They took out the word Passover, they put the word Easter. Because they want you to have the little bunny with the eggs, and So, yeah, I understand those things, SE. And people who have a relationship with them, that's my whole point. They don't rely on just the words, bro. We don't just read the book. The true believers don't just read the book and say, I believe everything the book says. You got to have an experience, man. You got to have a relationship. That's the
not
power.
what I said, bro. That's not what I mean. And I
I'm not
respect your belief.
arguing.
I'm saying
Yeah, I'm not
there's so
arguing.
many more books that somebody chose to hide from you. And they
That's
even
cool, man.
called
Yeah.
those books the hidden. Now, aren't you
Yeah.
curious what's in those books?
I'll tell you this, SE. There's many things that, I haven't learned from the book, but I've learned from my relationship with the creator. And if he wants me to know something and reveal something to me, and it's important, he will. And if I want to know something and I ask him to reveal it to me, he will. There's only a couple of things I can't ask for, right? Everything else I can ask and he'll freely give it. And that's what he does, man. That's what kind of father he is. So I don't need those other books, bro. They can hide them all they want. I have what I need. I know where this book has been tampered with. And if they'll tamper with the book I got, you don't think they'll release the books or let me find the other books and tamper with those? I mean, give me a break. I got to have an experience in a relationship. I can't just rely on a book, SE.
All right. So flipping the burden to SC and asking SC, what does it do for you if that is some kind of hidden knowledge, though? Do you then throw out scripture entirely on its face based on what's in the hidden text? Or is it just I got to know what's in there, right?
The hidden text corroborates the canon. The Apocrypha just corroborates the canon.
Have you read them?
Yeah, majority of the Apocrypha I've read, at least read through or listened to studies about, and I've found no apparent contradictions with the Apocrypha and the canon.
Okay, at least we have one
think,
person that read them.
Same, I
No,
have
but
as well.
okay, no.
Hold
Hang
on
a
a
second.
second. I was
I have
speaking.
a
I was
problem.
speaking. I was speaking. Same, I have read them. Most of them, not all of them. And all it does is expands on what the Apocrypha says. I feel like for me, I feel like scriptures is the canon is more summarized in a way.
Yep.
And the rest just kind of clarifies a lot of things.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Okay.
one of the examples is there's the Wisdom of Solomon, and what it does is it gives much more insight to Solomon's perspective, right? Where it gives a lot of details that maybe the cookie cutter Christian perspective doesn't really want to acknowledge about Solomon basically having reign over metaphysical entities that were demonic and having a ring and kind of falling off at times where he really prioritized material wealth. Solomon wasn't like some perfect Christian, he wasn't perfect, as if people want to act like that. Like it.
You broke up in the
As
end.
to the Gospel of Thomas, oh, sorry. Am I breaking up still?
No, you're not.
Well, I was just going to say my take on the Gospel of Thomas real fast. So, I think I breezed through the Gospel of Thomas a while back, but I remember when I read, because I reverted back to my religious upbringing when I got confirmation from the Creator, and I just read like hit pieces on it, and what I remember is that the hit pieces are very dissatisfactory, and a lot of people kind of just say, oh well, that's like a Gnostic take and blah blah blah. I'm not saying it is legit because, like I said, I didn't remember specifically what all it says, but from what I do remember, it almost half of it is just repeating what the Gospels already say. It just repeats what Yeshua says in the Gospel. The part that it differs is it comes from like his doubtful perspective of his childhood, and it talks about Yeshua's childhood that we're not normally told about, and it seems to imply that he actually did miracles when he was young, which kind of seems maybe contradictory because it said that people were very astonished when he started his messianic teachings. So it's like, well, why wouldn't they know if he's already doing that? And then it seems to also imply that he was kind of like a trickster in a way, and like he was like quick tempered. So it seems like it may be Thomas's like recollecting on his childhood experience. But he also says in there, this is what I remember, that he said that he was like Lord that was there before before the world was created, and that he predicted his death on the cross. So it's maybe worth looking at. Yeah, I think there are some things that seem contradictory about his childhood, but it's hard to say because we're not given much detail in the canon about Yeshua's childhood. So,
I heard there's also Judah has in the Apocrypha something there. Am I incorrect in that? Judah has.
Most important thing, I just want to express this, please. I hope all of these books, I hope they all agree with, what I have in front of my hand and the one I have a relationship with, because that one is, you have to believe he is before you ask him a question, right? That's the case. And to go and study study these other books or the book in front of you, the 66 canon, just study either of them. You're actually, asking him, right? That's the process, or are we just analyzing a book? Because if we're just analyzing a book to analyze it by our own reasoning, and we're not, asking the creator to reveal these things to us, right? Do you see how important that is?
Well, you're starting off from a position of belief, bro. It's like it's not a logical position, I think.
Well, even based on nature, SE, is what I'm saying is we have no excuse, SE. We know there's a creator. Now to have any interaction with them, to question them for what we think they done wrong or right, we need to first realize and respect and say, okay, I know you exist. I know you exist. So now I want an audience with you. I want to speak with you. Whether I want to rail against you or whether I want to, learn about you. And what would you rather do with the one who was all powerful to create everything that you see? You wouldn't want to rail against him, I'm sure. So I'm hoping that people will be genuine and ask him to reveal things to them before they go read these books or read any book, the Bible they have in their home. I mean, don't believe things just because they're written in a book. True believers have a relationship, bro. I can't express that enough. You have to have contact with them before you even start asking these questions, because otherwise it's unfruitful what you're doing.
Bro, it's unreasonable what you're asking, bro. Yeah. Go on, what's it?
Maybe I'm delayed. It's all good.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I just want to I'm actually not promoting the gospel of Thomas or anything like that. I'm just saying that I think it maybe
You're breaking up, bro. You're breaking up.
Because if you said
It's hard to hear you.
So is it possible, that, you first have to have the spirit of truth, right? You want to know the truth. And then we're supposed to test all spirits, right? So absolutely we have to have that relationship and that desire for truth, right? That's got to be like no matter what, you're not attached to it, whether it leads you to the Bible or wherever. You want that spirit of truth, which most people that believe the earth is fixed and immovable, they have a spirit of truth, right? But do you want to keep digging further? And we're supposed to test all spirits. So, I mean, we can easily test those other books, like you were saying, North, easily. If they're not going to match the front of the book, the Torah, the Tanakh, and the instructions and the prophets, forget about it. Just like people in the last days were told that be careful that you're not deceived. If somebody comes preaching another gospel, if anybody comes and says, oh, you know what, you got to do this, or like say the fake alien invasion, right? Things don't happen that people thought were going to happen, and some alien race comes in and says Jesus wasn't an ascended master, and da 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 da, and just love and unity, da 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 da. Well, that's not. We know that person is fake. That's not. He's not a prophet for the Most High.
Yeah. Hey, am I breaking up?
Nope, you sound good.
All right, cool. Like, just to clarify here, like, I'm not actually promoting the Gospel of Thomas or anything like that. More so what I'm saying is that I kind of have a different take on this, maybe. I think that a lot of books are referenced even in the canon that aren't scripture. I don't think that reading text can be intrinsically bad. Knowledge can't be bad, even if people are misguided. I just think that it requires wisdom and discernment, which is why this whole aspect of establishing a relationship and praying for discernment prior to investigation is so important. But, like, for example, if you were to read, say, this is the Gospel of Thomas coming from a doubtful perspective of Thomas, well, you read it knowing that. You don't take what he says as to be the gospel, pun not intended, but, right? Because you could actually gain wisdom from, or insight from seeing that doubtful perspective that may be firsthand, and how maybe he convinced himself that even though he witnessed such amazing things, he tried to convince himself he wasn't the Messiah for so long or something. Because, like, for me, what happened was I prayed to the Creator, and he showed me the book of Enoch. And the way that happened for me, like, literally, it randomly got suggested to me on my YouTube when I didn't read the scriptures at all. I didn't study scriptures at all. The day after I asked for a sign, or 2 days after, as if I was supposed to read it first or something. So I don't really look at it like the people that determined the order of the books are my, like, arbiter of truth, nor do they dictate what I can or cannot read. Does that make sense? Like, I think it's much more of an individual basis. You want to just pray for discernment and wisdom and piece it together, type of thing.
Dude, and that's the thing that I was trying to illustrate when I was explaining it to North, is that you're considering the man that wrote the book. I think it was Peter that they say was a physician, though I don't know how to even confirm that, but apparently Peter was a physician. So you're understanding that he's writing it from his medical mind, right? You're looking at the words of the man who doubted the resurrection, right? He followed the man, but he doubted the resurrection. And he's like, unless I put my hand inside, I'm not willing to back this up. I'm not going to accept the story. And then he prostrates himself. He humbles himself further by putting his words into it. And again, it's just like you said, it's taking on the perspective and understanding it, and him coming forward with the story.
Right. I think reading the book of I think reading the Book of Giants is good as well, but I don't think that someone should, like, not be familiar with the canon at all, not be familiar with Genesis or the Torah or the Gospels at all, and then just start off by reading the Book of Giants. But I still think that the Book of Giants has a lot of insight once you're prepared to read it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I wasn't just a minute, please. So, and I wasn't saying that reading the other books is bad, right? If you're mature, right? But when you're growing up and you're learning something and you're learning how to act, whether it be in your family or your culture, whatever it is, you're going to grow up into a mature person that can have your faculty. You can reason in your own mental faculties what's going on around you, and you can take care of yourself. And at that point, when you're mature, yeah, entertain of many of things if you want to, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. And I agree with Whitsitt that all these things are not inspired, and some might argue that even in the 66 canon, some of those things are not inspired. They would say the men of old were inspired when they wrote the things they wrote that are written, whether it be in the law or the prophets. So, yeah, those things exist, but there's an order to things, and when we look at the pattern and when we see the order all around us, we have to understand there is order, and there's a certain way to do things. And just like Whitsitt just said, when you have a 66 in front of you, and you've had them on your shelf for over 20 years, and you haven't cracked it open but twice, and you memorize 2 verses, and then someone says, "Here's the book of Enoch," and you say, "Oh, let me read that." You're probably not going to read that either. You know what I mean? You haven't even entertained what you got in front of you. So I would say entertain what you got in front of you so you can speak to the audience who is well knowledgeable about the one you have in front of you, because they have it too, and they've all had it for years. And there's not a whole lot in those other books that disagrees. Everything in Enoch can be seen in the 66 canon in front of your face, basically. There's nothing lacking that you need from Enoch to understand the gospel or the message of our Creator. There's nothing
I
there
agree.
really.
I agree. But what was so special about the Enoch for me, and it may have just been a personal thing, which is why I don't go around suggesting, well, read Enoch first or anything like that. Although I'm open to it, may have been initially intended to be the first thing that you read, personally. But the reason it was so important for me was, well, I was raised a Christian. So, I was raised in a Baptist church, and they have all kinds of doctrines I don't believe in, but I was certainly familiar with a lot of things. And just coincidentally, when I was younger, I was like even in school, I would oh yeah, but how so? I would ask the teacher questions. I did the same thing in Sunday school, right? And I used to always ask about Genesis 6. And I'm like, giants? What giants? What does that mean? Where is this thing the giants are coming from? This doesn't make sense. And they would never answer. And actually, I got kicked out of a room one time. I'm just was really caught up on this whole idea of it doesn't make sense. This giants is randomly thrown in there, and everyone's just acting like it doesn't mean what it says. So when I was shown Enoch and I read it, I actually listened to it the first time, I was like, oh my gosh, this had so much context. So it may have just been personally tailored to me, right? It may have been tailored to me growing up for 20 something years at that point, where everyone in my family believes in this religious doctrine of Baptist, Christian, or Trinitarianism. And then Enoch was just a big pivotal moment for me, where I stepped back and was like, wait a minute, this may be way more profound or deeper of a story that happened throughout history than I knew. So I'm not necessarily saying that, people should read it first or anything, but I do feel a very special place is deserved for Enoch, right? But
Yeah.
that's just my experience, so I don't know.
Yeah, my cousin, when he got out of prison, gave me the Book of Enoch, and I feel the same way you do. I do think it's very important, and there's a lot of detail in there but it's not detail we need. I mean, I already knew that the Nephilim existed just by the scripture. I didn't need the Book of Enoch many years ago. But I'll give you one. When I was like 13 years old, I was reading the Book of Ezekiel, and I come across the last 8 chapters, right? It's chapter 40 through 48. And he's taken in a vision in the spirit and upon a mountain, and he sees a city to the south being built. And it gives the measurements and the entrances, exit ways, and it's very detailed. And that place is never, I mean, it gives you the whole blueprint and what's going to happen in it, right? And the trees of life will be there on either side of the riverbank and all these different things. And that place was never built. And so I was around all these people who said, all the prophets, all those things happened. That's in the past. And I'm looking at my parents and I said, this place, has it ever been built? And so my parents started looking, no, this has never been built. This has never happened historically. It's not in any historical account. And the things that happen in that place couldn't be historical because that's what's going to happen in the future, and it's very that's a very good study, man. I mean, there's 8 chapters devoted to a place that's never been built, and there's many prophets that speak about the land being changed and spread out in that place so that place can be built in the future, and those things have never happened. So either the prophets are liars or these things have to happen in the future, right?
Yeah, yeah. I have a. Dare I say I've matured a lot with this, and I know I still have to mature a lot in wisdom and stuff like. I realize I see it very clearly now that it's much more about like true humble intention, and that you establish a relationship with the creator and you ask sincerely and humbly, like, I just want to learn more, just show me as I'm ready to learn more. I know that we live in a time of such deception that my current understanding of things in the scriptures could be completely wrong in many ways, like not for the fundamental story, right, but like huge portions of it could be completely wrong. And that was like a major step in my life, bro, because what I've learned since then is that was definitely the case. And, I learned huge new things about the scriptures all the time now. I don't think that, I just think that that's maybe the most important thing, right? Is humbly establishing the relationship and then humbly seeking correction for even our understanding, because I think that it's just so much bigger and deeper than we realize. And I mean, that book of Enoch has really like shaken up some of my friends to the core. So, I think that maybe everyone's supposed to read things based on where they are. I don't know. Like, I think an atheist maybe doesn't need to skip to extra biblical text to start off, right? But someone that was raised a Christian is kind of backsliding because they're confused or not satisfied. Well, maybe they have the Apocrypha revealed to them or something. I don't know. I just don't think it's a very like cookie cutter answer here. I think it's much more of like a let's just try to figure it out vibe. I know I'm talking a lot, so sorry.
Yes, it's more beneficial to analyze the text, and if people can retain what's in the text, so they can analyze it together and discuss it. That's where things are so fruitful, and otherwise, it's not.
Yeah, like Enoch is very crazy, right? Like this tells you that there were entities that rebelled against the order of Yah, and that they came down and they deceived man. And you said that you had put that together, but see, I didn't, right? Where like the way I was raised, Baptist, like that was not spoken about, and that seems like a very pivotal aspect of the story, right? I mean, that has to be like one of the biggest details.
Yeah, I mean,
It,
we looked at the language. I mean, the sons of God came down, right? And they took women for wives, and they were called the Nephilim. I mean, so we get the word fallen one, Nephilim, and so the sons of God, everyone that I knew this, and so it wasn't like a big deal even without Enoch. But yeah, when my
oh,
cousin
okay,
came
yeah.
to prison and handed it to me, I was like, oh man. Yeah, and of course you see giants in the land in those days and after, and other things in the canon that's already there. But
Yeah, dude, I was basically told that like, well, sons can just mean any person, and that giants just mean that they were like a little bit taller, and that Goliath was like the biggest. And he's an example, and that it was just the Sethite theory. And then I wasn't satisfied with that, and I kept asking questions, and like I got in trouble for it. And so maybe that's why, Yah was kind of like, well, you finally humbled yourself and stopped thinking you're all that. So here's a major component that you're missing. It might have just been personal to me because of how I was raised.
oh yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Because that took a while for me to even like, emblazon those firsthand. Like I reverted back to this religious belief, and it took me a while to start learning, like unlearning more so. now I'm just like, yo, I'm ready to unlearn anything. I could be completely wrong about things right now for sure. I've been so wrong about major components of how I understood the scriptures that I'm like, you know, if Yah reveals more to me, I'm like an open book at this point, because I just know that it's so far beyond what most like most people what they think, right? Like, or what they believe, or what we think we know. We may think we know more than we do.
Yeah,
Right,
just
you have
keep
the
him in.
spirit of truth. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, just keep him in that conference call. I mean, don't just go pray to him when well, I got to get away and pray about this. If you're with someone, you're speaking with someone. I mean, he's right there, and you can have a conversation with him and talk to the person in front of you. So just keep that open communication. It's not like you have to do it at certain times. Always be dependent on that. And I know that sounds kind of weak, but I could convey it in a better way maybe later.
Shameless
No,
plug
I get
for
you.
Wednesday night. North has given us a presentation on the resurrections. Should be fun.
In a lower room here.
Yeah. Live stream 2.
What time?
I'll go ahead and it's at 8 on Wednesday. I'll go ahead and post the
Event.
event. Yeah. It's in live
Okay,
stream,
cool.
but I'll do it again so I can plug it.
I normally do a show at 9, but I'll figure it out.
We could probably just move that right to live stream one, honestly.
Yeah, or we could do it at 7, whatever. And we would love to have you here too. Yeah, but we could record it as well. We could do it in live stream too. We don't want to, take over, but whatever works. I guess we'll have to just play it by ear that day.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I might can bump my show to 10 or something.
Nice. So I hear you moving to Florida, maybe?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you not near me?
Not super far from you.
Ooh, West Coast?
Yes.
So
I mean, tentatively, we're kind of letting you guys pick our house, but it seems to pretty clearly be showing us a certain area. So it kind of seems to be boiled down to a few houses in that general area.
So, you would maybe come to Flat Earth meetup, or we could do something like that?
Yeah, it would be within very comfortable driving distance. We'll just say that. It's going to not be really publicly stated with any specificity ever,
Right, of course. I gotcha.
Yeah.
That's exciting. Good
Yeah,
luck.
it's cool, man. Thank you. Yeah, we were open to everywhere. And it's just pretty consistently nudging us there. So I guess it looks like that might be where we're headed.
Do you have a time frame?
Yeah, September 1st, we should be moving in.
Oh, you're just missing the end of this heat. It's have you seen anything about this?
Isn't it
Go ahead, Crypto.
So I was going to say, isn't it always hot in Florida? Isn't that the point?
No.
Isn't that
It's
what's
really
the
not. No, we have
Oh, really?
4 months of excruciating heat, and then the other 8 really 80s, 70s. I mean,
Yeah.
Poor guys. Oh, we feel so bad for you.
As I'm saying, winter is incredible in Florida. When it's winter time, it just feels amazing.
Yeah, but if it gets to 70, you're like, "Ooh, this is a little chilly." I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's true because it's a little bit of a breeze, and your blood it just thins out because of this heat. You just really can't tolerate too much of the cold.
So can you guys just confirm that to T units for me?
Yeah. Remember, you were going to maybe come and stay with me, but I sold my house, Crypto.
Yeah,
20 is cold for them. In translation, 20 C is cold for them.
Yeah, but what is 70 F in C? Is that about
It's
20
around
C?
there. It's around there, roughly.
Because I'll be honest, at 20 degrees plus in the UK, everyone's going down the beach to suntan. So
it's cold for
I don't
them,
know.
bro. It's cold.
We use freedom units, bro.
Yeah, it didn't. Hold on, Fahrenheit. That sounds like a German word.
I know. I mean, the Germans were right about a lot. Yeah. But
Yeah.
nah, dude, I swear one of the most exciting parts about this for us is that we're like really researching food forests and stuff, and we just kind of want to like get in tune with. Dude, this place was so incredibly created that when you grow a food forest with different layers, all the plants they literally cohabitate and work together, and it just becomes this thing that doesn't require an immense amount of work and just produces an incredible amount of food. And Florida is like pretty perfect for that. So that's what we're kind of aiming for at the moment.
So I guess what you're saying is, if you're talking to flat earthers, it's the best place in the world to live, and if you're talking to globers, it's just awful. It's too hot. Don't move.
Yes, exactly. Globers do not want to live in Florida. Trust me.
It's probably too freezing.
It is 21.1 C. That's cold for them.
Yeah, I remember when I was talking to friends of my cousins who live in Namibia, in just above South Africa, northwest of South Africa, and they were telling me when it gets to sort of 15 to 20 degrees C, they have to put jumpers on and vests and all this, and I was just like, you guys don't know what cold means, do you? You have no idea.
Don't ever come to Canada, Blaze. In the winter, that is.
I won't be able to handle it.
Oh, bro, I couldn't handle it if it was freaking 80, dude.
Yeah.
I don't understand how people, but to be honest, I don't understand how English people put up with it, but certainly Canadians. I mean, what the hell? Like, you go through 3-4 months of just like snow and minus 20. Like, what are you doing?
And then you're not allowed to leave your house when it warms up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
crypto. Don't you go through like 12 months of rain?
Literally, yeah. No, we have 2 seasons in England. We have a rainy season and August.
Yeah, that's why they're always in such a bad mood, bro.
Yeah, but I don't spend my whole year here, so it's all right.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty. I think that we're really supposed to eat fruit. You know, like I think fruit's super important. And dude, researching this, bro, the amount of fruit that exists in this realm is freaking wild, bro. I think that's what we were intended to eat, was a lot of fruit. So I'm like gonna really try and just integrate a lot of fruit into my diet, and hopefully I'll just be pulling it out of my backyard.
Yeah.
I grew potatoes in a bag. I had the smallest, tiniest little harvest, but it was so much fun. It was like so gratifying. And then I grew some lettuce, but I don't know. I think I missed the timing thing. But yeah, you could definitely grow some things here and in raised beds as well.
Yeah, like that's what sucks. We're renting at first, of course, so I'm only gonna kind of learn things, but eventually want to, if it's what he wants us to do, is to get land there and create a food forest, and y'all willing, one that can like help a bunch of other people out, to have like healing herbs there, and be like, oh, you have kidney issues, well look, here's a jar of these leaves, and like just help out like our loved ones and people around us to just have an abundance of food and help out the needy, where like it's, you know, honestly, that's the way that you get healthy, honestly, is just to eat good food. So that's kind of our current objective. And then our children to grow up equipped with that knowledge that we're just now learning. And I'm 31, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Food might be the new currency.
Yeah, bro.
In the future.
Yeah.
You know?
Water will be.
Yes.
Water will be the new currency. Yeah.
That's why Florida is the freaking spot, bro. Water in the air, water falls from the sky, water under your feet, water everywhere.
Yeah, we're blessed with that up here as well. Yeah.
Right.
Do they stop you collecting water in Florida? Like, you know, like they have the right to?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Some states limit it, but there's no state that'll stop you outright from doing it.
Florida's a very like leave me alone type of vibe. Like when you go there, you realize very quickly, oh, this group of people will never be fully controlled. They have to be wiped out. Like they'll never be fully controlled. It's actually, even believe it or not, I got the same vibe in California also. Like when you really get away from the major cities in California, you can tell like, yeah, their politics are absolutely terrible and demonic, but the people here, they're kind of like, they're very free. They're not like you're not really gonna ever fully control those people. I think it's kind of the same in Florida, but just way more so, and then a lot more guns backing it up.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the political system is a complete joke, but I think that the historical voting patterns do tell you something about the way that people think. And California was Republican state right up until the 80s. So, I mean, there's obviously going to be a lot of people there who have those values, you know.
Yeah,
So,
especially in the northern portion.
So, Blaze, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You just never know here talking. You know, it's not like we could see each other finishing. But I got kind of excited. Did you see about the biblical leprosy that's in Florida? I just posted.
No.
Yeah, it's interesting. And then somebody told me that it's bacteria. Oh, let me see what she said. She said it's armadillos carry it. Bacteria thwarted by antibiotics.
Oh yeah, of course they love you to have antibiotics. Yeah. Anti-life. That's what that means.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, like that. Yeah, I get it, but food is going to be the currency, not just for nutrition, but for healing. So, which is the same thing. Yeah.
I was going to say I'll go with the Spaceballs answer then and say it's air. That'll be the. Give me a can of air.
She's gone from stuff to blow.
Yeah, that sounds funny, but I think they're actually selling like cans of air or something, you know, in like China or something, like some places where the air, maybe LA, the air is like real bad.
LA stands for less air.
No, but I remember my mum saying when she was in Spain for a while and she wanted a lemon for a drink or something and she just went out and picked it off a tree and I was like, what the fuck? You'll be able to do that, dude. Who is it? That'll be I'll be another person to wind me up like napalm with pineapple.
Yeah, bro. Look up Florida Food Force, bro, and just like take it in. It's freaking crazy, bro. Like there's like you have bananas and all kinds of different banana trees, and there are some banana trees that flourish in Central Florida that will literally create 60-pound bundle of fruit. 60 pounds, bro. 60 pounds of fruit. And then you have like a papaya, it's just like constantly producing fruit throughout the whole year. And when you learn about like the specific plants tailored for that climate and then what plants that they operate good with, it's just like insane. You can go year round, that including like February, in your backyard and have fruit there. And I really can't imagine ever complaining about something like that.
And also, Florida's a really big state, isn't it? So land's fairly affordable. So you just have a big backyard, you just plant a bunch of stuff, and you never pay for food.
Yeah, exactly. To the point where, you know, honestly, if you do the food forest approach, like 1 acre can produce way more fruit than a family needs. And, you know, yeah, we just been attached. We're like, oh, well, just dig in the ground in straight lines. And no, how about we don't do that? And we just have layers of different productive species all like over top of each other. You know?
That would be so sick to have so much food. Yeah, that'd be sick to have so much food where you could just like give it out to the community. Like, yo, let's help each other. Everyone have some food. What do you guys got? You know what I mean? Just everyone like sharing.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Well, you could have a little shop on your land, couldn't you? It's just literally a fruit shop, so you don't even bother like really staffing it. But when you see someone drive up to the shop, you just go run quickly and you want 12 guavas?
Cool.
Yeah.
What a lot of people do in America is they'll put a stand out front and be like, apples $5 a bunch or whatever, and then they'll just like, you know, it's basically like you're just supposed to leave the money. There's no one even like watching.
Yeah, like honor code. Yeah, and like what else is really cool is you can sell like clippings to people. So a lot of these plants have come from around the world, and then they just flourish in Central America. So if you get the right information, these people have figured out the best plants, and then you just give people clippings. That's how incredible this realm is, dude. You literally just clip a little piece off a plant, go give it to someone else. They put it in the ground, and now they have that huge abundance of fruit or whatever it is. And then they give a little clipping to someone else, or take another clipping and put it over there in the ground. A little clipping off of a plant creates a whole nother plant. So you can even spread the wealth that way. Like, look, this is from Honduras. This is from southern Mexico. Blah blah blah, and like just give people different species of clippings so they can kind of create their own sustainability.
And do you know what's so amazing about that is that nothing exploded randomly one day to create that. That wasn't designed at all.
Yeah.
Bro, I have a little garden in my backyard, and our growing season here is like, what, 5 months
Days.
probably tops. I get like 300 tomatoes, dozens of cucumbers. I can't possibly eat them all. We always have to give some away. And that's in Canada.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we're
Yeah, I
doing
mean,
that. We can't give them away. Sorry, Crypto.
I was just going to say, it's the same here, isn't it, Andy? You can, like, we have a reasonably temperate climate. We can't grow everything, but we can grow certain things most of the year.
Yeah, tomatoes and cucumbers. That's about it. But yeah, we're drowned in tomatoes. We can't even give them away at the minute. So.
Exactly.
And they're way better than shop. They're so much better.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, you can grow other stuff here. But yeah, certainly not to, like, you'd struggle to grow certain like tropical fruits and stuff, obviously. But because I mean, Wizzy, what you described Florida being like, there's many parts of Africa that are exactly the same. Like, as long as it's a part of Africa that has like a regular rain season, you don't struggle to grow fruit or veg at all. So yeah, makes me think we're just meant to live in those parts of the world.
Yeah, somewhat. Definitely. I mean, the creator didn't make it so incredible for no reason. That's for sure.
Exactly.
It does make you think, though, doesn't it? Like, there's so many people that, and look, I'm a product of the system. I'm not saying I'm on my own with it. No, I'm part of it. I get it, but it does kind of make you look at these, whatever I want to call them, evil entities, and they seem to be poking people and trying to help them with awareness in some level. There's a good side to it, if you see, because how many people do you talk to where you're like, just look into it, just research it, and you're like, well, I mean, this just don't do it. And it's like, why? Look into the thing, man. Jeez, it's like the, I don't know, it's like they pour. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's like they pour and they've got a fucking big bucket of gold at the feet, and it's like bend down and pick it up for fuck's sake, and they just won't do it. Why?
Spit it fucking out, man.
I don't get
Well,
it.
there's a lot of things I've been learning recently with regards to just mobility and mobility exercises, because I had a bit of a bit of an issue with one of my knees, because I used to squat quite heavy in the gym, and then that led to muscle imbalance. And yeah, without boring everyone to tears, I realised that the problem with my knee had nothing to do with my knee. It was a hip flexibility issue and an ankle flexibility issue, right? And even things like that, people aren't taught at all. Like, I would much rather learn about how does your body actually work on a functional level in school than a bunch of useless crap about all sorts of things that we're forced to learn in school. Don't you think that would be more, here is how your body works and here is how the financial system works, should be
Absolutely.
the first two things on any curriculum?
Yeah, and like all this food we're talking about now, the food that was meant for you, that's going to make you think clearer and have, better thought processes. And then, you get this, you just go domino effect, if you will. I was looking at a few videos of that Aaron Ra earlier,
Oh, yeah, he's
yeah, you know that guy, like atheist, famous atheist, whatever. And, he's a big...
Actually, his face looks demonic. Like, he looks...
It does a bit, yeah. And I was just thinking, like, you were in Speaker's Corner, right, whatever it's called, in London, and I was looking at him, and he was like debating a Muslim, and I was just thinking, dude, just as you say, Crypto, just look at, because he's a really heavy set dude, and I was like, you seem to have put a lot of energy in this one place, put it in this other place to sort yourself out, I don't want to be overly judgmental, but you know what I mean. It
Yeah,
seems
but the thing is, as well, I've always thought judgment in certain respects from one human to another when it comes to things like that, for instance, that's actually a healthy thing. Like people call it bullying because it feels nasty or whatever. But if someone's overweight, that's bad for them. They should feel bad about that, and they should be encouraged by people to fix that. Do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So, anyway.
Yeah, I get passionate about all that stuff. I do, but you just got to be careful. I read the audience first. Like if it's a lady and whatever, I really want to go over and say something, but I think no, it's probably a bad idea.
Yeah.
Same with the flat smacking thing. I don't really do that with anybody, really. Like I was talking, unless I think they're really open to it, then I might talk about it a little bit. But like I was talking to the guy I mentioned this the other day. I was in a museum briefly because we had some solar panels fitted, so I wanted to kill a few hours, so I didn't have to listen to the banging and that. So I went to this museum, and this guy who walks you around the museum, he was talking about a few things, and I was sort of saying, "Do you know there's no evidence for so and so and this, that, and the other?" But I wasn't just being full on with it. I was just little hints, like because the most of that exhibit's about Cavendish. It's about a man called Cavendish. It's not the one you think it is, but it's like some family member, some relative somewhere. And so we're talking about that a little bit. But go on, what's it?
Well, I've heard with Normie, I found with Normies the best way is like, hey, did you hear that they think they may have discovered? Like if you say that, like did you hear that they think they may have discovered that we were wrong about what we think the universe is, and that maybe it's not expanding, and like you're like, well, who discovered it? Oh, well, it must be true if they discovered it.
Yeah, I think I left him with there's no evidence that we're going around the sun. I think I left him with that. I never mentioned flat Earth once, but I was just
that's a good idea.
Yeah, I was just pointing out little things like, well, there's no actual evidence for this or for that. So just FYI, but it's difficult because I don't know. They just look at you in such a way where they're like, yeah, well, we go to space, so what are you talking about? But I don't know. You're only a young lad. He looked nice. You were a young lad. You were a nice lad. I don't want to traumatize somebody just for the kicks or something like that.
You guys ever hear of Colonel Douglas McGregor?
Nope.
That name sounds familiar.
Yeah, this is like a concern to mostly Americans. It's one hell of a dude. He talks about the American politics, American military, and the situation in Washington. Yeah, this guy's really good.
The real question has like it ever been good? I mean, maybe it has. I'm open to it. Maybe you haven't been legit at some point, but I don't know.
What?
Like the whole governmental structure that we have in America, like the whole idea of DC. Like what was it ever not corrupt?
I doubt it. Questionable.
It was probably always corrupt, but it was so small that no one really was affected by it. And then as it just got larger and larger and encroached more and more on your everyday life, that you just noticed the corruption more. But the corruption itself didn't actually increase.
Yes, that's kind of where I stand as well. It's like it just used to be a very limited government.
Yeah. What about before the Federal Reserve? Was about 1913 or whatever it is? Perhaps before that, maybe it was still probably corrupt then as well, of course. But
Do you reckon that's why the number 13 is unlucky for some?
13's got a lot of stuff with it.
The name is ingenious. Federal Reserve? Couldn't have thought of a better name if I tried.
It's low-key insulting. It's like these people are so stupid. Just say the word federal and you're good.
Yeah, literally. Yeah. I bet you most people think it's federal controlled. Yep.
Yeah, it's like insulting.
Yeah,
Hey, real
loads of
quick.
people think it. Then you can say,
Go ahead.
like, is the Federal Express, FedEx, is that federal?
Yeah.
Hey, SE, I saw that you posted some of your vegetables. You had a huge tomato. Are you using some kind of like special technique? Because I just put a link in the chat. You should check out if you want another idea. It's called the Abner effect. Whitson, I don't know if you looked at it, the links I provided before. I'll put other links for it, but this is something they're hiding, and it's a static electric field exposed to fish and plants and maybe even human, of course, are having this major effect. I took a screenshot of the trout, the difference between the regular trout and the one that's exposed to the static electric field. Check this out.
I remember you saying it to me. I haven't looked at it yet.
Yeah, static electric field. It's called the Abner effect. Look at the difference in the trout there. So if you want even bigger tomatoes, SE, check it out. I'll put the other
Thanks,
links in
bro.
too.
Check it out.
Yeah, bro. Imagine like food forest, electric culture, permaculture, all tied, like all bundled up. We can
Right.
probably produce so much food. It's like mind blowing.
Well, this whole thing has like been buried because it also, I mean, it actually shows into the genetic history of the plant or animal and pull out an extinct line of the species and to have that be created. So it messes with the whole possibility that evolution didn't happen in the progression they propose as well, because if it could happen that quickly just by a static electric field being exposed to it. Also, it would make it so you wouldn't need GMOs and you could produce your own like vegetables like abundantly, and you wouldn't need all their pesticides and everything either, because it's like defends itself really well. So this is why they've suppressed the Abner effect, it seems. And maybe I was thinking, if you know how they do the Monsanto has it so that you have to buy their seeds with their soil. I wonder if you could if you could like thwart that somehow with this, like even if it's one of their seeds or whatever they have, maybe you could use the Ebner effect to like reach back and get a line of the crops that that are before Monsanto or something. Maybe, I don't know.
They'll sue your ass if you do anything to their seeds.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what we're fighting against. I can't even believe that it exists. That everyone's not just walking around like with signs about Monsanto. Well, now they're DuPont, right? DuPont bought Monsanto.
Did they?
I think so. Yeah.
You know what I can't believe exists? That they actually genetically modify the seeds to only be productive for one season, so that you have to keep buying them.
Exactly.
Right.
That's the whole trick. Yeah.
That's why I'm saying maybe this Abner effect, even with those seeds, that you could reach back into the genetic code of it and still produce seeds that don't have that effect.
I think you want to get as far away from the GMO seeds as possible.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Talk about the future currency, dude.
right? Even if you have
Like you can invest in gold.
yeah. What was it like I
I'm
was
saying you
hearing?
can
Like,
invest in gold if you. Go ahead. Good.
well, I was hearing that about Monsanto. Like, if even if you have like some of the seeds from another farm blow into your farm, or however it is, one way or the other, that there's like a whole lawsuit that you could be facing just by having some of their seeds blow from one farm to another, right?
Yeah, well, that's specifically that they would have patent ownership over it.
Yeah. What were you saying
So
about
if you
gold?
sold it, well, I'm saying yeah, gold's cool and all, but like you can invest in gold or you can invest in like organic seeds.
Right.
Now they only keep for so long though, but like that will be the future currency. Obviously, you establish enough to grow enough food to be able to just keep a perpetual cycle and supply, right? Because like obviously the crops just produce more seeds, but yeah, because I was looking into this and they're getting more expensive and they're getting more rare.
I wonder if this Ebner effect is part of electric horticulture. I wonder if that's like what they're based on.
By the way, gardening isn't like really hard, right? You just dig a hole, put some nutrients, put the seeds in or the plant, cover, water, and just weed. That's it. And you got freaking fruits, all kinds. You got to get rid of the weeds, though. I mean, I found the trick. I have this carpet, this black carpet. You just lay it on the ground, and nothing grows, bro. Nothing.
Yeah, I know there's also like the approach of like mulch, like so foliage that breaks down, and then doing
Yeah.
regenerative farming where you have like mobile chicken coops and then you kind of move their waste because you like pick it up. It's like a tractor. It's like a portable coop, so all their poop is there, and then you just layer that on top of the mulch, and it makes taking care of weeds like incredibly easy.
And it's a fertilizer. Two birds with one stone. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the best fertilizer ever.
Yep. Chicken fertilizer, one of the best. Yep. Imagine the system, right? Poop is a fertilizer. It's like a circle, right? It's amazing, isn't it? What's in poop, chicken poop, grows food.
Well, I've thought about this before, right? And it's kind of a bit weird because if you think about it, right, an apple is the excess waste from a tree. So an apple is like a tree's poop. And so the tree eats our poop in order to fertilize it or plants or whatever, and we eat its poop. And that fertilizes us. Or like feeds us, whatever. However you want to say it.
Yeah, exactly, bro. And actually, if you eat healthy, then even your waste is good for compost.
Yeah, exactly. So it's almost, again, like it was perfectly designed to do that.
Almost as if, yeah. Funny that, huh?
It's almost like it's a whole system.
Yep. Yep. Almost like one great big machine. Wow.
Yeah, there's a direct link, as I thought, between the Ebner effect and electrohorticulture. It's from the Ether Force website, and this is the ecological alternative to the controversial genetically engineered seeds of the international agro multinationals.
Yeah, they
Primeval
do some
code.
stuff to them, bro. You can buy a weed seed that'll grow in 2 months. Where normally it takes 5, 6 to veg and grow and stuff. So I don't know what the heck they do with them, but they modify the seeds, and in 2 months you got a fully grown plant.
Well, they modify so it goes quicker.
A lot of it's just splicing plants together that have like whatever traits you want, right? And they just keep going down that path. I don't know if they can actually do much more than that, but obviously they're going to be hiding a lot of their techniques from us anyway. So
Yeah, I'm not sure how they do it. Somehow they genetically modify it, and the freaking plant grows in 2 months instead of 5, 6, fully grown.
Well, it's like, for instance, they've done studies on, say, like wolves, and they'll take like the 5 to 10 most aggressive wolves in a pack, and then they'll breed them, and then they'll take the 5 most docile wolves, whatever, and then after about 3 or 4 generations, their behaviors are completely unrecognizable from each other, even though they're genetically very similar. I think it's a process of where they just let's just say what they call evolution is just, heritability, right? And I think that applies to bumps as well.
Yep, there's somebody here was an expert on it. I forget who it was.
Yeah, I don't remember her either, but somebody knows. Who's the guy in here who was talking about the electroculture? Anyway,
Yeah,
or
okay.
the. But hey, I see you have a short season up there too. That probably helps a lot to have those genetically modified seeds.
Yeah, I try to stay away from them, but yeah, for sure. Yeah, imagine I can have 3 growth seasons instead of 1. That's insane.
So the link I just posted, it says indeed Guido Ebner and Heinz Schur, who, by the way, mysteriously died like 2 years after they discovered this, right? But they appear to have discovered a biological method of effectively creating antecedents from progeny without using genetic engineering. And then down below it says, in the case of our manipulated wheat, growth was so rapid that it was ripe within 4 weeks. So it's the same kind of thing, same kind of effect as genetically modifying it, but it's just an electrostatic field or a static electric field that they use. And yet you can make it yourself. There's people, I mean, they show you how to do it.
Interesting, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
Voltage. Look at that.
The guy that was like an expert, I think it's the guy I know, BBQ sauce, like barbecue sauce, but he does regenerative farming specifically. But he knows like everything you can possibly think of to ask him about how plants work and regenerative farming.
Why do you
But
think he
the
does that exclusively? Like he's not into electroculture or all that, Is that he thinks that's a proven method or something that he just prefers?
Well, regenerative farming is a proven method. It's not exclusive. I think he does integrate some aspects of electroculture, maybe. I don't remember. Or is looking into it and stuff like that. But regenerative farming is just cycling the use of the land with animals to establish the natural balance.
It's
And
Dicelo. Dicelo knows it. Sorry.
Yeah, just to answer you about, the quick time of flowering with some of these new strains. What they did was they crossed the sativa or indica, whichever one you prefer. They crossed these things with the rutarellus, which was a cannabis plant that grew in Russia, and it only takes like 30 days after it starts sprouting leaves before it starts flowering.
Yeah,
So
okay, that's it. Yeah.
Doesn't take, and it's not a very good strain in my opinion, but yeah,
No, they have
that's
various strains. I believe they have various strains. It's not just one.
right, and so it's and yeah, all of these strains are crossed with the rutarellus somewhere down the line to make them. A lot of them are made to be more shorter and compact, so they can be grown inside people's homes and things of that nature. Because if you remember way back in the day, these cannabis plants would grow 16 foot tall and taller, and now they want them to they wanted to genetically modify them and breed them in such a way to shorten them, make them more compact, and
And
get heavier.
flatter. Yeah. Yeah, they grow. They trim the tops and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Well, check-
it took away from what was done over thousands of years. It took away from those things that were already taken care of for medicinal purposes and other things. And so it took the potency away. Just like when we did, apples or corn, we wanted more corn, so we genetically modified the corn to produce two or maybe 3 ears of corn instead of 1, and it's not as nutritious. You need to eat 2 to eat 1.
North, you got to check out those links on the Ebner effect. That's what the antecedent to all this is. It reaches back in the genetic code to reproduce the old, more robust, form of the plant or animal.
Yeah, like watermelons, man. They say seedless, and you go and you crack it open. And I hate seedless watermelons. I won't eat those things. But you crack it open and you see all these immature seeds in it. And you look at them and say, this is really seedless, or does it just have immature seeds? And what did you do to the reproductive system of this life, this living organism that, I'm going to consume? Is that going to affect my reproductive system? You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
bro. Yeah, bro.
So,
This is why I'm like so obsessed with this right now, dude. I'm like binge watching food forest stuff because like the same thing goes on with bananas. You know, like the bananas that we eat right now, like they've specifically tailored bananas to grow a certain way for mass production. But there's tons of different types of bananas. But a lot like really they should have seeds in them. And there are actually even like pink little fuzzy bananas, and they grow out of this beautiful pink flower. It's like an incredible tree, dude. It like blossoms this beautiful pink flower, and then little bitty bananas that are like pink and fuzzy. They start growing, they get real big, and they are really seedy, but supposedly like exponentially more nutritious. So it's fascinating. It seems like they've done this with almost every fruit and vegetable.
You know who knows a lot
yeah.
about this stuff? Dyslow. This the flowering, the germinating, all that stuff. He really knows a lot about this stuff. Too bad he ain't here.
And you're told to eat, you can eat of every seed bearing, right? I mean, what's clean and what's unclean?
Yeah, bro.
We were told from the very beginning, right? So they genetically modify things to either have immature seed that can't reproduce, so it's deformed in some way, shape, or form. You deform something before you put it in you, and your body doesn't recognize the genetic code, so it can't assimilate everything that it needs to assimilate to get the full benefit out of that thing you're eating. That was the pattern from the beginning. So yeah, it's terrible, man. When you start really analyzing and thinking about all these things we're doing, it's crazy, man.
That's so fascinating, bro. I've never even thought about that because like it's because also like seeds are kind of like all seeds are like shaped the same pretty much. You know, like even it's pretty wild to think what's the connection with a seed and how it gives us nutrition inside our body. If it's actually direct like that, they're supposed to consume that, or it's just that the plant is good because it produced seed, or because maybe like with peppers, you just eat the seeds. But it's crazy to think about because I think that honestly, people are like, oh well, you can't just eat fruits and vegetables, and I do think that meat has a lot of benefits or whatever, but there's this new thing going on that vegetables are bad. Well, it's like, no, I think the fruits and vegetables that we are eating are bad. Have we considered that maybe we shouldn't build all of our science on the idea of studying what this food does to us based on the current version of the food? Maybe it's not the food that's bad. Maybe it's not like the species or the fruit or the vegetable itself. It's how we're growing it. Like, duh.
What's on the food as well? McDonald's potatoes, the French fries.
Oh, they're so bad. Yeah, dude. They're so bad that when people spray that when farmers spray those potatoes, they can't go outside for 5 days. And then whenever they pull them, bro, it's crazy. They pull them and they have to sit on the shelf for weeks before they can even be ingested.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they wear hazmat suits when they do the spraying, apparently.
The poison's called Monitor, I believe.
Is that what it is?
Bro.
Okay,
yeah. And so here's a crazy one, man.
Crazy, bro.
You might get a kick out of this, SC, and you will also with it. I was at a friend's house the other day, and we were, doing a tour portion, and he was about to eat some slaw, and you know what slaw's made with, and cabbage and things like that. So he's sitting at the table, and he says, "You want some of this slaw?" And I said, "No." I said, "You can eat it if you want to, but it's unclean." And he was like, "What are you talking about?" He took a bite, bro, and I told him it was, and so they put scorpion genetics into the cabbage now. So, those people who want to be very particular about what they eat and, things that your body can assimilate and recognize that they're supposed to recognize, you can get very specific. But if you think it's straining at the net, I mean, I get what you're saying. If some people,
yeah, that's good, bro, because Sorry, that was my bad. I'm lagging.
No, go ahead, man.
No, but it's kind of overwhelming, honestly, because I'm starting to learn, and I'm like, oh, I don't even know if I have enough time, bro. You know, like it's like I'm learning about so many different things, and then I dive into this plant world, and I'm like, bro, this is a lot, dude. And now what you're saying right there, it's like, oh man, there's probably so much more to it, dude. It's like I'm excited once I can actually be physically doing it, I think, and learning that way. But yeah, it's kind of overwhelming, honestly. Yeah, I think that if we don't do it, though, the next generations will be so screwed. Like we have to fix this situation right now. Like even just learning the name of the plant, like so you want a certain fruit, like say star fruit. There's like 30 different ways, 30 different plants that grow star fruit. Some are more tolerant of shade, some are more tolerant of cold, some are more tolerant of certain type of soils. And it's like, oh, okay, well, this plant, this version of star fruit operates really well here. But in this climate, it almost has to be self-pollinated, where you have to like touch the leaf and then touch the other leaf. So like, is that natural? And then you have to worry about the pollination. And then you have to figure out like what's the source of the seed and is it natural? And how far back can you track it to know how natural it is? It's overwhelming, man.
Do you know how many fruits there are in the world? We're just used to oranges, apples. I remember when I first I had these Asian friends and I got introduced to these leeky and these exotic fruits. Man, we have no idea, bro. Do you know how many different fruits there are? Oh man.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I think that's what we were originally intended to eat. So
Yeah,
like
apparently
fruits that'll
10% of the human population is fruity as well.
yeah, but fruits you never heard of, bro. Like shapes, weird shapes, like all kinds of I was amazed.
dude, when you see them, they grow like with flowers and they're vibrant, different colors and they're juicy and they taste amazing. Like, how much more obvious could the creator make it that we should eat them?
You heard about the fig tree, right? And you know a lot of Olympians used to eat a lot of figs, right? So a fig is very nutritious, but one thing about it is a fig is unlike any other fruit tree. A fruit tree, you get the flowers first, like apple, pear, plum, anything like that, apricot. You get the flower first, then you get leaves. But with the fig tree, you get two harvests, the summer harvest and the fall harvest of the figs. And when you see the leaves on the tree, there should be figs on the tree with the leaves. So the fig itself is the flower. It's it's not like a fruit tree.
Wow. That's a trip, bro. Like, and there's actually a whole bunch of variants of fruits that are fig-like. So, yeah, that's a trip, dude. I did not know that. I don't know. When people say fig-like, I think they're talking about probably taste and texture and stuff like that.
Well, you got a Turkish fig and you got sycamore figs. And look at the sycamore fig. That's very interesting because Amos the prophet, he tended to the sycamore fig or the sycamore trees, which were sycamore fig. And they look different from the figs you see in the grocery store. They're not like the Turkish brown figs that you see in the grocery store or the other figs you see. They're quite different. But the fact remains that the fig is like the flower. And if you see leaves on it, it should have figs with it. The leaves and the figs come like simultaneous. So when you remember Messiah seeing the fig tree from afar off and he seen the leaves, and when he went up to it, it didn't have figs, and he was like, "Oh, you die. You're never going to produce figs. You should have had figs on you. You should have produced figs." And then think about where he was, the people who were related to the olive tree or the fig tree, and they weren't producing good fruit. So yeah.
So if they're kind of like figs, but kind of not like figs, would you call them figgle?
Yeah, they're being figgle. Hey, dude.
Figgly.
So like,
Figgly.
so then I would want to grow sycamore figs.
Yeah, that would be great, man.
I need to make a list of the things I want because I need to start making a list, you know what I'm saying? And then I need to create like a blueprint for the food forest. So maybe, I mean, I feel like that's why we're not supposed to be buying a place right now. We're not sure where it's supposed to be, and I think that I have a lot to learn before I start to build it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I actually that's it should have been very obvious, but I should just go straight to the scriptures and kind of isolate fruits and vegetables that way.
Yeah, you know the fig tree was in the garden, in the original garden. You know that for a fact. And figs love salt, like Epsom salt or magnesium. All that ocean water and ocean breeze, they're gonna love it, man.
Oh, that's very cool, dude. I gotta. That's the goal, I guess. Right, is try to figure out what fruits were in the garden, man, and try your best to replicate it in this fallen state with this soil.
You know, I watched Louis C.K. special last week, his newest one, and couple of weeks ago probably, and he does a whole bit about Jesus killing this fig tree. North probably knows what I'm talking about. You can tell us if there's a true meaning behind it. I don't know, but yeah, he's actually got the Bible on stage, and it's nothing new. Ricky Gervais did it, by the way, a long time ago, taking the piss, like, but it's interesting because it's like 15 minutes of the show, probably. I don't know. I thought it were interesting anyway, from a psychological point of view. But I mean, I like Louis, but he's got in his last few shows, he gets a kick out of saying the most horrendous shit. You like when that reaction from an audience where it's like, ugh, it's not a laugh, it's more of a oof. He
talking about pissing on the Messiah, dude.
Yeah, well, they did that in Kirby Enthusiasm, didn't they? You know?
He made a joke about pissing on the Messiah, so that's a hard pass for your boy.
I can't remember that specifically, but I remember in Kirby Enthusiasm because he does it on a picture next to a toilet. I remember that, but don't remember Louis C.K. doing that. But he's literally got the Bible on stage in his back pocket, and he does about 15 minutes on it. And the brunt of it is this fig tree. It just reminded me of it. North talking about it, like Jesus curses this tree or something, and like it withers and dies the next day or something.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and for some reason, people were shocked.
Yeah, the guy was probably making fun of it in the sense that, oh, why would this benevolent person kill a fig tree? Well, he's got an ego, doesn't he? No, the point of that, the context of that is exactly what I'm saying. It's if you see a fig tree from afar off, that means it's pretty mature, and fig trees don't take long to start producing figs at all. Not like any other fruit tree. I mean, it doesn't take long at all. So once you see leaves on one that's large enough you can see from afar, if it does not have figs on it, it means it's a fig tree that doesn't produce figs very well. Either something's wrong with the soil or something wrong with the tree. And the place in which the fig tree was and where he was walking to, he related those people to the fig tree, and they were not producing good fruit or good things. And so there's a lot of context to consider there. But a lot of people who it's foolishness to them, they wouldn't even consider those things because they're not considering the entirety of the text. They're just taking little phrases out and poking fun at it it's just unintelligent.
Wow, well said. Yeah.
Yeah, the gist of it, the thing, what you said before about that's about the gist of it, where he was sort of mocking the. It's not ready yet. It's not ready. It's not ready for the fruit yet, or whatever. So.
Yeah, as if he was just stupid, but.
Yeah.
But ironically, he's like 50 profound steps ahead of him. Well, that's how it goes, though. I'm trying to think, because I've thought a lot of different ways about this. Now we bend down and we have to work the soil. Maybe you just walked up and reached out and grabbed stuff, or reached above you and grabbed stuff, and there was just an abundance of fruit everywhere, and an abundance of variety of fruit and taste and nutrition. And I think that trying to aim back in that direction is a pretty beautiful idea. Like, if you go look at some of these food forests in Florida, it's like, I know that this doesn't even begin to hold a candle to the garden, like the garden, but it really makes you appreciate what the garden must have been. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you see bananas and even coconuts, that's much further south though, where we are. We won't be able to grow coconuts, but although coconuts are like a freaking miracle tree, coconut trees, but the amount of stuff coconuts can be used for is actually hard to even grasp. But it's like you just start seeing all these different fruits just right beside each other, and you're like, bro, imagine like the garden, bro. It was probably so incredible. Why would you not just not eat the other tree, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's probably so many fruits. Just be thankful, man, for your fruits, man. It's just really crazy. Like, it makes you like feel good on such a deep level when you see all these fruits like flourishing around each other. I don't know. Maybe I'm not resonating with everyone here, but it like really makes me appreciate what the garden must have been. It was probably so majestic, dude.
Well, the very fact that they were told not to eat that one, you know how it is, right? You put 100
Yeah.
things on the table, you tell the people don't eat that one thing. What do you think they're gonna go eat?
Yeah. Also, well, an additional variable is that they never knew life without it, right? So it's kind of like spoiling your kid in a way. Like, well, they don't really appreciate that they have a 2020 vehicle because mom and dad bought them their 2020 vehicle as soon as they were 16. You
Yeah,
know,
kind of like
I'm
that.
now like I can't even avoid poisonous food in today's society. So, you know, if I was in that situation, I can assure you, bro, I would not feel the need to go eat the one fruit. Like, you know, but I obviously I get your point.
Even the animals, when you think about deer and wild animals, they take a little bit from this tree, a little bit from that tree. If you watch deer and things like that when they eat, and they know exactly what to eat, man. And it's like they worm themselves. They get rid of the parasites and everything on their own. I mean, they do that, you know, they know, and they haven't lost that knowledge. And I've
You know,
also
fish.
heard, you know, I've also heard
Oh, sorry.
one other thing. Yeah. I've also heard in the past that you can take a persimmon, like the wild persimmon trees and stuff, and if you want to know what the next winter is going to be like, you can just cut the seed in half, and it'll show you like a fork or a spoon to show you if you need to shovel snow or what's going to happen next year. Isn't that weird?
Absolutely. You know, fish have cleaning stations. Fish have cleaning stations where they go and other fish eat their parasites in their gills.
Yeah, man, I
Sharks,
watch
and
Nemo.
they just take turns like car wash.
Yeah, in our cattle paddock, we run all our animals in paddocks, and they're not free to roam wherever they want, but they're always on fresh grass because we're always moving them. And we'll put a variety of minerals out, and the cows will just come up and whatever mineral they need, they instinctively know just to go to that one. So it might be magnesium or. Is that really loud? My neighbor is just like busting caps, and I got my headphones in. Can you guys hear that or?
Not a thing, bro. You got good
Okay.
earphones.
But anyway, they'll just go up and instinctively know exactly which one they want to eat. So even more domesticated animals, like a cow versus a wild animal, they just instinctively know what it is their body needs, and they'll have issues with their rumen, and especially domesticated livestock. They'll have a lot of issues because our soils are so bad and our management practices are so bad. The environments they're living in aren't even close to what would be in nature. So it throws their whole system off. So then you have to supplement things that they would have naturally gotten were they able to free range and forage over hundreds or thousands of miles. But it's pretty amazing to watch. They'll just go up and take whatever they need, and then that's it. It balances out the pH in their body and everything else. It's really cool. And with it, I was also going to say, wherever you move, you can almost always find local seed savers, and they'll typically develop certain fruits and certain vegetables in those areas that are highly developed, and they'll select for the best genetic traits, and they'll save the seeds from the best fruits or vegetables, and then they'll bank those seeds for themselves or their community, but they'll also sell them. So there's an Amish community not far from me that have been growing a lot of different things for 50 years now. And they just, from their best fruits, they'll sell a lot of the good fruits, but they'll keep a lot of their best fruits and they'll pull the seed out of that. And being in East Texas, this is a difficult environment because of the heat and the humidity. And these are great groups to buy from because you can get a plant that had the epigenetics necessary to thrive in that environment. And then you can just instantly have that going versus if you go to like a nursery or certain places like that to buy fruit trees for your food forest, a lot of times people don't even think to ask where those trees came from. Where were they grown? You know, were they shipped in from another state and another environment? Trees that grew in another environment. So those are all good questions to ask and things to look for.
Oh, very cool, man. Find the Amish.
Well, they don't have to be Amish, but that's just around us. Some of the vegetables they grow and the fruits they grow are highly sought after because of their heat tolerance.
So you mean like ask questions like where the plant's from?
Yeah, or I would ask somebody. You could probably go to a farmer's market and just ask around. You know, is there a seed saving farm around here? Anybody that's saving the seeds for what they grow, and talk to that person and ask them, how long have you been doing it? You know, how old are these? Because you want to try. A lot of times you're wanting to select for, like if you've got, let's just say, a tomato plant and it does amazing, and in Florida it's going to get hot and it's going to be muggy, it's going to deal with some difficult conditions, and you've got one in particular that just thrives, and you take 3 or 4 of the best fruits off that and you grow it again, and say you get 7 or 8 really good fruits off the next one, so you take those seeds and you grow it again. Next thing you know, you've got like hundreds or thousands of seeds from this line, from this one plant that had just the best genetic makeup to thrive in your environment. Those are the kind of, for what you're looking for, which is, to me, sounds like you want like a bulletproof homestead almost. Fully self-sufficient. You want to have the healthiest food, and really a lot of that comes down to obviously good soil, but then great genetics from that plant. So we do the same thing with our cows. Whoever's the most fertile produces the best calves. And then you look for specific traits in your bulls, and you look for specific traits in your heifers. And then you cull the other ones. They become your meat for your customers. And those good ones, you keep breeding and keep reproducing and keep looking for those good genetic markers. Same thing with fruits and vegetables.
Okay, very cool. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna have to just gonna have to like be in learning mode and kind of prep a lot for at least a year. Yeah, because I'm like such a newbie, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot, man. It's a lifelong process and journey of learning this stuff. Some of my mentors are in their mid 70s, and I mean they're like kids. I mean they just love to learn, and every day they're learning something new and sharing it with me or whoever else they're mentoring. So it never stops. You'll always be learning more and more about it.
Hey, barbecue sauce, did you hear us mentioning you earlier, just a bit ago?
No.
We were talking about you being the expert or somebody that might have an answer to somebody's question, but if you weren't listening earlier, you gotta. I'll repost a couple links for you, or I'll send them to you.
Yeah.
Have you heard of the Ebner effect?
I have not heard of the Ebner effect.
Static electro field. If you expose the plants or fish or whatever to a static electric field, it can reach back into its genetic code and produce a more robust, more resilient crop.
Wow. So is it?
Yeah,
It's
it's huge.
different than electroculture.
It seems like directly related. I don't know if it's exactly the same thing, but it's directly related. I just found a link that connects the two.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to check that out.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. I got a ton of links. I don't want to repost them.
No, I jumped on right as North and Austin were talking about fruit, which I didn't even know to look into. That's a good lesson for me. Clean fruits and vegetables. I mean, I've read through that stuff, and it just never crossed my mind that I should only be eating certain ones. So I got to go revisit all that.
Yeah, isn't that a trip, dude, to think about?
What was it? I missed that about the fruit. That certain ones you should eat certain ones. What with the seeds or what was that? I missed it. I guess.
Yeah,
Certain ones you shouldn't eat.
I briefly heard North talking about it. Yeah, it sounds like basically there's clean and unclean fruits and vegetables, which I just never occurred to me. I don't know why.
Do you guys know much about oxalates?
I've heard a lot of talk about it from people in the regenerative farming community because the carnivore community has taken off so much. And they're great customers for regenerative farmers. I mean, if you're a meat farmer, the carnivore, paleo, animal-based diet community is huge.
Yeah, but I mean, oxalates appear in mainly in fruit and vegetables, as far as I know.
Right. Yeah, they're sort of described as defense chemicals for fruits and vegetables to keep you from eating them. And if you're a ruminant animal, you can process those things because you're fermenting that stuff and breaking it down multiple times before your body utilizes those nutrients. But I haven't studied oxalates extensively. I just know that they can be toxic for people.
Yeah, apparently, if you eat too many, like I think nightshades are quite high in the raspberries. There's a few others as well, but I don't really know too much about it. So I thought I'd ask you here, see if you guys knew about them. But, apparently, like normal levels of consumption is not a problem at all. But if you've got, for instance, if you've got a diet which is very high in tomatoes, that could be an issue. But I don't really know.
Yeah, especially if you have a lot of gut issues and you're eating a lot of tomato seeds and you're eating the skin, it can cause a lot of problems for you.
Onions and garlic as well. I don't know if they're heavy in oxalates or whatever, but they can be bad for people with digestive issues.
Yeah,
which is a shame. It's a shame because garlic and onions are both delicious.
yeah, they are. But this is what I'm now like so fascinated with is if you try to jump down the nutrition rabbit hole, you're going to hear arguments from all sides. So many different arguments and information about vegetables good, vegetables bad, fruit good, fruit bad, meat good, meat bad, right? And then most people kind of settle on like, well, a balanced diet is the best. Well, yeah, but like, what is good and bad? Like you said, there are many videos you can look up that be like onions bad, garlic's bad. Blah, blah. Many people will tell you that garlic's amazing for you, and it's like beans good, beans bad. Well, what if the simple solution is in fact this idea of like clean and unclean, and natural and unnatural? You know what I'm saying? What if that's the thing that's missing that all of a sudden like clears up all this confusion?
Yeah, it could be. I also think that there's a certain element to it where it's diet is just personal. So that doesn't mean that I can eat arsenic and it'll be good for me, right? But there'll be certain. It's like having a workout program or having any other kind of routine. Is going to be personal to the individual. So it might be that I could just eat only beef and that's wonderful for me. And I really benefit from just an all beef diet, whereas someone else can eat beef and feel horrendous and they lose loads of weight. You know, so I think it's personal as well.
Yeah, and there's the whole like idea that it's actually specific to genetics. Have you heard that?
I also think that's why people get so upset when they talk about it. It's like you get the carnivore guys, you get the vegan guys, and they're kind of just like, you know, virtually like frothing at the mouth, like shouting at each other. And it's probably because they've both found a diet that works for them, and the opposite diet was really toxic for them or whatever, which is why they went on to the diet that they're on. And now they think that same diet that was toxic for them is going to be toxic for other people, which is why they're so passionate about it, right? That's kind of the vibe I get from those debates, anyway.
Well, if you go by what they call them centenarian countries, there's certain places on Earth where people live past 100. And one thing they have in common is very little meat, like basically the Mediterranean diet, and sleeping during noon, siesta.
Bro, it depends if you count fish as meat, right? Because Mediterranean countries eat a ton of fish.
Right. I should have said red meat. Yeah. Because they'll eat fish. Yeah.
They
But
eat a
mostly
lot of lamb
fruits and
too,
vegetables. Yeah.
Yeah, true. They do eat a lot of lamb. Yeah.
which
Lamb is so good, dude.
I would consider a red meat, but
Lamb is so good, dude.
Oh man, lamb is one of the best. Roast lamb. Oh my god. Yeah.
I think I actually prefer fish to meat generally. Like if you're gonna like pass the two out, but like a really good like prawn linguine or something is just like you can't beat it. It's so nice.
No, I agree. Yeah, I think fish is best, and like even like specifically white fish kind of. But yeah, like I love fish.
Let me guess, that's another thing that Florida has in abundance.
How do you know, dude? How do you know?
Something to do with being a peninsula.
That is actually so funny though, because Kai was saying it today. Like one of the first things we should do is find a good connect on like fresh fish if we get down there.
Is it Louisiana that's like famous for its fish dishes? Is it Louisiana or one of those other southern states?
Yeah, maybe second to its fame for voodoo and witchcraft. Just kidding. I don't really know. Yeah, it's very famous for seafood and like or what's it called? The little jambalaya, whatever.
Crawfish, jambalaya.
Louisiana is like the unclean food state in America. It's all,
Yeah, bro.
they're almost all unclean.
Yeah. When they're not practicing witchcraft, they just go eat. They just go eat sea insects.
Or is your juice filtered through krill? Most of the juices you're drinking, are they filtered through krill? You know what krill are, right?
Yeah, little fish.
Crustaceans, like what, shrimp?
Yeah,
Kinda like that.
little fishy that the big whales eat. Yeah.
A lot of people would say
you're right.
that's unclean, right? A lot of people would say. Why would you use krill to filter my juice, bro? What's wrong with you, bro?
Dude, you're totally killing my vibe right now because I know.
I didn't even know that was a
thing. Oh man, dude. I have to start using my own drink.
Wow.
You guys just reminded me of a really rubbish fish joke, if you want to hear it.
Sure.
I'll say that as a yes. What's the difference between a lobster with a boob job and an old bus shelter that's kind of crumbling down?
This is super specific. I don't know
Yeah,
what
that's
is
what I
it.
was about to say. What a specific question. I don't know.
One is a crusty bus station, and the other's a busty crustacean.
Oh, that's good. That's good stuff.
Sorry.
And by good, he means like mediocre.
That was good. I
I said
liked
it.
it.
I said it.
I know. I'm
You
just
guys,
kidding. Sort of.
I have a joke. Do you guys know what kind of coffee Moses drank? Hebrew.
Hebrews.
Good one.
I don't know why I can't remember any of them. Every day they used to have a fish joke up on the board. It was like a thing this one classroom did, and I can't remember any of the fish jokes.
I just can't get over this dude just said that about juice.
How many how many trees can we get 2 harvests from in a year? Like summer and fall harvest. Is that only the fig, or are there many other trees? I would look into that too.
Is this a joke?
I don't know.
I tell you what, if figs
I-
are in Fig Newtons, that I like that shit. It's good stuff.
Oh man, yeah, those are probably not good figs, eh? But I will say there's obviously fruit that yields year round, but as to 2 specific harvests, I wouldn't know. Like papaya, for example, like you just pick some papaya, just go back a couple days later, papaya, like every other day.
And I think they take like 9 months to start producing. Is that right?
Papaya
I don't
juice
know.
is awesome.
I think
For
like 9
breakfast.
months. Yeah, I think they start producing after that, and you can continually pick. But I'm talking about trees that are in an area where they go into a dormancy, right? I'm not talking about a tree that's just growing year round. So a fruit tree that, are there any that produce twice within the season, like a summer and fall harvest with figs?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the only one I know of, and I just learned it from you.
It's got to be like an apple tree. If we can grow them in Canada, small season, I'm sure they can produce at least 2 crops, no? Just off the top of my head.
I don't know, man.
How about oranges? Don't oranges produce all year round in Florida?
I don't
Well, they
think
specify like that in a climate that it goes dormant and then comes back.
I'm talking like this is what I'm speaking of. How I differentiated or distinguish between the fig tree and the fruit trees that you normally see. And we know there are more trees than we know of, and more varieties of them than we know of. But I was making the distinction that a fig tree, if you see the leaves on it in the spring, it should have figs on it. But a fruit tree doesn't do that. It'll give you the flower first, then the leaves come, and then later your flower, of course, will be a plum or an apple or a pear or a peach or whatever. But can you get 2 harvests within that season of growth period? Because think about how long it takes you to get your orange from spring to fall. Or do you get oranges, 30 days into in the spring, or is it just right at summer and then you get another batch, or does it take the whole growing cycle to get those oranges to maturity? Now the fig will give you a summer harvest and a fall harvest. So it'll actually produce twice within that same cycle that yours is producing one time, right? I think I'm correct with that. I mean,
I
it's
wish
not
I
like
knew
your
how to
orange,
grow fig, yeah.
your orange tree isn't growing little oranges every day. Is that the case? I haven't seen any trees like that.
Not every
I
day, no.
Okay, so there's a specified time of growth season where they're gonna
Everything has,
produce.
yeah.
Yeah. that are going to produce. And what I'm saying is, I wonder how many other trees, and is it related to them being in the original garden or the original genetic code, to where a lot of these trees we can eat from would produce twice instead of just once. I don't know. I'm just, speculating.
Oh wow, that's pretty deep. I'll have to try to research that.
There's no farmers here. Usually there's like 10 people that know about this stuff. I'm surprised.
I'm racking my brain trying to think about a tree that produces twice, and I can't think of one.
How about an orange tree?
Well, they have a season. I mean, there's an orange blossom, so it's going to blossom, and then just like North said, after at a certain point, that blossom is going to turn into a fruit, and then once you get that fruit, I think that's it. Unless there's some climate where they could just keep producing over and over and over, but they put so much energy into the fruit, so much of the life force of the plant goes into the development of that fruit. It typically needs a season off
Between the spring and the fall.
So
You'll
one
get
crop?
one harvest.
Really?
You'll get one harvest from an orange tree between the spring and the fall. You'll get one harvest. You won't get two. On a fig tree, you'll get two harvests. You'll get the summer harvest and you'll get the fall harvest. Because when you're in the early spring, when you see the leaves on the fig tree and you walk up to it, there'll be figs all over it. And if a cold spell doesn't come through and kill off the figs, you'll have the summer harvest. They'll come to maturity in the summer, and then it'll produce the fall harvest, and they'll be mature in the fall. But you're not going to do that with oranges. I haven't seen any other fruit tree that does that.
Man, I wish I liked figs. You're making me wish I liked figs because I've tried, and
Have you ever had a fig Newton?
I mean, I
Oh
like them
man,
like that, but like off a tree, I've never liked
had
them.
figs.
fig cakes healed the boil of was it Hezekiah? Hezekiah, I think, had a boil, and it was he could have died. So the prophet told him that the Creator said to take a lump of fig cakes, and put on the boil, and it went away. And the figs are highly nutritious, man. I mean, you can
Fig
put them
cakes.
on you. You can eat them. Yeah.
Fig cakes. He was probably talking about fig Newtons.
It's fruited cake.
Wait,
Yeah, no,
can you repeat the story about the boil thing? I missed it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Hezekiah, he had a boil that came up, and it said it was lending to the boil was going to be dangerous, and it could lead to his death. But he wanted a way to heal this boil, and the prophet told him that Yah said to take a bunch of fig cakes, like a lump of fig cakes, and just place it on the bowl, kind of like a salve, and he would be healed. So that's what he did, and he was healed. I'll try to find it for you, and I'll post the verses.
That's super dope.
You guys seen people taking dandelions and like deep frying them? I'm thinking like, man, I would just like find a way to like slightly steam them or something. I don't know if I deep fry them because that's not good, but like dandelions are supposed to be like superfoods.
yeah, it seems like frying it something in high heat, it would just nuke a bunch of the stuff in there. Maybe minus the minerals that would be so beneficial.
It's in 2 Kings 20 verse 7 and Isaiah 38:21. Isaiah said, "Take a lump of figs," and they took it and laid it on the bull, and he recovered. And you could read the whole story. Read it in 2 Kings or go to Isaiah 38.
Yeah, dude, that's making me want to just like search through the scriptures and find the fruits. Every time fruits are mentioned and like read about them and learn about what we should try to grow.
I would say don't limit yourself to the scriptures.
Pomegranates, man. Pomegranates, grapes, figs. There's a lot of them mentioned that, I mean, they were, you know, in special places, so to say. That's just a hint. And yeah, there's a lot of them mentioned.
I seen a video of this guy. He planted like 2 trees, and one of the trees he like went by the scripture, waited 3 seasons, and then gave the first fruits. And like the fruit that grows off of that tree is like huge compared to the other tree that he didn't give the first fruits.
Yeah, I've seen that.
We had a pretty crazy experience this year. We moved our cattle into a new paddock in this pasture, and the middle of the paddock had just tons of weeds in it, tons of goat weed, and it was like 4 feet tall. And I was moving so we have like an electric hot wire that's on the front and the back of the herd to keep them from going forward or to keep them from going back. And I'm rolling the wire out through all these weeds, and all of a sudden there's a watermelon growing. This is in East Texas, up on a hill, no irrigation. And all of a sudden I realize it's like a small watermelon patch, and the shade from the goat weed was providing enough shade, I guess, to keep the soil moist, because this was in July, and I mean we got very little rain this summer. And that was an area where the guy who farmed on this place before us used to just set his bales out and let his cattle graze the bales there. So the ground is really hard, but on top of the ground is like this thick layer of mulch that all these old hay bales are breaking down. And the only thing we could think is that somebody was eating a watermelon out there one day while they were working years ago, because I've been out there since October, so at least last year, probably longer ago. And this seed, just the right conditions took place for this watermelon seed to grow. And after the cattle came through and grazed, we ended up finding all this watermelon there that we couldn't see before. It was just it was immature, so they weren't ready to pick yet. I wish we had found them, a couple weeks after when I did find them. And I was hoping the cows would eat them, but they didn't. But they ate all the leaves off of it. They must have, those leaves must be really good. All the leaves were gone. They stripped everything down to the vine. And then just these watermelons were kind of left laying there. But I just couldn't believe it. I've never seen anything like that.
That's a trip.
So this is something I never thought of before. So is there really only the fig tree that can produce twice a year, or is there other fruit trees?
Well, then you got to ask: is the fig tree a fruit tree or is it a flower? And most would tell you it's a flower. It's not a fruit tree, but
Yeah, but we can
it's
eat
still
it.
called a fruit.
Yeah.
It's not a tree, that's for sure.
So there's no other produce, no other fruit that produces 2 yields per year? Anybody know?
The fruits that produce all year long.
Like?
That,
Okay,
you live in
strawberries
Europe.
and
You live
blueberries
in
and
Europe.
that, right?
You live in Europe. In the south, there are no seasons. There is a wet hot season and a dry hot season. It's always either dry, but the weather is the same.
So name me a fruit that produces a fruit tree that produces 2 yields per season.
2 years. I'm not talking about 2 years. It produces fruits all year long. I don't know, coconut.
Coconut. It keeps producing all the time?
I think so.
Okay.
Well, one thing's for sure is that coconuts are freaking incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love coconut.
We just don't want to move that far south, but like, if anything was going to tempt me to do so, we're just letting you off pick though.
Coconuts are considered a nut, not a fruit.
Don't berries grow like that all the time? Strawberries, blueberries, or do they have like one season?
One season.
One season, huh? Yeah.
A lot of plants, once they produce a fruit to maturity, and I'm not saying trees do this, but a lot of plants, they'll produce cucumbers and things like that. Once they produce a mature cucumber, then the leaves will start turning yellow and it'll die because it thinks it's done its job. It's reproduced the offspring for the next go. No, all plants aren't like that, and trees are certainly not like that. But when you're speaking of trees, you can take something that's soft. I mean, we got things that come off trees that are soft on the outside, hard on the inside. Some are soft on the outside and inside, and then we have others that are opposite. They're hard on the outside, soft on the. There's differences, and all those things are very interesting. But I don't know of a tree that you can get two full harvests. I'm not talking about growing a coconut here and a coconut there throughout the whole growing season. I'm talking about something that gives you a summer harvest and a fall harvest. So from
No.
spring to fall, you get two harvests, full harvests.
Yeah, I was just
but
like
you
researching
need
it. I don't
seasons.
think so, dude. I don't think so. Like, there's a list of like long harvests, like closer to year-round production, and specifically number 5 on the list is a fig tree, and it gives 2 distinct harvests, and it's the only one on the list that says that. The rest are just describing like longer durations throughout the year that you can harvest.
So
So I don't
one
know.
tree only.
It's the only one
If you
I found
don't
so
have
far. Yeah.
seasons, you need seasons to have to harvest it. No seasons, you have one season. What will the plant do?
Yeah, the fig gives you two harvests. That's the only one I know of, man. I don't know of any other tree or flower or anything that can do that for you. I mean, and
Yeah, like
once
it's
some things produce something mature, the fruit or the vegetable, they're gonna die, bro.
Well, we do make things produce fruit. Can't call it fruit in whenever we want. You trick them.
okay. Yeah, but I'm just telling you, I'm looking it up, and like it's always just referring to different types of fig trees.
Cannabis, you can get a yield anytime you want.
Yeah, but I think you can do a similar thing with papaya, but we're talking about like specific, fully grown, mature fruits ready to pull, and then they do that again. Not just like you pull them at different maturities throughout the
Do you
year.
you go to the supermarket today in the winter and eat cucumbers? Whoever ate cucumbers in the winter?
We always
Yeah,
eat
that's not really
cucumbers in the winter. What are you talking about?
not not really the point, man. Like you got greenhouses, you got different climates. We're
No.
talking about another crop that does what fig trees do. They seem to be distinctly different from any other tree. Like I'm sitting here reading about it.
Yeah, this is the first
I
time
used
I
to,
hear this. If that's the case, that's something. Only one tree in existence does that?
I don't remember. There was a fig tree, a plant near me when I was a kid. I only remember once a year.
I used to grow wine grapes and They actually have two separate blooms. You have a first bloom and then you have a second bloom, which is just like a month behind the first bloom. You get a first crop and then you get a second crop from the second bloom about a month later, but they're smaller in size. Not really the same as a tree that would probably give two distinct crops a year.
Well, yeah,
Right, it's
even the
crazy. I keep
tomatoes, you
looking up
see
the
like two different growth rates. Like you'll see some start and then they'll grow, and then you see little baby ones, and yeah, I guess that's different.
Yeah, like I'm specifically looking up 2 distinct crops per year, and I've yet to find even one more.
So that's something I didn't know that I've learned today. If true, that's something that just can't be. Like only one tree in all of existence does this. That's freaked out.
Yeah, it makes you want to really reconsider how important figs are.
I kind of said the first time I heard
Yeah.
this the other day when North told me that this is kind of like the what is it? The duck-billed platypus for the classification system. Like, how is it a flower and a fruit? Like, it doesn't fit into any kind of categories.
I know a lot of berries grow really fast, right? But that's just not the same thing, man. Like 2 full mature crops that are independent is kind of blowing my mind right now.
Yeah, plant some figs, man, and they love Epsom salt, like I said earlier. And just remember, I think it was Amos the prophet. He was the one that tended to the fig trees or the sycamore figs. And there's a story behind what he would do. Some people would talk about how he would take like a little needle and poke at the fig, because people talk about the wasp that goes into the fig. And there's many different avenues and rabbit holes.
Yeah, do wasps help pollinate?
It wasn't fig. It was shikma, no? Shikmim.
Dude, Yeshua talked to a fig tree, man. This is just all blowing my mind right now.
And cursed it.
Yeah, because it wasn't producing. Like, yo, it makes me want to see, like, are there multiple like good species of figs, and like how much of them are conducive in Florida, and like could I just grow a bunch of different types of figs, or should I like just maybe grow sycamore figs, or I don't know. I'm gonna have to like research this.
I got some Turkish figs, and
But
I was on a. Sorry.
I don't know exactly what they do. They make a cut in the tree, and it makes the fruit grow faster.
Yeah,
It
that's
prevents
I can, yeah.
it prevents the nutrients to go to the roots. It
Yeah,
will
if you
go
ever
on.
want to. Sorry, man.
No problem.
Yeah, if you ever want a tree to produce, you go out and shake it, run over it. It'll start producing, but it's like a shock though. And some of those things people do them gently, and some of them people do them very vigorously. But what I was going to
Yeah.
say is, I was going to say that I have a Turkish variety and I have another variety. I forgot what it was called, but I've been on an island, man, where the fig trees, you could climb them like a 200-pound, 230-pound man could climb these things and pick figs as big as apples, bro. They weren't like the little figs you see in the store. So there's many different varieties. Some of them look round, some of them look teardrop shaped, but there's a lot of great figs.
But what you said is done by nature. There are many trees that the colder the winter is, the better the fruit. Some the tree does need a shock. They do it to poor chickens also. When they stop produce, they simply stop feed them for 3 weeks. They go into a winter mode, no food, and then they bring back the light and the food, and the chicken start producing. That's very cool method.
Yeah, I've heard if you want your chicken meat to taste good, just feed them figs. You know, take them off everything else. Just feed them figs for a month, then harvest your chickens. And the meat will taste better.
Maybe feed the mango. This is a big server. How many people we have?
That Sharky?
Mm-hmm.
Shabbat Shalom. Not a long time no see.
It's not Shabbat anymore.
Yeah,
Shabbat
I know. I
is
just realized that.
wait. What day are we? It says
Am I
Monday.
saying?
It's Monday.
Yeah, over there it's Monday. Somebody told me you were in Brazil, but you're not in Brazil. You're still over in,
Tel Aviv, Israel.
yeah. I think somebody was messing around with me. I said, where's Chikey? And I go, oh, he's in Brazil. I was like, what? No, he's not. I was going to say, yeah, for you it's Monday. For me it's Sunday, yeah.
Yeah, what did we argue before, Sonar? Did we argue before?
Say that one more time, what?
You asked if I remember. Not really. Good white line. Probably. Did we argue? Did you have debates before? Or were we on the
Yeah,
same
just like you've
page?
been gone.
Or were we on the same page? That I don't remember.
Hold on, man. I'm in the car. Hold on. Yeah, man, it's hard to hear you in here, and I think I just sped past the cop. So I'm trying to make sure he's not chasing me. Hold on.
You're asking if you argued with Kosho. I wouldn't imagine. You guys are both ballers.
I'm not a baller.
I thought you were.
Yeah, try to get a Glober. I don't want one.
No. You never heard me mention a globe.
That's true. I wouldn't even call Jackie a Glober.
I just talk about the facts. That's all. Don't need to put tags on things.
Oh, okay. That's fine. You think you're on a spinning ball, though, right?
I know I am.
See,
Spinning
okay, there
ball.
you
It's a big sphere.
Yeah. Okay.
Huge. I mean, you can't imagine how huge it is. You know, when you
Yeah,
go on
funny you have to imagine it.
airplane.
There's no proof of it. You just have to imagine it.
No, you go on an airplane, on a jet. And you keep going and
Airplane.
going and going, and the thing doesn't end ever.
Well, good luck landing that airplane on a spinning ball.
Easy.
Yeah, it sounds pretty easy.
Oh, that's really basic physics.
Okay.
Really
Well, I'm not
basic.
going to get into that argument again today. I've done that already recently. You think it works? You better hope it works. Is it the atmosphere keeps you in sync? What do you go with? Do you go with like correcting for the Coriolis, or do you go with the atmosphere does it for you and you don't have to worry
You
about
don't need to do anything.
it? Okay, the atmosphere, magic atmosphere guy.
No magic. There's no magic.
Oh, okay. All right. Whatever you want to call it. I don't want to label it.
You label it however you want. But we need to be on the same page with the magic. What do you
Well, it's a
mean?
lot of faith to put in the atmosphere, just in case, you know.
Don't put my faith in atmosphere.
Well, you better. Otherwise, you might have to correct for Coriolis.
No.
No?
You
Okay.
don't. No, because it's
Let
weak.
the atmosphere do it for you.
It's very weak.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's not the atmosphere that does it for you. It's the fuselage that has a lot of friction. Yes.
Okay.
It's not a projectile that you fire from a gun. It's something that has volume. You can't
Okay.
just push the airplane and a little window on the airplane is much stronger than the Coriolis. You don't care about the Coriolis. You care about the wind.
Okay. Well, that's a good thing, I guess. I mean, if it was spinning, there might be a problem.
Well, I have about every 5 minutes there is an airplane landing here. None crashed yet.
I bet the
Here,
pilot
you hear
always
it?
treats
Can
the
you hear it?
Earth as station. The pilot
Can you
always
hear it?
treats the Earth. Huh?
Can you hear it?
No. But I was just going to ask you, the pilot always treats it as stationary, so I guess it doesn't really matter if it's spinning or not.
Well, landing airplanes are scary. They
Yeah.
fly slow. You say this going to stop and fall down. Really scary. I looked at.
Or you think it'd be like let's just like imagine like the Earth was spinning like separate from the plane, then landing would be even more scary, right?
I don't know why spinning scary.
Well, if you were trying to land on a moving surface, that might be scary.
No.
No.
Why are you scared of spins?
Well, I mean, if it was moving sideways, and then you're trying to land or go forward, and it breaks the wheels off and makes the plane crash.
There are videos you see airplane actually land sideways because of the wind. Coriolis.
Well, it's different than the Earth spinning. The wind pushing the plane is a totally different thing than the Earth spinning separately from the plane 15 degrees eastward. I don't know how to get an argument there. Good thing that the pilot can just always treat the Earth as if it's stationary. We can at least agree on that. Funny how he can do that, though, if it's spinning.
Yeah, see, the wind is the thing moving. The Earth isn't moving.
Yeah, exactly.
And they'll say, hold on, though. They'll say the wind is moving because the Earth is moving. That's what they'll say.
No, it actually was before. Motion is relative. If it doesn't move relative to you, it doesn't move. Doesn't mean it doesn't move. That means it doesn't move relative to you. Could be both of you moving relative to someone else. So the pilot doesn't care.
So does a
The
plane
pilot
land
doesn't-
on a moving runway? Yes or no?
The runway is not moving.
Right,
Yeah,
the
'cause
runway's
it's
not moving
stationary.
because it's a
Not
stationary.
moving
aircraft.
from its place. From its place, it's not moving. It's spinning with the Earth, with the airplane, with the atmosphere, all in unison, and it's like nothing is moving.
It's like magic,
That-
then, huh?
yeah, just like magic.
Beautiful.
Is the atmosphere in
magic.
perfect lockstep? Wait, is the atmosphere in perfect lockstep always with the Earth?
There's no perfect in nature.
Right. So there shouldn't be any perfect landings, but we have those all the time.
No, we have computers. We have pilots that correct for what need to be corrected.
Oh, I thought you said the atmosphere does it for you. Now you're saying the pilot corrects?
For wind,
No, I'm talking about the spinning of the
the
Earth. The
spin
wind is
doesn't
totally
matter.
different. Totally different. Spinning doesn't matter because it's stationary. That's the only reason it couldn't matter.
Yes, it's
Okay,
stationary.
stationary. Okay, so we agree. I thought you were a glober, but I guess you're a flat earther.
I'm not flat earther.
Well, you're a
I'm
stationary earther. Whatever you want to call it.
No. That's
You said the
simple.
runway is stationary, so you're a stationary earther.
Yeah, the runway doesn't move. They don't move the runway. It's always
No,
the same
it
place.
doesn't move because the Earth is stationary. Right.
The Earth is spinning.
Oh, but I thought you said it was stationary.
No.
How could the runway be stationary if the Earth is spinning?
The Earth is spinning
Yeah.
around its center. The
No,
airplane is spinning with it.
but not in
The
perfect
air
lockstep.
is spinning with it. It doesn't need to be perfect.
Well, it kind of does for it to be
No.
treated as stationary. Well, the
No.
only way the plane could treat the runway as perfectly stationary is if it's perfectly stationary or if you're in perfect lockstep, and it's not perfect lockstep regardless if you want to even say the atmosphere is in lockstep. So it doesn't work for you. I'm sorry.
What's the difference between your car and the airplane?
Well, there's two reference frames. And one reference frame. That's the difference.
Do you treat the Earth as spinning?
No, because I know it's not.
Because you know it's not.
Yeah, there's no reason to think it is.
Well, there are many reasons to think it is.
Well, what about the stationary runway? Is that a good reason to think it is?
Yes.
I don't get what your logic is.
We know. We have acceleration. We have acceleration, so we know we're spinning.
Oh, okay. Better hope that it's stationary though when you land a plane. That's all I'm saying.
Relative to you, it's stationary.
Well, if the atmosphere is not in perfect lockstep, then
you can say it's not stationary. It's in some relative speed relative to me, but the rest of it, the spin, apply to both.
So let me get this straight. The spin of the air and the spin of the Earth are making it so that the Earth acts as stationary when I try to land a plane on it.
Yes.
Awesome. I'm glad the audience caught that. Go ahead, guys.
Better hope so. That's a lot of faith to put in the atmosphere that's not even in lockstep.
Well, not only that, you leave the reference frame. So once you leave the ground, you're no longer doing what the ground dictates, movement-wise, if it were moving, which it's not. So that said, you'd have to be landing on a moving runway. You would no longer be relative to the thing that is quote-unquote moving if you're in a plane flying off of the ground.
Yeah, especially if you're going west-southwest and losing all your original conserved momentum.
It might be his first day. Let's be nice.
No, he's been around a while. He just hasn't really thought about this one very.
I think it's more that he's not willing to be honest. Chike, are you willing to be honest? You sound smart enough to get this.
No, Chunky's been around for years. You've got no chance.
Okay. I like a good challenge.
Yeah, I told Chucky one day about the Japanese scientists, and I even looked up the name and gave him the name, the one that froze the water. And I told him, I was like, don't look on the Wikipedia, like just research it. And he went straight to the Wikipedia and said pseudoscientist. And I was like, okay, bro, if that's like the extent of your research, you're right, bro.
Hey
You're
man,
right.
when I want to fact check something, I go straight to
Hank,
Scopes. You feel
how are
me?
you?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm not so well. Never
I'm
mind.
sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that, bro.
Okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I heard cayenne pepper is good for the circulation.
Who
So,
wanted the challenge?
Oh, I don't want to challenge you. I'm playing video games.
Definitive proof that level is not horizontal. That was for Bev. I need to bring all my I use mobile now. The cell phone. I need to move my files from the computer to the cell phone. All my proofs. And what is their rebuttal usually? Do you know that things get smaller with distance? No, they don't. You grow this with it?
No, I'm just researching because we're gonna try to grow a food forest eventually. Once we move to Florida. I wish, dude. Look at those things. Those things look freaking awesome.
What do you guys think about dragon fruit? You ever eat those?
Oh yeah.
Well, things can look nice, but when you taste them, they don't taste so good.
Pink fuzzy seed heavy bananas sounds awesome.
I don't
Star
know.
fruit, if you ever had it.
You know that passiflora. I never got it. It's too mixed flavors to say what it is. Like cough medicine and I don't know what. But people love it.
Oh, they love it. Like juicy fruit.
What do you guys think about tobacco? Like,
but what?
Cigars.
What about them?
I've really been smoking cigars quite a bit since I turned 40. I don't know, man. It's just, I don't know.
Tastes good.
Yeah. I hated cigarettes growing up. I was like, I'll never smoke a cigarette.
Me too. Funny, huh? My mother, there was kind of cigarettes here. It's simply impossible to bear the stink. And that's what she smoked. It was disgusting.
Yeah, you get used to weird things. I mean, it all just depends. Like a lady at my work, she quit smoking cigarettes and now she smokes those black tip cigars. And I'm like, how is that any? But just, it is what it is,
Is this Demo?
Yeah,
Where are you, buddy?
fine. How you?
Okay.
Nice to hear from you. Is this Chaiki?
Yeah, I was looking for you. What about the pink cloud you want to see?
A pink cloud?
Yeah, coming from the rocket. You forgot your nonsense.
You forgot your own nonsense, he says.
Pink. You mean a colored cloud so we can see the orientation and get a reference frame?
Yeah, you wanted something like you want to see it. You want to see it how it goes to the moon or something.
Yeah, a colored trail, like a streak or like a bullet. You shoot it, a tracer, to where you see the trace, the path afterwards the whole time. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I would like that. Yeah.
Sure. Let's put extra right on the rocket.
Yeah, I'd like the ISS to have a streaker too, so we could see it drop vertical anywhere. Like
the rocket spends its fuel mostly to lift itself, not what it lifts.
Yeah, I know it uses all its fuel to turn upside down and free fall, which is weird. It could probably just do that off a cliff diagonally anyway. You know what I mean?
Right. And only the top push the probe, and you want to put a big load of pink dust or something that will leave trail on it.
We can make it glow in the dark. We can have LED lights on the outside of it. Put solar panels on it, and then the LED charge up, and then at night come on. Like a sensor, like your driveway lights. They come on when it's nighttime. Yeah.
Yeah, we won't see the lens. There's a problem. If we were in space,
you do it at
you
night.
would see them. No. If it's night all the time. If you were in space, you could see green LED for you wouldn't imagine how far. A little green LED. I remember I forgot who was it with. We calculated we know how many photons you need to fire a nerve in your eye in a certain wavelength, and how much is the output of the LED. You can see it very far away, but we have atmosphere that blocks the light.
Yeah, that's why telescopes don't really work past like 130,000 feet. They don't go 40 million miles. They don't go 100 million miles. They don't go past like 130,000 feet. Yeah.
What?
A telescope doesn't see past 130,000 feet, and it definitely doesn't zoom into anything. That's not how telescopes work. They don't zoom into anything. They just magnify the preset image that you are looking at. Do you understand?
The telescope is a focal length. That's all it does.
Yeah, but you actually can't zoom out with it. It's not zooming out anywhere. You're not looking millions of light years anywhere. You're never doing that.
First you can. And second, it's usually a focal length. So you don't zoom.
How do you prove? You know how you prove the distances that you can do? You do them on Earth in accordance. So you do one at 1 mile, one at 100 miles, one at 50 miles, one at 1,000 miles, one at 500, 400, 300, and you shoot like a frequency, like the one you use to shoot at the moon or the sun. You shoot it at an actual object horizontally, and then you wait and see how long it comes back, and you use that, and you say, okay, well, I know for a fact that boat's this far away because I just hit it with the signal. It takes 16 seconds or 3 minutes or 6 minutes to come back from the sun or the moon, whatever calculation you're going to use and go by. Use the moon one, I guess. It would make more sense. And you do it with objects on Earth. You know what I mean? Like, why hasn't that been tried? And like to use your telescope to look at the boat past on the horizon. Like, watch how far the boat goes in your telescope. And then you'll see how far the vanishing point of your telescope is in the atmosphere. And that distance goes for everything.
I'll do it. My telescope, you see the pictures? Well, those were taken in about 2 meters focal length, but it's natural is 900 millimeters. I can do it.
Can you film like 50 miles away? So you can film like a boat or a car 50 miles away?
No, it's humid here. The chances I can film something far away are slim.
You're gonna use a telescope, the thing that can see
Yeah,
millions of miles in space.
yeah, I see to the moon.
Yeah, 40 million light years, 40 million years, 93 million miles. Like, if these things can see that and past and further, like, what would stop them? You know what I mean? It's like seeing a rainbow in the daytime. Like, the daylight doesn't blind the rainbow from you seeing it, does it? But they tell you light stops you from seeing everything in space, which is weird. So we can see light in the daytime, even though it's different things of light in light, started by light, and it doesn't blind itself out. We see that, but spectroscopy. So anyway, the telescope doesn't zoom out. If you can't see 50 miles away with it, what good is it? How about 10 miles?
Demok, the picture I posted we're taking about 250,000 miles.
250, but you can't do 50? You find that weird?
No.
You're giving me some great astronomical number, but you can't give me a little number.
I can't see my wife because she's behind the wall.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if I wanted to sell you an object and I was going to sell it to you and I wanted you to buy it and I wanted to make sure it's good, I'd say, well, this thing can see at 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, and 1,000 miles. I wouldn't just say, well, it only sees 1,000 and past. You can't see across the street with it. You can't see anywhere else. You can only see up to 1,000.
Sure you can.
So what I'm asking is, where's the 20-mile shot? Where's the 10-mile shot? Where's the 50-mile, the 40-mile? Where's the live footage of any, set points, and you keep zooming in further and further and say, that's 10,
Why
that's
you
20,
want to
that's...
zoom in? What is it with you and Zoom?
What is it with you and fake toilet paper rolls that we can smoke weed out of?
Zoom is just a change of focal length.
No, it's not. You're not zooming anything. There's no such thing as zoom. That's what I'm pointing out.
Zoom, the function zoom is changing the focal length.
I'm not trying to talk over you. Zoom is just a magnifying glass next to a picture. So you pull the magnifying the glass back or away from the image you already have. I mean, like the people with astrology want to have you believe that they can zoom out into space just because there's no clouds and stuff. That still doesn't matter. There's still atmosphere, 7 miles, 10 miles, 130,000 feet between you and anything. There's still air, right? So what would be the difference from looking up through 35,000 feet of air or looking forward through 35,000 feet of air? How come we can't look horizontally through 35,000 feet of air or 7 miles, like clearly every day, like we can looking up? You don't find that weird? Shouldn't it match on a sphere? Like forward horizontally, the distance from the center out from your feet and up should be the same type of thing. Like what would stop the air from being the air going 35,000 feet forward or up? You know what I mean? Like your globe actually stops. The flat earth is the thing that keeps going to where it builds up, like you could say it's 1,000,000 miles of air, right? But the globe has a definite amount, a set amount of air, actually. Going forward from your feet and up. If you make a 90 degree, you place yourself like at 3 o'clock. You place yourself at 3 o'clock on the outside of a sphere. And then there you go. You look up vertical, you look out horizontally. It's the same distance. So if you had a telescope at both, you should have no problem doing the same thing for the ISS and everything else. You should see the ISS dropping vertically from a side view. And you should also have images of like the moon and planets dropping or raising, like you guys were talking about the other day. This is brings it back to my point, 500 miles an hour or whatever. You should see that rate against the reference frame, like some type of reference as you drop and keep your altitude. Because a globe, well, besides the seeing point, a globe is supposed to say, I'm lowering in altitude against a horizontal, but I'm staying the same altitude, but then I'm rising in altitude. Now, how can you do all three things on a ball? I mean, it's a conundrum. I mean, does your altimeter do three things at once? It stays the same altitude from the center of gravity while it's falling, supposedly. It's increasing in altitude, um, and it's dropping from a horizontal line. So it's lowering in altitude, increasing in altitude, and staying the same. This is weird. Nobody finds that weird?
It's not a red herring. There's zero analysis in this thing. The video is not stabilized like Google Earth. You can't tell anything. I see the skies go, the stars go up, go down. Everything is look at this star. It's here. It's here. Did you count pixels? Do you know what position is it relative to the ground? What the hell are you talking about? Or the airplane?
Nothing drops vertically. If I'm standing under the airplane when it leaves the runway, it's not dropping to my head. If I say, "Hey, buddy, Bob, you're 10 miles in front of me," is that airplane dropping vertically down at you? No, not till it hits the runway, right? And it's not going to drop unless it's out of fuel. So at what point does gravity take effect anywhere to that airplane and make it go 9.8 meters per second squared down while keeping the same altitude against a horizontal reference frame? Like, when does this happen, Chuck?
All the time.
Okay, well, show us outside in your backyard with a little altimeter.
If you wouldn't have gravity, you wouldn't be able to build the airplane. You wouldn't need to build the airplane.
No.
You would exist because there was nothing to pull you together. Without gravity,
That's a
we're
cool
dead. We're dead.
religion. We don't care about. Hold on, Chuck. I thought so. So you're dead, but you're alive. Cool. So we don't have gravity, and you're still doing great. But what I'm saying is at what point does gravity pull your airplane down along with elevation? So I draw a horizontal line, and you said anywhere. That means you can go outside in the nearest hill, right, and film whenever you feel like. You're at your own leisure. The altimeter staying 10 feet while it drops down below a horizontal line you make. I mean, it's so simple, right? If gravity was real, you'd be doing this every day, every second, right? In your backyard, right?
What do you mean?
No, I haven't seen anything. You said, "Believe me, Democ, I have a religion called gravity. I'll die if it's not real."
Why are you stuck to the ground? Why are you stuck to the ground?
I don't know who's stuck to the ground. Nobody's stuck to the ground, buddy. Are you okay? How do you fly an airplane if you're stuck to the ground?
Can you levitate?
Hello? Yes. Grab a hot air balloon. Grab a helicopter. Talk to a.
Can you levitate?
Yes, everything.
Don't use any means. Levitate. Just leave the ground. Fly up.
So flying up is the phenomenon, not being down.
Why you need to go and get a balloon?
Nothing stops me. I don't know what you're talking about right now. What are you talking about? Hold on. What are you talking about? Stops you from doing what? Where? What's stopping you from doing stuff, Chai? An empty tank of gas? What are you talking about? You said something's stopping you or has to stop you or is holding you or doing something. What's doing that? What are you talking about?
Gravity.
What is that? What's it do?
The thing that hold you down now that you're not floating in your room. That's gravity. When you show me you can get rid of it, we'll talk. Don't bring a hot air balloon because we know how they work. They pull you up.
point in time can we see any other object in reality right now in any lab go to the inside and enter the perfect center of another object, like a cloud shape? I got a cloud mold of jello. I want the BB to enter the zero G. That means gravity? That's the opposite. And if everybody really saw this conundrum of everything being down, just like everything's down, 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 like everything's down, wouldn't the conundrum then not be down? The conundrum would be up. The phenomena would be up, not down. So so a globe phenomena is not going up. It's in there, Bob. That's great magic you're doing. Gravity. So now going from the ground and like using technology and an actual force and momentum and vectors and velocities and all this other stuff, like that's, I don't, like, shouldn't that be the conundrum? Isn't that the miracle? Getting further away from ground? Isn't that the miracle that we hold? Can anybody hear me? Testing.
See the difference between us with it? If I take pictures, I post them. I ask your pictures, I haven't seen them for ever since I asked for them. It's always on some drive you don't have access to.
Never show you a picture of religion, buddy. That would never happen. I can't show you religious gravity. I can't show you your imaginary thing of gravity that doesn't exist anywhere. No balls ever presenting it. No ball ever ending up in the middle of another ball. You know, mass entering the center of mass, not mass attracting mass. Mass has to end up in the center of another mass. That's what gravity is to me. Not you just saying words and saying, look, the grass is growing out of dirt. No, that doesn't even make any sense. You got to have the action or reaction or the attribute of an object being denser or entering the center frame of another object, and use an object that doesn't have a center frame, like a cloud. Use a weird shape and then let gravity pinpoint the center for you. That's all you got to do, Chike. If gravity's so badass, and it shows you the center and it does all the calculations for you, go get to the lab, get a vacuum, get a weird shape, you know what I mean, like a cloud, and put the little ball of sand or a BB or whatever you want in there, the denser thing, and it should end up in the center in 9.8 or right, Chike. I hope you guys understand that. Yeah, so 8 inches per mile at 9.8 meters per second squared. There's no you couldn't have a horizon. There's no way you could look for where's the air. If you're going around the ball, right, and you get any object, you put a camera in the front of a little object, and that you put 4 cameras on it if you want, north, south, east, west. If you go around the ball with that little object, I guarantee you only one of the cameras is going to see the Earth. Not the one below it, not the one on top, not the one in front, and not the one on the left. Only the back one. Not right, left, top, bottom, or front. Only the back camera. That's like 6, like a cube, right? Each side. You got them all covered. 6 cameras. Flying cube, flying drone, whatever. If you pass the curve by 10 feet, 20 feet, and you go to drop down, because they're supposed to be passing the curve and dropping down at 35,000. So 10. When do I get to that? When do I get to 1 foot above sea level going horizontal? Is that the moon, Jake?
Yeah, the moon, it's about what I can see. The moon, Saturn sometimes.
So how far away is that, do you suggest, by your camera that can't see that far? Or your lens, your telescope?
About 250,000 miles.
You're going to stick with that absurd number?
Yeah, about it.
Well, didn't I just point out to you that you can't match that on Earth
I don't care what
horizontally?
you point about me. I do the math. I measure the diameter of the crater using my telescope. You don't tell
You
me
didn't
what
do anything
was.
because you don't.
You
You
don't tell me
can't
what
measure the
was.
crater of something.
I tell you I measure, and you tell me I can't. You tell me I can't, Dimo. You can't. I can. To degree of less than 2.4% error. Using a cheap sensor I bought on AliExpress. and some software.
Yeah, I'm
That's
gonna
all.
take a picture.
And
Chike,
this
can you hear
whole
me? I'm gonna
setup,
take a picture of a little moon. Are you
the whole
listening, bro? Hold
setup.
on.
Yes, I am. The whole setup is
Okay,
less than $500.
I'm gonna give you a picture with the ball in it. You just tell me how far away the ball is, right?
No,
You can't do that.
well, I can if I have the data I need.
I'm gonna give you a picture, just like you got.
And it's not enough. I need data. I need to know the focal length. I
Where do
need
you
the
get the
focal length.
data from the moon? Where did you get moon data from?
It's fine with me. I know my telescope. I know my sensor. I get my distance from the moon from Safari, and that's it. That's all I need. I have trigonometry to measure the size of the crater.
So
It's
you
so
called up
very.
the preacher. Hold on.
It's so
So you
very.
called the
It's so,
preacher. You're like, moon preacher. Hold on a second. So you called the moon preacher. You're like, hey, moon preacher, what size is that moon? I'm gonna
no,
believe you on this one. All right.
I didn't
And then
ask anyone the size of the moon. I tell you the size of the crater.
compared to what? From what?
What do you compare to what? If you go with a tape measure, you will measure the number I tell you to the error of 2%.
Well, that's why I'm asking you to do it on Earth, so we can actually go to
I'll
that
do it on
location
Earth.
and
No
prove you wrong.
problem. No problem. I'll do it on Earth.
Okay, that's what we're talking about. So we'll just have a person go out somewhere. They'll call you up, say go to the top of the building, get your telescope and stuff. We want you to tell us
No, we
how
will
far
measure.
away we are.
We will measure. We will measure trucks, buildings, things we can get data on, so we
No,
can verify. Yes.
no, we're not going to measure a building. We're going to measure how good you are at not lying. We're going to take an object and we're going to see how good your sensors and stuff really work for your measurement skills.
Yeah.
Actually, so we're not going to take it. Stop. Hold on a minute. We're not going to take a known object, and you can be like, "Well, Billy Bob
So how you
Thorns is
know?
3 miles
How would
away
you
at the
know if
local
I
ranch."
measure? If it's not a known
I'm going
object,
to pop. If you slow down, I already told you. You don't listen. I'm going to tell you again. I'll pop up in the view. I'll say, Chike, can you see this object? You say yes.
Fine.
Then you take a picture and you tell me how far away it is, how tall it is, and a couple other things, and we'll be good to go, right?
Well, how far it is, we'll have to know. I can't guess how
That's
far
what
it is.
you're going to tell us. You're going to tell
No.
us that. That's what you know. You know how to do that.
Yeah. If I know where it is, if I know where I am, I'll know how far it is. No worry. Don't you worry at all. The problem that the distances on Google Earth, I don't know, they're rounded for 50 meters, so it's not so accurate.
Yeah, but we don't care about all those made up jargon numbers from Googleoon that can't even produce a 3D ball. What we need for you to not talk over me so I can just get finished real quick is for a flat earther to meet you somewhere in the distance. You say, I'm at this place, I'm looking this direction, or I'm looking this direction,
Good idea. Good idea. Find me a flat earther here. That's why I always say I need you there. Because if I do it, you'll say I cheated or something. I need you with me or you doing it. So you know it's true. No one
I'm not
lies.
traveling anywhere. No, I'm not doing none of that crazy shit. If there's somebody who lives by you that's a flat earther, they can do it for me. All they got to do is stand there with an object, right? And then you got to tell them from where you are. You got to
They
tell
don't
them how
even.
far away that object is and how big.
No, I don't even need an object. I have the flat earther. I'll tell him you 1.5 feet tall. No problem. You'll be amazed how accurate it would be. Distances of the city, it's on ranges of kilometers, will be in around centimeter errors.
not going to know what
just,
the object is, and you're definitely not going to have a reference frame to point to because you don't have no
bro,
reference frame for the moon.
why are you
So
guessing
you're,
what I have and what I don't have? Bring me a flat earther I can work with,
yeah,
and
you're
we'll
going
do
to
it.
guess. You're going to guess just like the moon. It's the same thing. Nobody's going to
And
tell you anything. You're going to get the distance because you're smart and you're cool and you got your sensor and your
no,
telescope.
no, I
Yeah.
need a flat earther. Match me with a flat earther here.
Are you going to keep repeating that all night? We covered that
Yes.
part already,
What do you want
Chai.
me to do? It was your idea, and I agreed.
We covered that already, Chai. So when you get a flat earther, you do it. We'll do it.
No,
Then
I
you
don't
call
get
me.
flat earther. I don't get flat earther. You don't get to sit
Oh,
and do nothing. No,
also you don't want to do it.
I don't
No,
work for
I
you.
want to prove. I want
If
to
you
prove
want
how
to pay
far you
me,
can see on
if you
Earth,
want
Chai.
if you want to pay me, I'll do it. I don't do it for free for you. You want to do it together? We'll do it together.
So no glober proves their globe. It's not possible. They need to be paid to lie. It's weird.
No, it's not paid to lie. Didn't ask you
Well,
to
what are you
pay.
going to
I
be paid
said
to do?
to collaborate. You don't want to
You're not
collaborate. I
collaborating
don't work.
anything. I asked
I
you to
don't
use
work
your own.
for you. I told you, Dimok, I don't work for you. I'm
Well,
not
why
on
are
your
you talking
payroll.
to me, Chike?
Why
What are you
do
talking to
anything
me
for
for,
you?
Chike?
Why would
Chike,
I do anything for you?
Chike, why are you talking to me, buddy?
Just talking.
Well, there's no point, right?
Really, no point for you, though, because you want
No
everyone.
point for
You
you.
like
I'm
you
asking.
like a big baby. Do this, do
Yeah,
this.
because I'm a baby. Because I don't believe your big baby claims that you're looking spaces
No,
and
because you say I
you're
want you
actually
to do
measuring
this. I
stuff.
want you to do this. No, you were 100 meters apart. I want you 99.5.
Be not no.
Like
You got
I
to be
work for you. I'll
100%.
do anything you want if I'm on your
Well, shut
payroll.
up for a minute. Can you do that? Stop talking.
Pay me. I'll shut up.
You should just know how to do that on your own. I'm
I
sorry
should
you
just.
weren't.
I'm sorry, Dimok. I'm older than you. I decide what I do, not you.
So you don't know how to be quiet?
I can decide not to be quiet. Why should you talk? Who said you should talk?
I don't even know what you're talking about right now. You lost me. You're way over my head, Wizard, Mr. Wizard.
Of course. Do this,
So,
do
do you
that.
have any proof on Earth that you can see stuff at 50 miles and 70 miles and 100 miles and 10 miles and 1,000 miles along the ground horizontally with your telescope bong?
No, you can't.
Then stop claiming you can.
I can't. Because the Earth is not
Right.
flat.
So
That's
stop
why.
claiming you can look into space with them. Just tell everybody it's a bong, pack it up, take a hit. You're not doing anything.
Dimok, I look to the sky. You can't look to the ground because the Earth is not flat.
Well, where's all the pictures of the ISS floating past and all your telescope images when it's not the one when it's being supposedly took by other telescopes that are farther out, like Himalaya or like whatever name you can make up of a telescope? How
If
come
you
none of them
only.
have the ISS floating past at 250?
Who said? Who said they don't? You're talking shit, Dimok. People track the ISS all the time.
Draw a little circle, and that's where the ISS should be floating around. spinning on the ISS and bringing it bigger than the crater to you, because it's only 250 miles away. You should be able to see the windows on it. You should be able to see the guys walking and waving and saying hi. You should be able to see their mustache. How come you can't do that, Ike? 250-mile guy.
I can explain, but you won't understand, so it's a waste of my time.
Oh, yeah, there's so much invisible air in the way. There's so much clouds not there. There's so many obstructions not in the way.
No. You're guessing. You wouldn't
What's
understand
different?
it
What's
ever.
different from what's
Ever
different
you
from
won't
my
understand
vertical?
it. You
I
wouldn't
know you don't
understand it ever.
understand it. That's what I'm trying to break down for you so you can understand. I'm trying to teach you. So what's different from my vertical looking up to the guy at the horizon looking horizontal that same distance past the globe that he's standing on the edge of?
That was a nonsensical question.
And how come he can't look forward and see the ISS going down in front of him?
You say he can't.
Now, how come he can't look up and see it drop vertical? I said he can't.
Again,
It's a lie.
you say he can't.
Right. I say reality. I say what's real is real and what's fake is
You
fake.
don't know.
If you have a demonstration of real,
You
I'll
don't
take
know
it.
how. You don't know
Yeah.
how the ISS looks. You
50,000
never saw
feet,
it.
show us.
You will never
Show
see it
us.
because you want someone else. I won't show you shit.
I'll never see it. How am I going to tell you
Because
about something I
everything
can
I'll
never
show
see?
you, you'll say no, that's not true. Go out and look for yourself.
Yeah.
Show me you can't see the ISS coming to you, moving over you. Easy. You just need to be there. It's not always there. I have a video of the ISS. I don't know.
Is it from 50,000 feet and 20,000 feet and
No,
80,000 feet?
No, the sidewalk here. Let me see if I can find it.
Demakathon, you're breaking up, brother.
Hey, Chikey.
I'm here. I hear you.
Do you understand what D-Mock is asking of you?
Sometimes.
He's saying, why can't you take a telescope and look what would be like, at your eye length, 6 foot or 5 foot, whatever eye length, look so straight, so you wouldn't be looking up in the sky, but you'd be looking up straight through the atmosphere and past that seeing anything out in space.
Yes, you can.
Show me in a lab.
Not in the lab. If I can get the moon to set, in principle, I should be able to. I don't know. There are a lot of buildings here. I can show you
Why don't we have...
a moon set. A moon set.
Yeah, the side view. Do you know every picture you guys have ever shown on your TV is a side view of the globe, but then every picture you want us to look at is look forward, which isn't a side view of the globe? Did you know that, Chike? You've never had anything but a side view on any object thing that you look left to right on that's a 2D object. You can't have a front view. There is no depth. So all we ever get is a side view of what you show us for a globe in your cartoons and on your computer. But in reality, we need a real side view where the moon is dropping below the horizontal line vertically to you and me. You while you film it come down. Me while I watch you in my side view, I watch it come down to you like it's going to come and touch you. We know it's not going to touch you, but it's going to appear to. So when does it come vertically straight down to any observer while we're all filming from every direction, Chike?
Why should it go straight down? Why should it go down vertically?
Well, then it's not going down at all. How do you go down without going down vertically, Chike?
Well, there will be
How does
the
an
element.
object go down by going away from you? It's not vertical, buddy. It has to go down vertically, right? Correct?
There will be a
Remember
vertical
gravity,
element.
vertical, down.
Yeah, there will be
When
a
can we
vertical.
film that? When does the
Can you
ISS?
shut up, Brimok? A sentence has an end. Yes, it will go down vertically. There will be a component. It won't be just vertically. Because the moon
That didn't make any
orbits
sense.
us. It doesn't. It does. The moon orbits us. So
No,
it
it
gets
doesn't.
far away and go down. There will
That
be
didn't
two
make any
elements.
sense. When does it come down
Two
vertically
elements.
to me or
Two
you in film?
elements. Two elements. Two. Just two.
I
No
don't
need to count
have
to three.
elephants. Listen, I'm
The
not
moon
going to
moves
rub elephants
away.
together. Listen, I want to see on a film. I want to
Of course
see
you
on a
want to
film
see.
a side view with the camera sitting there, right? You draw a
What do you
horizontal
mean
line and the
side
moon drops
view,
below
you
that.
idiot?
What do you mean a front view?
Orthographic
What's a
view.
front view?
Mikey, you know what he wants. Don't play dumb, dude. They call it an orthographic view. Okay? So you already know what he wants. Just listen for a while. Tell him, D-Monk.
Nobody listens.
I do.
Observer on the ground has to be able to film up. Shut up then. You can't listen and talk at the same time. I promise you that. So look upward, Chike, with your camera. Poke a hole in the ground, stick a camera on it facing upward. We need to film time lapse how far and at what rate, 9.8 meters per second, that the moon comes down vertically to you, or the ISS, or the sun, or the star. Right? Hold
Who
on. They're
said?
all celestial. They all do the same
You
shit.
idiot!
We need.
Shut up! The moon doesn't
No, I'm
fall
not shutting up. I'm in
9.8.
the middle of my sentence.
The moon doesn't fall 9.8 meters per second square. The moon is not on the surface of the earth. The moon is far away. It falls 1/64 of this.
When did you figure that out? You went up and checked? I'll take that as
He doesn't know what he's talking about. Gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared. Squared. Now, if gravity is not that, then the moon isn't doing it, and the sun's not doing it, and the earth's not doing it. Who is doing it where? Not the ISS either. So the ISS is only 250 miles away, and you're saying it's not coming down with gravity at 9.8 meters per second squared? Isn't that the whole reason it's supposed to be staying out of orbit, but in orbit, but going around the planet, but not hitting it? Because it's going so fast in a circle, but it's not dropping vertical. It has to drop vertical to someone. You have to film it from.
I'll tell you, you idiot. Try and force me. You have to do this for me. You need to do this. This is what you need to do. I miss those nonsense.
So do we have like 5 or 6 observers in a horizontal line and watching the moon or any object come down vertically at us from the ground, directly down to us like Pythagoras? If he's under it, right, you're under the sun, you're under the moon directly, right? 12 o'clock, high noon. If you're directly under something and it's coming down vertically, guys, when can we film that? Because apparently it's not coming down vertically to anyone, therefore not dropping, because you have to come down vertical to come down.
There is a subsolar point at any given time on Earth, but I'm far away from it. I live at 32 latitude, and the sun only gets to 23.4. So it's not
Yeah,
possible that
all
the
that
sun
means
would be
is
over me. The sun wouldn't be above my head ever.
that doesn't mean anything.
You need to be between
Demonstrate
the
it.
tropics. You need to be You need to be between the tropics. I said I wouldn't demonstrate shit for you.
Well, nobody knows what you're imagining, preacher. So, preacher of dropping vertical stuff that doesn't drop vertical to anyone ever. What are you talking about, buddy?
I wasn't talking. You were talking. If you didn't notice, it's you that doing the talking. And then you think that I said it.
Well, you said it's dropping down. So I said, where can we film it coming down vertically? For something to drop
I
down,
said,
Tyke, it
I
does.
said,
Hold on, man. For something to drop down, it doesn't do it in Narnia far away that way. It has to drop down vertical to someone in existence on the thing it's supposed to be dropping vertical around. Do you understand?
It does.
Where's the side view?
We can have a side view.
Then what are you making up, Goofy?
All my videos that I posted are side view. They have some side in it. They are very high above my head. They are about 80 degrees above my head. But it's
Then I'm
still
gonna
some
need 6
side.
views.
It's not 90. It's not 90.
Well, I don't care about your fake numbers. I need 6 views, side views, buddy.
You need 6 views. Pay us, you idiot. We don't
That's
work
how
for
a feud
you.
works.
Now you
get the
want
fourth
6 people
wall,
working for
Tyke.
you. 6
To prove
people
that
will
you're not
work for
fake this,
Dimok.
Tyke.
Why? Because he wants. Do
Yeah,
you
I
think
want to
it's
see
normal?
someone.
Do you think you talk like a normal person there, Dimok?
I don't think anybody can
I
even
want
talk
6
with you,
people
dude.
here. What, you in the army? Anyone owe you anything?
So I guess that's that. Can you have a Glober help you? Another one? Like phone a friend? Or like a lifeline or something? Tell them to throw you a vertical lifeline.
That don't work for you.
Hey, DMOC, ask him to show any stars above
Did you hear?
130,000 feet.
Did you hear what I said? I don't work for Dimok. Dimok, don't
Okay,
tell me.
so you
Don't
can't show us
ask me
stars
what to
above.
do. Nothing.
You can't show us stars above 130,000 feet. Then?
You don't
They
get
come
free
in here
things
to
in life.
ridicule us.
You want 6 people? You will pay to 6 people.
Well, you come in to ridicule and say how we don't make any sense and how you have all the proof and everything. But then we say, okay, show us the proof or show us this evidence, not what you declare your own evidence, because that makes no fucking sense to prove your own thing with your own ignorance. That's crazy. So when we ask for evidence that would supply, proof for us or belief for us, you say we don't have to do anything.
I
Simply
give
because
my
you couldn't.
evidence.
You
I give
couldn't if
my
you wanted to.
evidence. I
That's
give my
garbage. You need
evidence.
something different.
I
We'll get
give my
something real.
Shut up.
Hey,
I
Techie,
give.
come on, man. Show us stars above
I give.
130,000 feet.
No, I give my evidence. That's the evidence I have. I give
threw it
them.
out of court.
I give them. If you want me to give other evidence, it will cost you money. You don't
I
tell me
want
what to
evidence that
bring.
you
I
can
bring
demonstrate with.
my. I don't care what you want. You'll have to pay for it.
No, I'm not paying for a lie.
Then you
I'll
will
get the
not
truth
get.
for free.
Then you will not get it. Don't ask me.
I don't want to lie. That's the problem with you Globers.
If you guys want to have a conversation, you'll have to please not interrupt each other and try to keep it some points that can be understood, perhaps. So I don't know what's been going on, but you guys, it seems like you're just talking over each other and yelling. We don't really do that here. So if you want to have a conversation, try to actually not interrupt each other and go back and forth so we can hear what's being said. Please.
All I
What
heard,
was
Gio, was Chuck said he ain't doing nothing for nobody. That's all I've heard 50 times. I don't know where you can go with
Yeah,
that.
you heard right. That's it. Don't come show me this, show me that. I show what I have, what I wanted to show. Anything else you want me to do for you cost money.
Well, I can show you a Dr. Seuss book, and that means flat Earth. So we're all good.
Go ahead, show it.
There's also a book of poems by Shel Silverstein called Where the Sidewalk Ends. It's also proof of flat Earth.
100%.
100%.
I like that book.
Yeah, it's a good one.
There's also a light in the attic, which a lot of people don't have. They have no light in the attic. I don't know.
Yep. Yeah, engine's running, but there ain't nobody at the wheel.
Hey, wasn't that one thing you wanted somebody to show on a lab, DMOC, was a line on a sidewalk all the way, a straight line around the globe?
No, what I want is a distance scale. For some human or any man to actually say, I'm looking up at space and I say this is 50 miles, I say this is 238,000. Where is the legend? Which guy wrote this down? Every time I've ever asked any glober what 238,000 looks like so I can write it on the chalkboard or I can compare, and like at what point it is at that, like, because if the things are like touching each other, they eclipse, they go away, they go to, at what point is that distance that we see in our human reality 93 million miles? Which part? Does that not make sense to anyone?
Zero. You can put up a sentence that makes sense.
A legend or a key for your 93 million mile universe map, please.
My map? Did I mention maps? Now you're strolling, right?
No, you mentioned distance.
No, I mentioned a line on the sidewalk, a straight line on the sidewalk. I think you're referring to something else.
No, Dimok said your map. My map. I never mentioned maps.
Well, that's what you should have if you have all these distances and you have a
Now you
universe
tell me
floating
what I
around.
should have. Thank you, Dimok. I don't know how I managed to live to this age without you.
I don't know how I managed to finish the sentence without you talking over me, but I'm trying.
I don't know. He sounds like he's getting frustrated. What do you think, Dimok?
For once, you did finish a sentence.
Yeah, I think he's actually real frustrated.
Me frustrated? I thought there's nothing for me to be frustrated.
Well, you've resorted to sarcasm. So that's what a surefire sign. That you're
Sarcasm?
a little bit
Why?
unsteady.
Go ahead. I want 7 people. I want you to take 7 people and bring me
Right.
picture.
Yep. That's what I'm talking about. Sarcasm for sure.
Would you do it? Because I told you. You owe me something.
No. Listen, no one owes anybody anything. Democ's gonna do what he's gonna do, but you try to pick it apart. That's not the way to go. You need to show us how the Earth is. No.
I don't need to show you shit.
You need to show us how the Earth is a globe. Otherwise, we're gonna keep asking you any kind of question that we want at this point, right?
Here, I'll show you.
Great.
There's so much about the globe. What about flat?
Well, if you go out and check, you'll find it's not a globe.
My guy.
Well, here, I have a picture that shows that Earth is globe.
I'm sorry, I can't see the text chat right now. Sorry, I guess
Well,
you'll just get away with
wanted
whatever
me
you're
to
posting.
show you. You wanted me to show you. I am showing you, not what you want, what I want.
And you believe that is proof of evidence that we live on a globe, Earth, right there. You believe that? Whatever it is you posted, because I can't even see. I just want to know. Be honest. Do you truly just eat it up? right there, hook, line, and sinker. Wholesale, you're buying it because of this, what you've posted.
If you don't have a rebuttal, Earth is globe. Because
No,
I show it's a globe here.
you can say whatever you like. If I don't have a rebuttal, you can feel a certain way. Absolutely. But what I'm asking is, since you provided something, can I ask a question about it? That's all, if that's okay
Sure.
with you. Yeah,
And
great.
anything you want.
Oh, super. So, like I said, I'll just ask the same question again. This to you is smoking gun evidence that we live on a globe Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. That's all. That's it. I just wanted a yes or
No
no on that.
maps. No
What did,
maps.
what did
I
he
don't
post?
look at the sky. I
What did he
don't bring
post?
you pictures from NASA.
What did you post, Jackie? I don't see it.
Two pictures. A picture and a diagram that explains it.
Hold on. Where did you post that?
Yeah, you didn't post
General? Wait, let me see what channel I am.
Okay,
By the
because
way,
see now I'm
Jackie's
paying
been-
now I'm paying attention. So you might have to start paying me here.
By the way, Chucky's been posting this for about a solid 6 years.
Nice.
Go too.
Cool. See, I'm getting familiar here with our young man. Oh, here we go. Okay.
There it is. And there it is.
No, this is relatively new, not more than half a year.
Well, the only
Listen,
part that's new is the little.
I changed my analysis of this. The different way you can look at this picture. So this is about
Can you
6 months
understand that
old.
maybe to somebody just coming into this and honestly taking a look at just that may not be smoking gun evidence that we live on a spinning globe Earth in outer space?
And this is my problem?
Well,
that he doesn't understand?
No, it's not. No, see, if somebody understands it, that's great. But you haven't demonstrated it real world. We have to take your word for at least
What do you mean?
half of this.
This is a picture from the real world.
That's lovely.
Taken with the camera. Taken with the camera.
Okay, so
I know where it was taken
number
from.
one. No, hold on, Mister. So number one, the layman, right, the person that we're trying to understand they may have been lied to, is not going to plug any of this shit into any calculator. You have to show the Earth's curvature to us, not any of this stuff. No one's going to go try to figure this out. Okay, so even if you think that it demonstrates, I'm almost done. Gosh, I'm almost done. You're doing so good. You have to demonstrate to everyone, every level of education, right, that the Earth is a globe. Otherwise, everyone shouldn't agree. Does that make sense?
I didn't ask you to do calculation. I did all for you. Look at the right diagram. I explain what you see.
Yeah. See, datum, sea level. You've lost people at any of this. This doesn't show it, my friend.
Don't talk
We're
about
not
things you
seeing
don't.
a curved Earth. We're seeing mathematics, geometry, and
Geometry.
such.
Right.
We're not seeing the Earth curving in front of us. I
Well,
think you don't know what
if
we're
you
asking for
can't-
still.
If you can't understand.
No, it's not
with
can't
what you see-
understand. It's easy to understand.
Yes, it is. It is.
Just diagrams. It's not
It
that
is.
hard.
I'm not responsible for your ignorance.
It's not about
I'm not
ignorance. We're
I'm not
seeing,
going
you
to.
don't show the curve.
I've shown the curve.
No. Oh,
In order
that's
to
what I'm
show
saying.
it's not a
If this
curve.
to you shows the Earth's curvature, like I said, more power to you, brother. That's all. I wanted just a yes or no on it, and I got it. So thank you. I appreciate. If this is enough for you to think that we live on a spinning globe in outer space, I'm cool with it. Whatever. You're beyond help, but that's fine.
Hey, Chad, you.
I mean,
you
where's your
level?
evidence? You just say, look, it's flat. It looked kind of flat, though. Like, you're going on him a ton, but, I mean, you just
I'm
say,
going
look
on
at
him
the
a ton, brother. Yep. My
Alright.
personal experience, I don't see a globe. I've been up 60 grand.
Oh, personal experience. Very good.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Check.
Was I supposed to go off of somebody else's experience or my own? What do you think?
No, that's evidence. That's not someone's experience.
So someone's
You know
experience
what?
can't be evidence for a thing.
You know what
It's
you
not
like.
very good evidence.
No shit.
You
Jeez.
know what you
Hold on.
like.
Empirical experience. Empirical evidence is not good enough. So what is?
Bro, your personal
You know-
experience is not empirical evidence.
Do you know what you
You
like?
should probably look up the
I
definition
want you
of
to
empirical
show.
evidence, my friend.
I want you to show something
You're
to a
throwing
blind
yourself
man.
under the bus. Sorry. Now you can speak.
Oh, yes, let me look at Google
Go show.
definition,
Go
man.
show the Earth is flat to a blind man.
show it's a globe to a blind man. Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely, great point. I don't know
Absolutely.
what the point
Yeah.
is, but
Well,
you
if
made
you
it.
don't look, if you don't know, if you can't look, you wouldn't see. I show that the Earth is not flat.
How?
You, in order to show it is, need
One of
to
them's a
rebut me.
cartoon. The other's a picture of one vantage on the Earth. And actually,
not
from
everything's
left
a
to right, there's
cartoon.
certainly no curvature. But that's just, I mean, you're on land.
I
So
didn't claim left to right curvature.
well, you know, I'm saying you have to show any amount of curvature.
No, you don't
Near
tell
to
me
far
what
and
I
left
have
to
to
right.
show.
Near to far and left to right. Why is that
Again,
asking
get
too
it
much?
in your head.
Why is it
Get it in
asking
your
too
head.
much?
I
Why is
show
it
what
asking
I
too
want
much?
to say. I want to show
Exactly.
what
You show
I
what
want
you
to
want to
show.
show, not what's required. We get it.
No, you don't tell me what's required. I show what I want to show.
Ah, this guy's hopeless. All right, guys. Well, I love you.
This
Take care.
guy's
Have a good night.
hopeless. You said it's a cartoon. It's a picture, dude. Come on.
On the right, his explanation is a cartoon. So that's not good enough.
Right.
You can't just explain it away. You have to show us. Show us.
That just
the curve.
showed you, dude. If you're
The
too
Show us
dumb to
the curving
understand it,
Earth.
that's
Where's
on
the
you.
curving Earth? That's I
It's
don't
in
see
the
that in this
picture.
picture. Sorry, buddy.
All right.
Okay,
Nothing's
you want
curving.
a
You
curve
don't
Earth?
see.
Here you
It's
go,
not my
dude.
problem.
Here you go, right here. Or is it a cartoon too?
All right.
Ooh.
So hold
hang
up, guys. All right. So Chucky, do you want to actually describe your picture?
Yeah, for
So-
sure. I gotta go though. Love you guys.
Sure.
Yeah. Do you want to describe it? Because you
We have
posted.
the left picture. Yes. I know distances. I know sizes of objects. I know where the observer is, how far he is from the tower. I know the size of the tower. I know the size of the wind turbine in the distance. And I know the height of the Isle of Man, which is 90 miles away. That's Timok. I want to see 60. We have 90. So we can see 90 miles away with the camera. No problem. And I know the height of that mountain, and I do analysis. Why do I see the things I see the way I see them? And in order to know the sizes that I see, I count pixels. I know the tower is 500 feet, and I count 100 pixels. I know every pixel take about 5 feet, right? And I mark the 400 feet on the tower. Not very accurate, but pretty close. That I do for the wind turbine and the mountain. And then I start connect the dots. For example, two equal elevation, 1200 feet. That's the observer height, connected with a straight line. And then there's the water below them that are zero, basically. And if you connect the bottom of the wind turbine to the bottom of the tower, you see that the water are not parallel to that line, to the same elevation above it. Why? If Earth is flat, 0 here, 1200 here, they should be parallel. They're not. Furthermore, if you go to the base of that hill, you go to 0, and you go to 0 of the tower, you see the 0 that connects the hill to the tower is not parallel to the 0 that connects the tower to the wind turbine. Are
If
the
you got a
water not
hill,
flat? The water not flat? Now
the
I
hill,
only have two points in the way, or 3 points I can refer to that I have data. If we had more, you'd see what
pixels.
soundly so. You'd see that Earth is curved.
Show me the side view of elevation match Soundley's Bridge. Show me the height of Soundley's Bridge with a stick, a 3-meter stick. Get your drone or your altimeter and start at 3 feet, 3 meters, whatever, right? And show us it follows the curve of Soundley's Bridge and stays at 3 meters high. Then we can all go home. Do it with a real altimeter on the real bridge, buddy.
It's not really what he's talking about, dude. He's talking about this other picture that he's describing. I don't know why.
No, Dimok won't side view. And I need to do it.
Well, it's a good point. I mean, this is a picture. It has nothing to do with Soundley's Bridge, but it would be
No, it
key
would
to have
look.
additional. Chucky, please don't interrupt. You can't interrupt here. Please don't interrupt, okay? Just wait till people are finished and then you can
All right.
speak. So what I was saying is that if you had additional views, then it would help in seeing the elevations of these things because they're are optical effects and refraction if you only have one view.
Right,
we
which
had
is it's halfway science or half-ass science. We're not going to be halfway crooks. You got to be an all the way crook to be a crook. You know what I mean?
Well, unfortunately, they built only one a black hole tower. If they have 100 there, we would see the curve.
But we don't.
Because we don't have enough. But Soundly did have a good picture. They did show the curve
So
clearly.
Soundly carries the curve with him in his pocket in a picture.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that weird? How come no other
Actually
humans got
went.
one of those?
He actually went and rented a room in a hotel and brought his telescope and sat there and took the film, the picture.
Do you know how absurd that sounds? That you got to go to a certain point and film a film a certain way at a certain angle out your window downward from 50 miles. If the curve of the Earth is everywhere around you, Chike, take a picture of it in your backyard and we'll go home.
Yeah, it's a big curve, Dimo. But your little mind can't understand such things. That's such a curve you can't see in a picture of cell phone. You need to see the whole Earth to see the curve. Or
that didn't make any sense, Chike.
For you.
No, for you it did. For me it doesn't. Correct.
I know.
Now you're counting square pixels and you're saying they're Earth curve, right, of a computer screen or a picture. Those are all squares and they're all 2D. Do you have anything 3D and curving?
Like I said, for you can see it. But your ignorance is not my problem.
Chike, seeing is not the curve. You need to be able to demonstrate it with elevation matching it live, like a real thing, telling you, okay, Democ, this hill in my backyard, this hill right here is the Earth's curve, right? Like Soundly's Bridge. So just get your little altimeter and prove it to us with a side view. And the altimeter will follow the little arc of the elevation. The arc of elevation, not the horizontal elevation that we know we have on flat Earth. You're supposed to demonstrate an arc of elevation, dropping, staying the same, increasing elevation at the same time from the center
The
out.
elevation
Yes.
is the same. The elevation is the same, doesn't change. You don't
Same
need
as
to
what?
measure it.
From what?
The bridge is the same elevation all the way long.
What does that mean?
That means there's no change in elevation.
So on an arc,
curve,
you're telling me there's hold on,
the
man.
arc.
So
the arc.
hold on, Chike.
No, I was talking.
You never. Are you kidding me right now?
I was talking. Yes, the arc follows the level.
So you go walk along the arc, and I'll take a side view camera, film you the whole time with an altimeter, and we'll watch it stay at the same altitude while you walk from start to finish of the bridge, buddy.
Yes, I think maybe what's his name? Jessica Slorky may have this data.
No, I don't want no mayhaps. We need live data of an arc being followed with someone's feet. You draw the arc with a pencil, and then they follow it with their feet. You watch them go along it, and then the altimeter. You have a camera that films the altimeter up close, so you can have the altimeter in your hand too at the same time because you're filming what the altimeter sees, and your buddy's walking. So you're watching the altimeter like it's in your hand, but it's not. It's in his. So he's going to walk, and I'm not done. So he's going to start at an arc. At the beginning of an arc, and he's going to walk up, over, and down, and the elevation is going to stay the same the whole way, right?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. So you're saying I'm going to draw a horizontal line?
Can I speak, you idiot?
No, I got to clarify what you're talking about. Yeah, no doesn't help. Please, for the audience, we need to clarify, Chike. You don't speak right, and I don't understand you right. So we have to clarify. So if I take a horizontal line, if I take a horizontal line, that's my reference. Now, what are you going to do against it? You're going to draw an arc and do what?
I'm not going to do shit. You have no idea what you need, what kind of equipment you need in order to take a side view that you'll be able to see the arc. You have no green clue what you need. You think you put a camera there and you will see the curve. You have no idea about pixel size, about field of view, nothing. You're ignorant and you ask us to do things that are impossible to do. And I don't work for you, you remember. I don't do shit for you unless I get paid.
Show me the money.
We just like you guys to stop making shit up about horizontal lines that you can't go away from and change elevation. You keep the elevation the same. If I draw a horizontal line over Soundley's Bridge, side view and front view, you're not going to go down below it and stay at 10 foot tall. Show me that, buddy. I implore you. None of you.
You said employ you, Chike.
I don't show you anything I don't want to show you. You don't tell me what to show you. I show you what I have, not what you want.
You don't let him talk to you like that, D-Mark?
You haven't shown anything. I'm asking for a horizontal reference frame so we can watch the elevation change or stay the same when it arcs up and down around the horizontal line. That's what we need to be on a globe. Horizontal reference frame, arcing elevation against it.
Go ahead, do it. And when I say I get paid, if I take the job, I guarantee it. But it will cost you money. Didn't do the job, you don't pay. Did the job, you need to pay. Showed you what you wanted to see. You want to see the arc, we'll show you the arc. It will cost a lot of money.
I need to have a side view, a front view, a back view, another side view, and we
More
also need
money,
to have
more
everybody with
money,
their
every view.
horizontal reference. We also need
Every
to have
view.
every person needs to have their horizontal reference. So north, south, east, west, everybody looking at Chike, and Chike does this thing and we film it from start to finish. And when everybody sees the same thing and sees you're walking up and down over a curve with your altimeter, and the camera facing the altimeter shows it stay at 10 foot while Chike's going up and down out of our view, and it's still 10 foot, we're on a globe, buddy. That's all you got to do. Take the altimeter with you around the curve, around your hill in your backyard.
Yeah, you have one probably in your phone. No problem.
Yeah, go down the hill in your backyard and let's watch it stay the same elevation. No problem, right? Earth curve guy?
There is.
So there's no earth curve at your backyard? Cool.
No, there is. I'm on a hill.
Yeah, we know you're on a hill. That's what we need,
So why
buddy.
you want
Walk
the
down it
elevation
and
not
stay
to
the same
change?
altitude. Stop, Chike. This cannot be a conversation for yourself. You said something, you stopped. You can't keep stopping, and then I go to talk and you start back up. Now listen, just go to the hill in your backyard, walk down it with your altimeter. That's all we need, buddy, and have your friend film it. It has to stay the same altitude. That's it. It's so simple, right?
If I go up here, I need to send it the same altitude. I really need a real idiot.
Yes, it has to stay the same going up, down, and around a ball. Do you know what orbit is? No, I'm not an idiot. From the center of gravity, that's how your
because
orbit
for
works,
you,
buddy.
for
Whether
you
it's
down here,
stop, Chike, stop talking over me. I know
because
you're afraid.
for you down here
Stop,
and up
Chike.
here
Can
is the
somebody
same.
stop him, please?
Yeah, you guys are talking over each other, and it's really hard to hear what's being said. So I don't know. What do you guys want to do?
I'm just trying not to be talked over. I'm trying to give him his time. He asked me a question, and then as soon as I go to answer him, he starts up knowing damn well I'm going to answer the question. He stops at the question, Gio, perfectly. I go to answer, and then he starts up on me. All I'm trying to ask him is just anywhere that you think the curve is, demonstrated with an altimeter. If you, the principle is under our feet is the earth, and we go around the whole earth from that point back to where we started with an altimeter, and it's supposed to say 10 foot away from the center of gravity, then we should be able to demonstrate that everywhere.
Gio, when you're down here, are you same elevation when you're up here?
What's that? You asked me something?
Yes, when you're up here, are you at the same elevation when you're down that hill?
No.
So Dimok is an idiot.
No,
He
dude.
wants me to be
Yeah.
at the same. He wants it to be at the
No.
same elevation at the top and the bottom. That's what he said. Or you don't know, hear what he says. It makes no sense. Every question he has, anything he says he wants to see. Altimeter, I said that the elevation doesn't change. The curve follow the level. Don't need altimeter. It's all zero for you. 0, 50, 100, doesn't matter. It's constant. But he insists on altimeter. We'll have altimeter, no problem. Now you want east, west, all this costs lots of money.
I just got back. Chinese, sorry. So what's going on in here? Is anyone talking or is my mic fucked up?
No, you're good. I think we need a new topic. I wasn't around for a bit. I came back. It was Chucky and Demok just over talking each other and talking past each other. So
Yeah, I have a question
When you
for
talk,
flat earthers. It's not really an argument. I'm just genuinely curious. Do flat earthers think that no human has been into space and that there's no satellites up in space?
We know there aren't any because you don't have a film of them at high altitude.
Well, then, I guess my next question is then, how do you explain like Google Earth and Google like street maps of places in the wilderness? Apparently, they are they update their images. So
You'd have to hear Alan's explanation for that whenever he comes into the room. I think he's got the best explanation for that one.
Oh, okay. Because I was just thinking, like, a test you could do is just, write something, with sticks or something on a beach somewhere, and then, I mean, how did they get that image? But yeah, I'll just wait for someone else, I suppose. Do you have like can you paraphrase what the explanation is? If not, that's okay.
Well, you
Yeah,
kind of said
there's no.
multiple things. You said like GPS, and then you said images. Like
Well,
a
no,
large
I'm just
portion
saying.
of GPS is just.
No, I didn't say GPS. I just said I'm sorry, maybe my mic's kind of bad. I just said on Google Earth, if you get Google Earth, you can see that there's an sort of an image history. So you can slide on a time scale and you can see when the image is updated. And in most places, like in cities, it gets updated, like a handful of times per month. In other places, it's once per month. And like in the middle of nowhere, like in the Australian outback, it's like once per year because no one really cares about that. But if you just like go out there and put a symbol somewhere like on the ground that you can see from satellites, how did they get that image? Or like even just even more basic than that, like your car in the driveway, like say you get a new car, you can just see, oh my, I've got a red car in my driveway. Like how did they get those images? Is it like airplanes flying over? If so, how do they are they like flying through the Australian outback, just like taking pictures of everything? Because you would notice those, if they were doing that. Anyway.
I'm not sure, man. Yeah, could be high altitude for photography done by planes or maybe balloons. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, they can take high altitude footage and, wrap it around certain, a model, basically. They can take clippings of different high altitude footages and then kind of cut and paste them, as it were, into a larger tapestry.
Yeah, I suppose like in the middle of the Australian outback, I don't know, you'd notice if there was a bunch of planes, because planes can't really, see that far. Even a U-2 spy plane. I mean, first of all, you'd see these things, like or detect them on radar and stuff. But I don't know. I think that's actually something I've never heard before in terms of this whole discussion. I just thought of it. Seems interesting. And of course, even with a like a telescope that you guys could buy, like a $2,000 telescope, like a 16-inch telescope, you can see detail on the ISS like very clearly. You can actually, maybe I'll post a video of it, but if you can see this thing moving really fast above your head, like, is that in the atmosphere, or is that like a model that they put up there somehow? It seems to make more sense that it's just going around Earth.
Is there a significant difference between the altitude at which the ISS resides versus satellites per se?
Satellites can go below and above it, but I don't know the bands where satellites are most common. I don't know. I can look it up. Yeah, it's just right. Like it's like 400 kilometers. Satellites are. Yeah, satellites are between, I guess, 160 and, well, 2,000 kilometers. Although there's also ones at like geostationary orbit. But anyway, something else I just thought of just then was, since like you can see the ISS even with your naked eye, you just can't see detail. It just kind of looks like something moving across the night sky. But you could have two people on like a known distance apart that you can just drive, like some guy in like I don't know, East Texas and some other guy in West Texas, and then you could synchronize when you see the ISS and the angle to the ISS, and then you might be able to do trigonometry to even use parallax to figure out how far away it is, possibly.
That was already done. 100 meters apart. Uh, Live astronomy or astronomy live and red rhetoric did it. They measured the distance, the height, the ISS with two telescopes, not very far apart, using parallax.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yo, what's up, Patrick?
Hey, what's up, Gio? What's going on?
So what this room is about? Usually religious talk and then some maybe flat earth.
What's that, Chucky?
The room, this server. What is it about? Usually religious talk and then religious spiritual and then some globe versus flat.
We talk about if trans women are really women. What do you think? What do you say?
Well, we talk about a lot of topics, Chucky. Yeah, we talk about cosmology, physics, science topics, truth, a lot of different truth topics, spirituality and religion. Sometimes we'll talk about health and nutrition. Sometimes philosophy, cryptocurrency, ancient knowledge, ancient sacred texts, all kinds of topics.
Cool.
Yeah, the topics kind of ebb and flow throughout the day. Yeah, the topics,
How many users you have on the server? Not online. Total joined.
I'd have to go look. I think it might be like 1,700. Yeah, I think it's about 1,700.
It's a big server.
It'll almost be 2 years. Yeah, in September it'll be 2 years since the platform was launched. Sharky, do you consider yourself, like atheist or agnostic, or do you have any religious or spiritual viewpoints on things?
None. I go but what I see. What I see is what I know.
What you see?
Or learn, not see directly, or learn. I don't go by beliefs.
Okay, so then you think?
Well, sometimes, but not beliefs. Simple beliefs.
Yeah. Well, then if you go by what you see, then you would see that there's a creative intelligence behind everything. Then is that what you're saying?
I don't see it, and don't see one.
You don't see any intelligence or creative expression of nature and all of the nuances of this realm with the ecosystems, the complexity of the human body.
Yeah, we know about it. No, I don't see any design.
There's no design. How could there not be a design when things are specifically designed, like insects and animals?
DNA.
Yeah, right. Repetition, replication, mutation eventually leads to us, and who knows where else.
So you put a bacteria there and a little
probably we share half
hole.
of our gene with that bacteria.
You're gonna leave that bacteria like a little puddle. Come back in a billion years, and it'll be like you and me, like blue-eyed, blonde hair, woman.
Something I didn't know. We have ourselves, and each cell we have the power plants, which are called the mitochondrion, which are kind of suspected to be different species. Yes, our cell tried to eat one, and so they get along together very well. So they decide to continue. The mitochondrion has a different DNA, has a mitochondrion DNA, and that passed by the mother. So if you see two people, you can say they belong to the same mother because the mitochondrion DNA is the same. You can't tell who is your father, but your mother you can definitely tell. Something I didn't know and I read about it. And they use it, put it to good use to solve crimes from 30 years ago. They identify a family, they have the DNA, they identify the family, and they have several options which they need to investigate. One guy, they took his DNA, he spit on the sidewalk. That put him to jail.
Let's say even if you can get life right without a creator, it just happens one day. What? How do you get intelligence? How do you get consciousness from a bacteria?
$1 million question, huh? How would I know? It happens.
Well, I mean, it's
Obviously, it does.
science, right? You should know if it's science. It's either it's real or not. I mean,
Look, they know how the brain works. I mean, on the principle. They make even computers that solve problems in this way. No calculation, just a network of cells that communicate between themselves. Our brain doesn't do math. It's more like a cloud that processes the data.
it's like magic.
Call it magic. But it works for everyone, for us, for the animals. One thing I learned is you don't argue with success. Do you want to tell me that Witsit read all those things he posts?